little late. How's it going? Hi. Hi. Hello. 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 What's up? Hi, Matt. Hi, Tread. Hi, Poison. Mike Knight. Stargate. Name. Doncha. Bildo. Fract. Bildo's just joined my Patreon yesterday. Thanks, Bildo. Ice Phoenix. Derek. Oh, look at all these lovely folks. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm sorry we had a late start tonight. I fell into a well, which was strange. Never done that before. But it worked out. So we're cool now. Seven minutes, I know. It's fucking crazy. It's out of this world. It's madness, I tell you. It's madness. You guys want to see something weird? How about that? How do you think about that one? You know? I don't know. I like this new song I just found. You know? It's good. There's at least one hand, you know the drill. Check out the wheel tonight, guys. Behold. Let me make sure everybody's name's on it, actually. There's a chance we had a late submission. Or we did not. But I should make sure we don't get one. Anyway, hi. How's everybody doing? Did you guys see my new video yet? I made a new video. It took me 3 weeks to make. It was too long. It's pretty good though, I think. You should check it out. All right, I do need to do one thing really quickly because I'm an idiot, but then we are going to start. How's it going? What's up? I can show you the world. Today's the 29th, right? Shining shin. There we go. Okay. Spam. Bling. Fling. Flang. Flong. Flong. Fling. Fling. Flang. Poison Heart. Thank you for the 5, man. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you. Also, we got a new member. Phantasmal Emperor is a very cool member. Exciting. I love very cool members. They're pretty cool, but they're also very cool. Appreciate the 5. What did you say? I'm not a D&D player. But I've rabbit-holed into D&D. It's a great way to do it, man. And YouTube content. Hell yeah. Thanks for the great shorts. Okay, Poison Heart, welcome. Welcome to the club. I'm going to give you some viewing suggestions. I'm going to give you some viewing/listening suggestions. The first thing that I'm going to suggest is Dimension 20. Dimension 20 is very good. They are not as famous as Critical Role, but their shows are shorter and a lot of the time more actively entertaining. They're edited. They're good. They're great. I friggin' love them. The next thing I'm going to recommend to you is Dungeons and Daddies. It's a podcast. It's very good. It's very funny. I only listened to the first season, but it's very fun, and it scratches the goofy D&D itch. Yeah, those are going to be my 2 recommendations. I could do more, but those are the 2 that I actually have listened to recently. I did start on Critical Role, but that was years ago. Years and years ago. You're bringing Dimension. You're binging Dimension 20 stuff at the moment. So good. Yeah, I haven't even listened to that much of it. It's just fantastic. I'm in the middle of Sleeping City right now, and I really like it. All right, I got some water. I also have a podcast if you want to listen to that, I guess. It's called Unbalanced Encounters. All right, we'll pitch it really quickly and then we'll start. Hey, did you know that I have a podcast? It's called Unbalanced Encounters. There's the website. It's pretty good. I play a giant robot named Guard. Okay, there we go. I hate doing commercials for anything. I can show you the world. Oh, I need to let Discord know that I'm live. Oh, guys, I've been fucking up. I'm not even in Discord. Give me 1 second. Okay, I gotta do this. I gotta do this. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, dingus. Now, when did you figure out how to write with grammar? Was it yesterday? 'Cause you spelled that shit wrong. You used the wrong form of they, you fucking idiot. What am I saying? We are live. Okay, let's start. You listen, it's a fun spot. I will say this about my Discord. It is both fun and cluttered, but when it's good, it's good. There are often very nice people in it, and if you're not nice in it, we usually kick you out. Let's plug that in. Ba-ba-ba-booey. Okay, there we go. All right. There's a chance you'll see your art capabilities. I'll see your art capabilities tonight. Okay. Dungeons and Drag Queens does look really good. It's going to be goofy. Fun but cluttered sounds like a perfect fit. Yeah. All right, cool. I will say this. When I'm editing videos, I hang out in the Discord and listen to you guys yell at each other about Homebrew, and it's a lot of fun. Sometimes I chime in, but I don't often. Okay. What are we doing? Okay, stop. Computer! Stop it! Okay, there we go. You guys don't even know what just happened. It was nuts. Okay, let's start. I feel like we start, right? Oh, it's so bright. I guess it just has to be that way. It's just the world we live in. Oh, come on. We're perfectly socialized. Yeah, we're pretty socialized. Hello, B. Hello, Olivia. Olivia. That's not how the song goes. Lydia. Lydia, oh, Lydia. Have you met Lydia? Lydia the tattooed lady. You guys know that song? Hey, Glad. Oh, we're starting with a name. A name by any other name is a name. Now, for folks that are new to the channel, I review Homebrew twice a week, Thursdays and Sundays. And the difference between the Sunday and the Thursday streams are, on the Thursday streams, I actually invite the writers on to talk while we look at their pieces. So if you would like to be a part of submitting on Thursday nights, you can become a YouTube member or a patron to get access. But if you just want to hang out, you can also just hang out, etc. Hey, Name, are you here? Unmute yourself.
Here. I'm here.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm doing good.
Sit closer to your microphone.
I am closer to my microphone.
Oh, there we go.
Better?
Jesus, I'm glad I lowered your volume before you spoke again.
Oh no.
That's okay. How's it going, buddy?
I'm doing good.
All right. So what are we looking at today? Give me the elevator pitch.
So the elevator pitch is that, remember the rot spells you looked at last week?
Yes.
This is the same thing for a different element. And the third spell that you looked at on Sunday has been removed and replaced.
Okay. Here, let me adjust things. So we've got, so for folks that don't know, Name is working on not an alternative magic system, but like an alternative flavor of magic system, right? How would you describe it?
I would describe it as an attempt to make spells that don't already fit in the space, with a big focus on magic with a cost that isn't spell slots.
Okay, so let's see. We have a cantrip. We have a first level divination spell. I'm going to burp. I'm not going to burp. Oh, there's going to be a burp coming in a little bit. It's going to be weird. Oh, okay. Here we go. Vow of Silence. So these are all dream spells.
They're all dream magic. So think like mental stuff as like a more abstract cost.
Like Dream the Endless. Orpheus. Used to be Morpheus.
Sure.
Before he was reborn. Okay. Vow of Silence. Illusion cantrip, 1 action, range, self, duration 1 minute. Ooh, I like that it's an owl feather. That's a nice touch. You cast off your voice and thoughts to avoid the gaze of others. For the duration of the spell, you experience the following. You are magically silent. I would say you gain the following benefits, not you
I
experience the
would not
following.
call the first thing a benefit, but okay.
Or you gain the following features, I would say.
Yeah, okay.
You are magically silent. You are unable to communicate in any verbal or telepathic form. You cannot cast any spells with a verbal component. You can hide as a bonus action, and you have advantage on stealth checks. My main thought on this one is I don't think this is a big enough downside for the benefit of it lasting a minute and it not being concentration.
So the thing is I was trying to so the minute is bad. Like the longer it is, like this kind of like disables your caster if they cast it.
Yeah, but it's it's that's I don't know. I was going off I could very easily see any martial class very easily getting their hands on this and not being an issue.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. I've had several people tell me the opposite, that a minute is too mean. So I don't know. Yeah, you can't dismiss it. You cannot dismiss it. It's the spell has a fixed duration. You could cast some kinds of spells to get around it, but it's not the same thing.
It's an interesting idea. I still don't feel like this
Sure.
is not bad enough for it being a minute
Sure.
no concentration. Like I could let's say you are a spellcaster with this, for example.
Sure.
You know, you could pretty easily set yourself up by just casting a couple spells you need and then popping this and then going ham, you know? Like
I guess I don't know how often your spellcasters just kind of need to be able to do stealth. But yeah, sure.
I like it though. I like it a lot. I'm not sure what I would do. I'm not sure what I would change. I mean, honestly, the main changes I would do is make it concentration, but I understand that defeats the purpose you're going for. I mean,
I could do concentration, but I would not be able to dismiss. Like that defeats the duration.
No, I 100% understand.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, because of that, I think that you need to consider potentially this not being a big enough downside, or maybe adding another thing to it, because I feel like being magically silent is not that big a deal.
Sure.
I don't think it's as big a deal as you're making it out to be.
Sure. I got pushback originally when I got the spell, so that's why I even like brought it up.
But I like it. It's a fun idea. All right, let me look at Fate's Bargain.
You've seen it before.
Okay.
But like it was it's a cure wound spell. I've changed it. So
okay.
It's minor.
One action, touch. A willing creature you touch is granted the gift of life directly from the corruption of dreams. That's a good sentence. The creature gains a number of hit points equal to 2d6 plus your spellcasting modifier, and experiences the following effects. For the next 10 minutes, rolling a 20 on the d20 is considered an automatic failure. For the next 10 minutes, rolling a 1 on the d20 adds the stunned condition until the start of its next turn. Interesting, huh? So it's like it's like stronger than cure wounds.
Yes.
But kind of fucks you a little bit.
Yes.
Huh. Interesting.
Originally, it was you got to pick, and the one feedback you said was it was 1d10, and you get to pick, and your feedback was pick one. So I said I'll pick both and make it a little bit better. Yeah. So
yeah,
I don't know if that's better, but
the most interesting part of this, in my opinion, this is sort of a weird note, but it is that it's a divination spell.
Yeah, I mean it fits with the vibe.
Yeah, I just mean it's their divination.
Oh,
it's the only divination healing spell I've ever seen, but it fits. It's just interesting. Yeah, I like it. And
then you can upcast it, which is on the next column.
Can you stack castings of it?
I mean you can upcast it for the same downside, so stacking it would be weird, but
but I mean, like if I cast it on you one turn and then I cast it on you 3 turns later, could I do that?
The 10 minute would just reset. Yeah, the 10 minutes would just reset as is.
Okay. I guess that's true, because it's the properties can't stack.
Yeah.
So it just resets the 10 minutes. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, cool. And upcasting it is
Just
I don't know
2d6
how I
rolls.
feel. I think adding a 2d6 is too hot powerful for the upcast.
Okay.
If you look at most spells, if they do upcasting, they increase damage or healing by 1 die. And if they do increase it by more than 1 die, it's usually they upcast at multiple levels. So they
Okay.
they can't upcast until 3rd level and then
Sure.
5th level or something like that. So I'd
Sure.
probably just make this 1d6.
Okay.
But that's cool. Very cool. Okay, let me look at the last one. Curse of Babel. Oh, that burp was not good. All right, we're gonna work through that together. Curse of Babel, 2nd level abjuration. So his dream. Okay, so I see. So your dream, you're sitting, but okay, you're putting a little bit in. Okay. 1 action, range self. A scroll with the writing language you know, with the written language you know. You empty your mind of the ability to communicate with the power of language. For the duration of the spell, you know no languages. You can still cast spells with verbal components. You are immune to the charm condition. Charisma-based checks made against you are at a disadvantage. You can spend 1 minute to dispel the effect. Huh. When would you use this?
So there's a lot. So yeah. So there's a handful of spells that have very specific things on, like, knows the language the creature can understand you. So there's stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that there's stuff like that. So I think that, like, not knowing languages isn't a it's a narrative debuff, but it's not a like, if I can turn it off, it's not a narrative, like, it's not a mechanical one.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it's very bizarre, like a very specific. Uh, so yeah, like, it has all kinds of very specific. Like, I would not expect you to cast this on a regular basis. This is a very weird spell. Um, but
I'm
like,
just trying. No.
the
I know. I'm very
yeah.
into niche spells, and what it does is very interesting. I'm trying to think of the niche situation where I would cast this spell. Like, what monster is this spell? Like what situation am I in where this is the spell I want to cast?
Somebody pointed out there's stuff like Crown of Madness, which doesn't affect now because you don't know the language. Stuff like that.
So it essentially makes you immune to like very specific
Yes.
certain spells.
Yes.
Is
And
the
it's the charisma
downside
thing.
too? But the downside kind of, I guess you can still cast your own spells though.
Right, you just can't communicate, which is again mostly a narrative problem.
Uh-huh. It's so strange. I like it. I guess I like it. I just I feel I wonder it's like it's just so it's more niche than niche because it's not even a specific niche. It's like random niche. You know? It's like it's for example, if you're doing something like a mind shield type spell, which is
Yeah.
very niche. Don't get me wrong, it's very
Mhm.
niche. It's like psychic
Mhm.
mind stuff, but like there are very clear tactical things that bad guys will use that specifically
Right.
target that, and it's kind of obvious what those things are. I don't know what is obvious for this one.
I mean, you're immune to charm.
Yeah, that's good.
That's like, it's 2nd level, so I don't know. I originally was almost worried that it was too low of a spell slot, but I mean, if it's too niche, I mean, that's better. Like, 2nd level to do a very weird specific thing.
Yeah, I don't think it should be
I'm not
higher than
against
2nd
that.
level.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's an interesting one. I feel weird about it. I genuinely don't. I feel like it fits a campaign setting more than it fits any character I could think of. If that makes
Oh,
sense.
yeah, like, keep in mind that this is all built on, like, a whole system of, like, magic that's gonna be approaching this kind of thing.
Yeah, no.
So,
Listen, none of this is me criticizing its
yeah,
design or intention. I'm just saying that like it is very weird.
right.
Like
Uh,
this is my only my own. Here's my general feedback, and this feedback is actually I think. I don't think this ties into Fate's Bargain as much, but it's definitely ties into Vow of Silence and Curse of Babel, which
sure.
is I think that what you're doing to build spells that are narratively driven is really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think it's could potentially be stepping on its own foot if you are doing too narratively driven.
Right.
That's my main feedback. I don't think that necessarily you're even doing that here, but like with the Curse of Babel, for example, the thing that the main thing that you get is the immunity to charm. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
But like the idea of like spells that require you to know a language to affect you, those are so random and disparate. It's like that's not a thing to build towards outside of a story beat. And there, I think it's worth, even within the story beat, trying to think about making sure that this also has like a player is going to not. A player, there doesn't need to be a lot of ways to use it, but a player needs to look at it and immediately be like, I have an idea of the scene that I would use this in.
Yeah. As I said, it's mostly the charm condition for that.
I would put the charm condition first, probably.
Okay.
Actually, that doesn't matter at all. Never mind. Ignore me. Just keep whichever one you want. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Any final thoughts, questions, feelings?
If you want, can you look at the flavor that I put at the beginning for the? I know it's just flavor.
Oh yeah, sure. The final of the 5, Ametsa, found these 4 corruptions to be predictable in nature and corrupted the minds of the mortal creatures with dreams. This corruption gave them desire for greatness, but also the knowledge that they were imperfect.
It's, again, more creation mythy stuff.
Yeah, I got you. I like it. I would probably try to not have corrupt right next to itself.
Okay, sure.
If like that doesn't actually matter that much, but it's a thing to think about. It definitely pulled me out for a second. Yeah. Dreams, the 5th element of corruption, is the corruption of thought, sentience, and memory. The cost of dream magic is often ethereal and personal. Dedicated mages are described as the shell of the people they once were. This is really good. This is a very good description. I think this is solid. I think that this sentence, even in the I know what you're going for with the biblical kind of language.
Yeah.
It still feels a little trotty. But the actual, like, the general structure of it is really good. And this is great.
Yeah. I think next I'm gonna do Shadow.
Cool. I will say that Shadow is the one that I've been the most curious about.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it not like all the Shadow I've seen in like other people do Homebrew.
That is why I've been so curious, because I feel like you've put yourself in a precarious position where you have to try to do something that is a little distinct, which is good. It leads to some cool ideas. Like, all of these spells are spells that I would 100% put in a game, and I would probably put in magic items.
Yeah, I might. The other thing is that I think that sometimes it's good to have a spell that has, like, obviously you don't need to have everything that a monster or enemy or whatever does as an explicit thing, like as an explicit spell or item. But sometimes it can give people really good ideas to kind of just be like, oh, they have access to this spell, which would probably not be good for, say, a regular caster, but like it might be cool for like an antagonist or an NPC or something.
For sure. All right, buddy. Thank you for sharing.
This has been fun.
Round of applause for Name, everybody. And you're out of here. Boom! That was Name. What a name. What a name. Next we have Psycho Jenny. Psycho Jenny, this might be a new person. I don't know if I've seen a piece from you before. I don't know if you're in the chat. Psycho Jenny, you here? Name yourself if you are. So this is an end of campaign boss for a high level play for a Feywild adventure. Well, I love the Feywild. It's one of the most fun parts. It's one of the most wilds around. Oh, Phantasmal Emperor, you are Psycho Jenny. Well, welcome. Welcome to the party. Love to have you. All right, what are we looking at here? That's a whole lot of flavor text. We're probably not going to read that. Let's dive. Let's read the beginning. Is this telling us about the monster, or is this all lore? This looks like it's all lore. Are we getting... Let's look for some description. This is all lore. All right, all right. We're going to dive into the monster because it's a big boy. Ooh, okay. Let's start here. Look at this crazy creature. That's very cool looking. That's friggin' awesome. Great art choice. Great art choice. It's a domain of delight. Yeah, the Feywild is? Okay, so this is the prismatic Feyblade Empress. Can you guys see okay? Boop. Yeah, you can see okay. Let's look at the art again for a second. I really like this choice of art. This is one of those, this is very evocative. Oh, Link, I'm sorry. There is the link. Okay, let's see what this bad boy is all about. It's a CR 30. Woof! So are they going to be level 20 when they fight it? I imagine they'll be high. Something like that. CR 30 is beastly. Okay. Armor class 23. It's medium. I'm going to... Did you do the math? I hope you did the math. So is 40 times 7 this number? Somebody tell me if 40 times 7 is this number. I'll do the math. I'm faster than you guys. I'm lightning. 40 times 7 is 280. So you did your hit points wrong. So this number needs to be the number of dice, which in this situation is 40, multiplied by the Constitution modifier, which is 7, the exact same way that characters have hit points. So this number should say 280, or you should make this thing have higher Constitution, or you should make it have a lot more hit die. You got to make sure that you're doing the math correct, friendo, when you're building your beastlies. Don't apologize. We're here to learn. We're not here to apologize. What's the proficiency bonus of a CR 30 monster? Is it plus 10? I'm gonna assume it's plus 10. Okay. So all of these numbers need to be adjusted for that. So like if it's CR 30, acrobatics is 18 plus 10, or 8 plus 10, 18. Perception?
It is plus 9.
It's plus 9?
Yes.
Hi, Patrick. How are you?
Hi. Good.
Why? You sound like there's a fan. There's a fan behind you.
Oh, there might be, in part because the state is under a blanket of eldritch smog, and I'm trying to keep my air breathable.
Okay, that's fine. I accept. We're looking at a prismatic Feyblade Empress.
Yeah.
And we're not going to spend too much more time talking about doing the right math for the stats. Suffice to say, do the right math for the stats. And you do that you do that exactly the same way that you do for characters. So if you have a saving throw, it's the proficiency bonus, which is plus 10 plus the number. Okay, same with skills, same with attack rolls. So like this attack roll, if it's strength based, should be a 13, not a 16. Or if it's dex based, it should be a 17, not a 16. So just fix all your math. Damage resistances, immunities, some condition immunities. It's got True Sight. This is, by the way, Pat, this is like a end game Feywild creature.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's got innate spellcasting. I don't know if you did the math for the spellcasting. You didn't do it for the others, so do the math for the spellcasting. It's got Detect Magic, Disguise Self, and Misty Step. Very nice at-will spells. Charm Person, Dimension Door, Greater Invisibility, Hypnotic Pattern, Phantasmal Killer, Wall of Force, all pretty solid. A bunch of... Okay, I'm going to say something right now. This is my opinion. You can disagree with me. I think Power Word Stun is a bad spell. I think it's a really unfun spell, and I would not use it. I would, not because it doesn't fit. I'm sure it fits fine. It legitimately is not fun. It is a spell that when you use, actively removes fun from the game. I don't know why. It just does every single time. So I would just pick a different spell.
I think the reason why is because you are taking a player out of the game such that all they can do is roll con saves. And I think that giving a GM this tool, not necessarily a bad thing. The GM could use it on a Drake Warden's Dragon or an NPC that's maybe participant in the fight, if those things are present. But a GM that doesn't necessarily have the experience to know that it won't play fun is going to use it on a party member who's just going to be out for a chunk of the game. Not a lot of fun.
Yeah, good call. That makes sense. That's exactly it, probably. Evasion is evasion. Magic resistance is magic resistance. Fey ancestry is fey ancestry. Illusory presence. The Empress can create 3 illusory duplicates of herself as a bonus action. These duplicates last for 1 minute or until destroyed. While the duplicates... Okay, so it's basically...
mirror image. Yeah.
Mirror image. Any creature that targets the Empress must make a DC 25 Wisdom saving throw to determine if the target is correct. So it's not mirror image.
Oh, yeah, that's a weird way to do that.
This is
a wisdom save to determine if it hits the Empress or a duplicate. That's...
I feel like this... I don't know if this DC is too high or not, but I feel like it might be. But
well, it's got to be based off the spellcasting modifier one way or the other.
The other thing that I would do for this is I probably would make it that when a creature did succeed on the saving throw, they didn't have to make it anymore.
Also, is this limited in use?
No, it's just a bonus action and then it's on for a minute. Actually, you know what? I see what's happening here. You pulled some of the language of mirror image and then changed it, so it's kind of confusing now. Because, like, these duplicates last for a minute or until they're destroyed, but how are they destroyed? There's no language for that here.
You didn't finish that you don't have an AC
so
for them.
Yeah, so you either need to just make it mirror image or make it just this feature, the second half, make that passively on all the time. It's the cloning thing. Well, whatever it is not... you don't need to defend yourself, my dear. This is if you want to make it work, I would say make it the wisdoms. I would make it the DC 25 wisdom save, make that a passive all the time on thing, and then make it so when a creature makes their save against it, they're immune to it.
Also, one thing that I will say is that there is no material benefit to creating 3 illusory duplicates in the way that this is written and with this wisdom save approach. So that is, just to be clear, full flavor. The reason why mirror image does 3 illusory duplicates is because the number of duplicates that you have remaining actually affects the likelihood that you have left to hit the original target. So the more of them that you destroy, the more your likelihood of hitting the target increases. If you wanted to do that with this wisdom save approach, you'd have to put in math to have the wisdom to save DC go down, depending on the number of remaining duplicates.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. Yeah, I agree with also. That's a very interesting idea. Make the DC go down the less duplicates remain, and have ways to destroy them. That's pretty cool. That's fun. I would lean into that actually. Yeah, immunity
that's
for
just
24
mirror
hours
image at that point,
sure.
right? Like,
yeah, that's true. Just make it mirror image. That's true. You could just make it mirror image.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. It's attacks. It gets 3 attacks, 2 with her scythes and 1 with her fey blade. Okay, they do some damage. What's the difference between the scythe and the fey blade?
It is the extra damage, 46 radiant versus 46 force. You could combine these two and just make it radiant or force damage, her choice. Yeah.
I understand the vibe, and holy shit, some crazy
Whoa.
moves. Jeez Louise, buddy.
This
that's
moves
very
is out of control.
That's very generous of you. Thank you, man. $50. So somebody's paying rent this month. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's very, very kind.
That's incredible.
Yeah, dude, you're insane. You're nutty. So the thing is, I actually really like the vibe of them being 2 different weapons, but I would push that further. Let's keep something in mind here, friends. This is a CR 30 monster, which means that you are going to be fighting level 20 players with this monster, which means that those players are going to be able to do so many shenanigans and so much bullshit that you basically are going to be pulling your hair out. So instead of just making them do extra different types of damage, which I think is fun, give each one a different feature also. So, like, for example, maybe the Radiant one catches them, makes it so they start to burn with radiant fire, and they take fire damage every turn, or they illusions of fire or something, and maybe the Feyblade one like charms them, or I don't know, does something, something. You can lean into what they do, but make it so they have effects when they hit, things that require saving throws and that do things that are intense. Anti-magic shell. When the prismatic Feyblade Empress is targeted by a spell or magical effect, it can use its reaction to create a 15-foot radius sphere around itself that nullifies magic. The sphere remains for 1 minute or until the prismatic Feyblade Empress dismisses it as a bonus action. While the sphere is active, spells and magical effects cannot enter or affect creatures within the sphere. Ongoing. So I'm going to point something out here, which I think is worth noting, Phantasmal. This is a very dangerous feature for this character to use. Because everything this creature does is magic. So while this field is active, this guy is not doing much.
Yeah.
They lose all their spell casting. Honestly, if I was a player and they used this and these weapons didn't turn off, I would also be annoyed, because I'm going to go as far as say these are pretty much basically magic too. So, like, all of this stuff will turn off. So, like, sure, the spell will turn off, but then everybody that's 40 feet away will just shoot her with bows.
Also, illusory presence would go off as well, so you'd be able to just shoot straight through to the target every time.
Yeah. So
I don't think that's the move.
Interesting idea, but I would just legitimately pick another power. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could give them a counter spell, a feature, or a redirect spell feature, which would have a similar effect or fill a similar role. You could also
lean in the other direction to the magic and give this thing a shell in a similar way, where, for example, all spells cast into it, or maybe into it and out of it, trigger a roll in the wild magic table, right? Like you can get weird with some of this stuff. I think one piece of feedback that I've got so far, and we still have legendary actions to do, but one piece of feedback that I've got for the core kind of chassis of this thing is it's a little straightforward for a 30 CR creature, right? Like, it's got some spells, it's doing some damage.
Yeah, it doesn't really have any crazy out of this world powers.
Yeah,
it doesn't have any showstoppers.
I really want more of that big cinematic, like, stuff is happening kind of in and around the setting of this thing, and it's leveraging its terrain and resources and doing novel, sort of mechanically backed things. We might get into some of that with the legendary and lair actions here, but so far, this kind of just feels like maybe a 14th or 15th level spellcasting PC.
With just amped up numbers.
Yeah.
3 legendary actions. Okay, let's see. Dance of the Prismatic Blade. The Prismatic Feyblade Empress unleashes a flurry of strikes with its scythes. It makes 2 additional scythe attacks against a creature within reach. That costs 2. And then the cost of 1. The Prismatic Feyblade channels the arcane energies of its scythe, gaining +2 bonus to attack rolls and spell saving throws until the end of its next turn.
Okay.
I'm going to say I feel like these don't really change the vibe of it at all. They kind of just make it better at doing the sort of mundane things that it does. Not to say that it's not mundane, but we're still just doing more basically ordinary attacks and more basically ordinary spellcasting.
How many attacks do you get on a turn? Is it 2?
3. So this will be you'll get 5 attacks total. If you use
yeah, right. And so 5 attacks total, but then 2 of them are broken up to somebody else's turn. I will say, just independently, I like that. 3 attacks is not a ton for a CR30 monster on its turn. I like the idea of this thing having recourse to just like being able to attack on someone else's turn. That's a nice touch, but I completely agree with your sentiment that it's really not adding a lot.
Yeah, I think your move is to try to give it some showstopper moves. Look at some other high CR monsters. Almost all of them have at least one, like, whoa, that's unbelievable thing that they can do. You could, like, a good example, they're not even CR30 monsters, but any of the Elder Elementals, they all have, like, one big crazy thing they can do. like shoot a tidal wave or something like that.
Yeah.
Fun monster. It's got some layer actions too. We'll look at a couple. We're not gonna look at all of them. Blossom Storm. The air becomes filled with swirling cherry blossoms. Dex save or take some slashing damage and be blinded. All right. I want to see if there's anything that's like really different.
The cherry blossoms are a nice effect.
Very
That's
nice,
cool
very
layer
nice
action.
visual detail for sure.
Yeah, it's still just damage though.
The Empress and all her creatures of their choice gain the benefits of the disengage and dodge action until the beginning of its next turn. That's interesting. That's fun. I like that. Additionally, all attacks against them have disadvantage. That's what the dodge action does, so you don't need to do that. This is the dodge action. So you could just cut that part out. Whispering Image. Whispering Mirage. Illusory images of the Empress and her duplicates appear throughout the lair, confusing and disorienting enemies. Each creature has to make a saving throw or be affected by confusion. That makes sense. That's very Fey-y. Yeah, these are cool. I think that I still feel strongly that I think you have space to give it some weird, unique features that are like truly just things that it can do. But thank you very much for sharing.
Yeah. That art's killer.
Yeah, it's very evocative.
Yeah.
Yeah, the numbers were fucked, but they know that. We talked about that already.
The numbers are almost always fucked. You guys gotta get your shit in order.
It's true. Nobody knows how to do it. It's time for Some Random Guy, which is different than Some Dude.
That's true. And a little confusing. You guys couldn't have worked that out before you showed up to the party?
This is, oh boy, this one might be rough. This one might be rough. This is an updated version of this guy's hockey thing, which I remember being crazy before. I did as you said and reduced how much stuff you need to keep track of, but you probably can see that anyway. You can check out armament this time. I did lean into it being more powerful, by the way. All right, well, I don't remember what I said. Maybe this is not the one that I said was too powerful, but there's definitely one that I said was too powerful that sounded like hockey. Okay. This, I have to remind myself what these are. So this is like a different thing that you get that like aren't, did he say what
it's a
it is?
mechanic, right? It's not a...
Yeah, I have to remind myself what this is. In some way, you've awoken your hockey. This could be a traumatic experience. Let me make sure you guys can see it clearly on chat. Yeah, you can. Whatever it was, you managed to train your body to level control. You can choose one pool of hockey. After doing so, you will gain the ability to use these traits listed for each one. The pool used for hockey is the same as your level pool, meaning you can choose to increase your fighting style, see fighting style documents, devil fruit, or hockey.
I see devil fruit. This must be a One Piece thing.
It is. We're supposed to look at armament.
I think you skipped it. Did you miss it? Am I high?
You're
Isn't
high.
it the first one?
Okay. Did the first one say armament?
Maybe. I should click the link. Let me click the link.
It is. I'm being dumb.
Yeah, it's the well. I guess armament is just all of this, all the way up to observation, probably. Yeah. So awoken, hardening, imbuement, emission, and internal destruction.
Yeah. Okay. So let's dive in. So we get awoken, hardening, imbuing. Okay, we're probably not gonna get through all of it. We'll see what we see. Awoken. You have awoken your willpower, allowing you to use Haki. You gain the ability to attack and otherwise interact with Logia Eaters. You can bypass resistances, but cannot do so with immunities given to Logia Eaters from their fruit. I have no comments so far because I don't understand what any of these words mean. We've talked about this last time.
I also want to, just right from the top, I want to say that it is extremely unclear what this is, right? If you're introducing a new system, how am I supposed to think about interacting with it? Is this a feat that I have to take? Is this a like a power system that I'm supposed to slip underneath my class? Is this some people in the chat are saying it's like a multi-class option that I can kind of level into, but it's not enough to be a full. I have no idea.
I assumed
how
that
I'm
these were
supposed
like
to work.
leveled feats that you just got on top of being your character. But that is a really good point.
That seems like a good assumption for getting through some feedback here. But genuinely, your first paragraph is flavor text. I think your first sentence needs to be, "This is a collection of feats," or "You get access to these at each of your class levels for any class." Whatever it is, how do I get it?
Yes. Yes, this is true. Most people would probably stop here and be like, what? And then struggle to go further.
But we are not most people.
No, we're ancient.
We will forge. We will
forge. Okay. So again, I don't know if this is a reference to literal damage resistances or things, or just something for these Logia. So we're gonna move on because I repeat, I do not know what these things are. Anything you do not explain will not be understood by me. I do not know what One Piece is. You do not have a visual change in ability other than this fact. You don't need
what that sentence
You
means.
don't need that sentence. Just cut the whole thing out. Additionally, when you make an attack against a Devil Fruit Eater, you deal an extra amount of damage equal to your proficiency bonus. This damage is counted as force damage. You can just say you deal extra damage equal to. You can just say you deal extra force damage equal to your proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
Any ability that requires a saving throw for Armament Haki is calculated by 8 plus Charisma modifier plus proficiency bonus. Okay, so these all seem very in-game, but I do think that there are enough features in here, regardless of how this. It's very hard for me to judge power level here because I don't know how often these things are happening or like what else is happening in this game system. But just from an organizational standpoint, you have like a handful of abilities here that you could just make bullet points, and it would be a lot easier to notice what they are because they're sort of hidden throughout. Hardening. You have increased the power of your Armament Haki, which allows you to use a bonus action to harden your skin, turning it to a jet black color, which layers over your own skin. Wait.
Tighten up that sentence. You say you're referencing skin too many times.
Wait, use a bonus action to harden your skin, turning them. Okay, you're either growing layers or your skin is just changing, but you're sort of putting both into the same sentence. It's making it not work as a sentence. This allows you to increase the damage of your unarmed strikes by 1d6 plus charisma modifier, force damage, and attacks made are considered magical. You need to write in full sentences. Yes? What?
This is this thing, 1d6 plus charisma mod force damage and attacks made are considered magical for the sake of overcoming resistances, is I think a great example of I'm sitting here racking my brain trying to figure out whether or not this is insanely broken. Because it could be, or could not be. I have no context or frame of reference because I don't know when you get hardening or under what conditions you get hardening. What are you trading off in order to get hardening? Is everybody getting one of these at 4th level? I have absolutely no idea.
I'm going to assume that they are. That's what I'm assuming. But yeah, it is unclear. And this lasts for 4 rounds or until you end it as a free action. Free actions do not exist in D&D. You can say, or until you end it on your turn, no action required. Also, 4 rounds is a unusual time period. You can totally do it, but normally in D&D, things are done in a round or 10 rounds or like a round, a minute, etc. Very rarely do things happen in short increases of rounds.
Yeah.
And then you can do this a number of times equal to your charisma modifier plus proficiency bonus. When you increase your Aramente Haki to level 4, this is for 1 minute. So, like, man, we're going to read a little bit more, but I'm going to be honest. I still don't really understand what's going on here.
Yeah.
We don't have a frame of reference for this. Like, I'm not sure if this is intended to be used in a regular game. I'm not sure if it's intended to be used... I'm not sure how it's intended to be used still. And you might have explained how it was intended to be used before, but I have forgotten. If you did.
Yeah, I mean, you read like 100 of these a week, right? Like,
yeah. Okay, this imbuement, you can add extra force damage to your attacks. It also lasts 4 rounds. This is Not is this the same thing as this? This is unarmed strikes. This is weapon attacks, but they're the same thing. All right, I feel it's a little redundant. If you're gonna give two features that are exactly the same, I feel like you could probably just mush them into one. I feel like you could say I feel like you can just say you add this damage to your attacks.
Yeah, you're looking at emission currently?
Imbuement.
No.
Imbuement and hardening are the same. You can just say attacks.
Yes.
What's not to understand? It's hockey. You hit the puck with the stick. I mean, that's what I'm looking for. The slap shot.
That's about the level of context that I have here too.
We'll look at it emissions, and then I think we're going to be done with this piece. And I'm going to say, if you want to send this again, we need more context. And I would also ask for a little bit more structure. Like, I still don't understand when any of these features are. I don't understand if this is a feature that I'm supposed to be getting at level 1 or level 3 or I see level 9 is referenced here, but I don't think that's character level 9. I think that's hockey level 9, and I don't know if that's a character level or not. You gain the ability to create invisible shockwaves out of your hockey, allowing you to make attacks at further range. When you have hardening activated, you can make ranged attacks. Attacks. Put an S in there. This attack uses your normal unarmed strike plus your hockey. All damage you deal with this is counted as force damage. The range is 20 feet. Okay, so what you're doing right now is you're giving a ranged attack option here. The Sun Soul Monk does this at 3rd level. You should look at the way the Sun Soul Monk writes it and copy that language, because you don't need to be writing it this is a little extra convoluted. Look up the Sun Soul Monk. And it's written very similarly to this, but I think that it's going to help you make your language a little shorter and more concise. Overall, I commend the idea of trying to build something from scratch that sits on top of D&D, but I don't have other thoughts other than I don't know how this sits on top of the game at the moment, Those are my thoughts. Yeah. Thank you, some random guy. Let's give a round of applause for the dragon fruit fellow. Oh, the fruit of the dragon rain down upon us all. Do they not? Do they not?
Do they? Do they not?
Kuetas. Hola! This is version 2 of the College of Mimes. I hope I can join the call, but if not, continue without me. I add some colors and links for help, but if it's annoying, I will remove them. I will not click on any of them. I rarely do. I might click on one.
In the waiting room, by the way.
I know, we're going to grab him in a second.
You didn't actually call it College of Mimes? I don't know, man. I feel like commit,
The last version of the College of Mimes, I feel like I don't remember. I thought we ended up feeling it was the College of Magicians, or was that the College of Magicians that felt like it was?
No, that was the College of Magicians that ended up.
I'm mixing stuff up.
Magic.
Hey, Quatus, you're here. Unmute yourself. If you want to talk, unmute. If you want to talk, unmute yourself. You don't need to talk. You can be silent if you want.
That's true.
Just like a mime.
Hello?
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Oh. Sorry, I was eating.
What are you eating?
Soup.
What kind of soup? That's not an answer. What kind of soup?
They have kinds?
I prefer to not ask that question.
Okay.
Answer that question.
Mysterious.
I'd rather interpret that as you prefer not to ask that question. Someone just handed you soup and you didn't question what kind it was. You're just eating it. It's fine.
Okay, I'm going to say something before we start reading this. I don't like that this subclass requires a complicated glossary in order to use. I might change my mind later, but that's my first thought. My first thought is, why is there a glossary of index terms? That means you couldn't figure out how to make it work within the space. You just made more space. That's what that makes me think. Okay, but we're going to dive in.
Yeah, let's do it.
Dedicated bards of this college choose to express their art with pantomime. Wait, I need to link in the comment. Link in the chat. Link in the chat. Link in the chat.
Link in the chat.
They express their art with pantomime, dance, subtle movement, and other visual interpretations. They can convince themselves and others of the presence of objects and creatures that do not exist to the point that they manifest. Many times the manifestations are invisible and do not produce any sound, but if a dedicated mind points a false bow at you, prepare to feel pain. I feel like you could probably just cut all of that sentence except for if. I would cut the whole first part out. This art is learned in the streets of bustling cities or in the houses of sculptors or painters who appreciate the beauty in the movement of the human body. This sentence is too long.
I like it for flavor. But
I would end the sentence at the word painters.
Well, I'm just saying in general, the whole sentence I don't know is necessary, right? I think that like it's not a bad sentence, and I like it again for its flavor. But I think that like we're getting into this, kind of these latter two sentences are saying what the first paragraph said again and then again, in just slightly different ways. So I genuinely think that you could, to the point that they manifest. If a dedicated mind points a false bow at you, prepare to feel pain. And that's the end of your flavor text.
I agree, I think. Let me read the last sentence. The bard of this college can represent a... Yeah, you don't need any of this garbage. Drop it. This I understand why it's here, but I think you can just drop all this. I agree. Okay. At third level, we get two features, interpretive manifestation and silent arts. When you join the college at third level, you gain the ability to briefly manifest invisible objects with a thought. So long as you don't carry anything in your hand, you can ignore the requirements of material components for spells unless they have a gold cost or are consumed by the spell. You also learn the silence spell, and it does not count against the number of spells you know. Okay, cool. And then silent art. At third level, you learn to inspire others with your movements. You can choose to use your bardic inspiration silently. If you do so, your target doesn't need to hear you, but instead they must be able to see you. Additionally, you or a creature that has a bardic inspiration die from you can choose to spend that die in one of the following alternative ways. Okay, let's see. While casting a spell, you can roll the inspiration die and add the bonus to one damage or healing roll.
I think that's a Tasha's thing already.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know. Additionally, the caster doesn't need to provide verbal components for the spell. You can use your bonus action to roll the inspiration die and cause one item that you are holding or wearing to become invisible or muted for a number of rounds equal to the result. Okay, let's see what that means. Muted. Objects or creatures that produce no sound or interactions between others. Blah, blah, blah. What does that actually mean? A muted creature can't cast spells that require a verbal component. Creatures automatically fail any ability check to find a muted object or creature check depending exclusively on hearing. I feel like there's got to be a simpler way of. This is not a new mechanic.
I went and I checked, not to drag us back, but I went and I checked. That first bullet point is the Tasha's Cauldron of Everything Magical Inspiration feature that all bards get at second level, optionally.
This one?
What?
When passing damage or healing roll from the spell equal to the number rolled is the magical inspiration. If a creature has bardic inspiration die and casts a spell that restores hit points or deals damage, the creature can roll that die and choose a target affected by the spell. Add the number rolled as a bonus to the hit points regained or the damage dealt. The bardic inspiration die is then lost.
So all bards can do this at second level.
All bards can do it at second level.
Yeah, but this feature is designed to allow other characters, other party members to cast spells without verbal components, and also they make the spell silent or invisible. So
that's fine, but just cut this. You just cut this first part out because you don't need it. It's redundant.
Well, yeah, that's an optional feature.
Yeah, but
Technically.
yeah, this is just in Tasha's.
Yes.
Yeah, so I would not include it here, is what Patrick is saying, because you don't need to, because it's already in the game.
At least be aware that it is redundant, right? At least be aware that anyone who has Tasha's is probably going to be playing with that because it's a good feature.
Okay, so what does muted actually do? Muted objects make no sound. Muted creatures can't cast spells. Why? I'm not sure why this requires a new name. This is just the same as silenced.
I think that if I make it a new condition, so I don't have to clarify that in each feature that does the same thing.
Can't you just say the object is silent as if affected by the silence spell? Like, that's so much less words. And it's the same thing, right? Is it any different?
The silence spell might theoretically be a little different because while you are under the effects of the silence spell, you're also immune to thunder damage and deafened. So it's a little different, but the language that they use in the silence spell is no sound can be created. So you could theoretically crib some language from the silence spell, but I do see at least the reasoning for creating a condition here, because there isn't, weirdly enough, there isn't like a shorthand for this in D&D. And again, the silence spell is meant to target an area, so it's got other effects that are a little bit less specific to just does not produce sound.
Okay, deafened is just deafened. What's invisible object? Let's see. An invisible object is impossible to see without the aid of magic or special sense. An invisible object can grant cover from attacks, spells, or abilities, but does not offer cover against effects that only require line of sight. Creatures wearing invisible armor or shields get a +2 bonus to their armor class. Creatures wielding invisible melee weapons get a +2 bonus to their attack rolls.
Creatures that can't see the weapon.
So now that we understand what that means, let's actually think about what this mechanic actually does. So you can use your bonus action to cause an object to become invisible or muted. So basically, you can use, and how long does it stay muted? A number of rounds. So you could, as a player, you could use the inspiration die to get a +2 to your attack rolls or a +2 to your armor for a number of rounds equal to the roll of the die, basically, is what it does.
Yeah. At that level, at level 3, it's up to 6 rounds.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about you. I understand the logic of the one thing that I understand the logic of mechanically, but I don't know if I love how it fits. I feel weird that this power basically lets you let other people do mime things as opposed to you doing mime things.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't necessarily know that I see that as a point of friction, but I don't disagree. It's an interesting thought.
Like I guess what I mean is what this reminds me of is it's a combination. This is the weird thing about it is it sort of reminds me of the College of Creation Bard. The College of Creation Bard, when a person uses their bardic inspiration die, depending on what they use them for, something else happens. So it changes the way people get to use your inspiration die. Other bards get the things where the bard can use their inspiration die to do a unique thing.
College of Spirits is also similar to the College of Creation, in that your like special bardic feature is you roll for a random effect, and then the creature that receives your bardic gets that random effect. But
this does both. This does you can use the bardic inspiration die to do your own unique thing, or when someone uses your bardic inspiration die, it does the unique thing. And I don't know if that's good or not. I mean, it's good. Like you would want that. But I think it's worth thinking about. It's a little bit nitpicky, but it stands out to me as unique.
And I think Cinder, to that point, or a creature that has Bardic Inspiration die from you, is in green because it's being considered as to whether or not it's good. So maybe.
I see. I didn't even read this.
Just keep that feature to you.
Yeah.
Hear me out.
Okay.
This is an alternative use. So you instead of spending it to make your attack roll go higher or your saving throw go higher, you instead use it to do one of these two things.
No, I understand.
Okay.
I wasn't.
Sorry.
I wasn't questioning that. I was questioning the mechanics behind that. I was saying specifically, it's weird that it does what both alternative things that bards normally do. One alternative bard thing is when people use it, something cool happens. One alternative bard thing is you use it and something cool happens, and this is both. That's what I was saying.
I think that.
Tell them about Corazon.
Sorry, that's my brother. Do you know Corazon?
I've been there once or
From
twice.
One
Why?
Piece. What?
I've been there once or twice.
No. From the anime One Piece.
No, I've never seen One Piece. I'm never gonna see One Piece.
That's okay.
It's stupid, and everyone that likes it is stupid.
Hey.
I'm just kidding. I know people that like it are obsessed with it. That's why I said that. No, but everyone sends me One Piece stuff, and this is my relationship with One Piece. My relationship with One Piece is here's a piece of homebrew that is a little bit too powerful. That's the only thing I know about One Piece is people sending me a idea for homebrew that's One Piece related and is a little overpowered.
Yeah, that's usually how that goes. Yeah,
that's my only relationship with One Piece.
It's not. I start this subclass before I know Corazon. I know Corazon.
I've been there once or twice.
So this guy can touch things, and they make no sound. And it's a clip on YouTube that he touched a grenade launcher. Yes, or something like that, and launches the missile and strikes and explodes, and it makes no sound. So it's really funny.
Yeah. All right. Cool. All right.
No one notices that is happening.
Yeah.
So you can fireball a room, and no one will never know.
All right, cool. All right, let me keep reading here. Stage magic. At 6th level, you can imbue objects with some of your silent magic. As an action, you can touch a medium or smaller. You can touch a medium or smaller object. Put object in here. Contained within a 5-foot single cube. Non-magical object. Oh, I see. I would say put this at the end. Put smaller non-magical object next to each other. Don't put this in the middle of them.
Okay.
And choose whether to make it invisible or muted. This effect lasts for up to 1 hour or until you lose concentration. Other objects within the target are also invisible or muted, but creatures within them are not. For example, a backpack makes everything inside it invisible, etc. Cool. Do you have... I'm going to keep reading. If a creature is inside it, they can be seen and heard. Cool. Only one object can be affected by this at a time. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest or expend a spell slot of second higher to do it again. When you reach 10th level, you can affect larger objects. Okay, I like this a lot. I'm going to say two things. One, you should put language for if you make a backpack invisible and all the stuff all the stuff inside it is invisible, you should make language where if you take something out, it is not invisible anymore.
Yes.
So put in language for that. The other thing that I was going to say is I feel like you can only have one at a time, right? You said that.
Yes.
I don't know if you need to make this require concentration.
I don't think so. I think that's actually probably...
I would drop the concentration here.
Because at 10 level, you can make it... you can make large objects and also willing creatures.
Well, is that your... Okay, that I would probably drop just in general then. No offense. Or make that the 14th level feature. I would probably drop that.
Okay. Okay.
Because it's so by having it require concentration, you're so limited in the other things you can do as a bard, like immediately. And like it's a cool feature, but it's not so cool that I would pick it over most high level spells. But it's one that I could see using with other high level spells. So I feel like I would rather keep the no concentration and lose the turn a creature invisible thing.
One thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that if I choose large or larger objects, I have to spend a higher level spell slot?
I don't. I mean, that would make sense. I also, let me think. It becomes large at level 10, and then at 14 it becomes huge.
I'm unconvinced that that's a huge deal.
Yeah, I don't know if it is.
I think by the time that you're level 18, like, yeah, a second level spell slot is really passe, and it's probably not going to be a huge deal for you. But also, you've got so many other tools in your toolkit that, like, making the small house turn invisible is only going to be something that you do when it's so cool that I don't want you to not be able to do it. Right?
Okay.
Like, I think it's probably fine.
Yeah.
Imagine a ship.
Yeah. I was thinking about a blimp. And you just look like a bunch of people sort of standing, floating through the air.
Yeah.
Okay, make believer or believe maker. At 14th level, you can evoke the appearance of invisible objects that manage to trap others in the world of your imagination. As an action, you can choose an unoccupied space that you can see within a 30-foot range. You evoke a large or smaller object contained in a 5-foot in a space. It is invisible and must not be made of mineral substances such as metal or stone. What does that mean? You're going to need more clarification there. In which case the object can be no larger than medium-sized. Creatures or magic items can't be created with this feature. The object can't be deal damage or otherwise directly harm anyone. The evoked object lasts for a minute. Once used this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Okay, I am going to say that I understand what's going on here, but I think you should come up with something different. This is so similar to so many other class features. Like the creation bard gets a version of this, the illusion wizard gets this, the conjuration wizard gets this. Like summoning an object summoning an object, whether it's invisible or not, in a space is like, I feel like you should come up with something different for this feature. That seems like, I feel like it's been done.
Well, yeah. Okay, my other thought was making something like a state that, imagine this. Sorry. It's a show, like a show, and you move in a scenario and do things, invisible things, like a mime, and things start to happen to other creatures, like they are knocked prone, or they start flying, or you are going upstairs or something like that. That's my goal. So I was thinking that maybe a state that can produce some conditions.
You know what you could do? You could do something like almost like Big B's hand or Arcane Hand. But you could make it, I would say you could do something, you could basically make it so instead of it like being a hand that floats around, it can affect any number of creatures within a certain range of you and be invisible. So like you have a round of like, you pick every creature up and throw them into the air, or like make a wall or drag them or something like that. But basically like, you know, it's like they get caught in your invisible contraptions. But the way that I would express that mechanically is like you're either dragging them or smashing them, or throwing them, or things like that.
A list of effects, then you can choose for each creature.
Yeah, something like that. I think would make sense.
Yeah.
Because you're already
Yeah,
basically making lots of invisible stuff. Overall, I think it's pretty cool. I think that the only feature that I feel at all weird about, and I don't know why, is I don't love the way that Silent Arts is working right now. I get the idea of you are basically giving a creature a buff for a number of rounds equal to your Bardic Inspiration die. I just wish that there was, maybe I'm being too like I'm shooting too high, but I wish there was more of like an I don't know. I almost feel like Silent Arts and Stage Magic should kind of be the same feature. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Like where my head goes, it's like I'm like, I feel like it would make more sense for it to be like you can use a Bardic Inspiration die to either, make an object invisible in this way, or make a weapon or piece of armor invisible in this way. And if you make the weapon or armor invisible, it lasts a number of rounds equal to the Bardic Inspiration die. And if you do this way, maybe it lasts a number of minutes equal to the Bardic Inspiration die. That's where my head goes. Because I feel like they're sort of the same feature, right? You're kind of just making an object invisible.
I would kind of say that, Cinder, to that point that you just made, that they're sort of the same feature. I think that's more generally my thought on kind of the whole piece, is that it seems like there's this kind of core new condition, this muted condition, and this invisible object, quote, condition that you've come up with, and everything sort of, all roads lead back to those conditions. And I feel like in that way, there's almost something that's a little bit lost in the narrative structure of this thing, right? Like when I look at a subclass, a good subclass usually has generally three kind of, we call them tent poles sometimes when we're thinking about the structure of this, that are thematic, very strong kind of visuals that the class is capable of doing, that all complement each other, that all go build a thing together. And usually when you have something that's just kind of one note that you're repeating kind of over and over again, like this condition, you sort of lose the fiction that you're trying to sell. And so I to Cinder's point, I think there's an element of like 3 is pretty similar to 6, right? And then 14 is pretty similar to 6. We're just kind of doing the same thing over and over in slightly different ways. And I wonder if maybe there's an opportunity here to simplify where some of those things are happening, and then do maybe wholly different mechanical things that support this narrative in some of these other places.
The idea that comes to my mind of something that isn't really here yet that I think would be something like manifesting invisible objects for movement. Like, I love the idea of this character getting an ability where they can jump off a cliff and then go to grab a rope that isn't there, but then actually swing down safely, Like that's the kind of thing that I'm thinking of.
That kind of stuff. I think that kind of stuff is
but I think it's really fun so far, and I do like the idea a lot. I think conceptually also it's awesome. The idea of the mime bard is great. Oh, the only other thing that I wanted to say was I feel like you should make this bard, give them some ability to cast spells that require verbal components with doing something that is non-verbal, because you don't give them that. So technically this bard still needs to talk to cast Vicious Mockery. And I feel like they shouldn't have to do that. I feel like they should just be able to not do that. So think about that.
I will add that. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Guys, big round of applause for our champion whose brother was yelling about Coruscant. Apparently it's not a place. It's some fucking guy. But I thought it was a place.
It means heart. So you technically been there. You've been in all of your heart.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord Almighty.
Nice.
And that's make you for living. Goodbye.
That
Yeah,
took
I'm hanging-
so much
I-
setup.
I hung up on him. I have no. Yeah. Okay, fine. I can acknowledge it. I can admit it when I get a little wrecked.
Game recognizes game here, I think. God. Well done. Goodness gracious.
These are the eyes of defeat.
Hold on, are you zoomed in on? Yeah, you are.
I was.
Stream. Cool.
Pat, you liked my new video?
Yeah, man. Anybody who is watching chat currently and hasn't made the approximately 9 minutes and 15 seconds that it takes to watch Cinder's new video, please go do it. It is excellent. Obviously, we listen to Cinder talk all the time. It is really well worded. It is really well put, really compellingly put. But also, just as somebody who also makes, kind of content, audio, video content, like the editing is really tight. It's really, really good. The music selection is excellent. Like I got genuine chills a couple of times at points where like a good line hit on a good video clip, hit on a good beat in the music. It's just a good video.
Thank you. It was fun to make. It just took a million years.
Yeah.
I hope it gets some views. Like 3 weeks.
So
it was
too.
like 3 weeks. Longer than 3 weeks, but it was like not working on it super actively the whole time.
Sure. But yeah, it should get some views because everybody in here should go make sure that they view it.
We'll see. We'll see if they do.
Well, no. YouTube tracks you.
Oh boy, it's snug. Snug like a bug in a rug. Tug. I don't
You know what snug spelled backwards is, Cinder?
Guns.
Yep. I didn't have a joke. I just recognized that was the case for the
These are
first
my
time.
guns. I would show the. I would show more, but I don't want to get TOS'd. These guys have weapons of mass destruction under these sleeves.
True.
I feel strange putting this out there, but you inspired me in your last stream. I want to practice making my ideas more weird and just seeing what sticks and what doesn't. I am so curious what we're going to look at. What does that mean? If this is the Cleric of Pain
Ooh.
by Snug.
Okay. Are we going to learn something about you tonight, Snug?
Does Snug want to come on stream? They do not. Okay.
Okay.
Pain domain.
Link in the
Welcome to the pain train. Chicka chicka, choo choo. All aboard, etc.
All right, let's see how it goes.
We get Ensnaring Strike, Inflict Wounds. Inflict Wounds is the most important spell that this class needs to get. We get Enthrall, Tasha's... Oh, this is definitely that kind of domain.
Yeah,
Tasha's Mind Whip, Life Transference, Fear, Death Ward, Staggering Smite, Dominate Person, Synaptic Static. All these feel pretty solid to me.
I mean, I am going to say Enthrall and Dominate Person both feel like we are getting a very specific flavor of pain, and that's actually good, right? Like, it's the ones that don't just do the straight damage that tell us a little bit about what this thing is. So, well done.
Yeah, it's not necessarily pain. It might be like pain, you know?
Yeah,
Bow
where's the
chicken,
italics?
wow, wow, etc. Bonus
So loud
proficiencies.
in my ear.
I'm sorry. Through your devotion to Loviatar, the mistress of pain, you have learned to wield whips with mastery and precision. Whips now count as simple weapons for you. I think you can just say you gain proficiency in whips.
Yeah, you can't change the class of weapon that a weapon counts as, but you can give proficiency in it.
Also, I love these unusual pauses.
The Mr. Cinder, I got a question for you. How do we feel
Yeah.
about single deity domains in cleric subclasses?
I am fine with it.
No choices.
I am fine
Okay.
with it. Yeah, I don't care.
All right.
If I was gonna, if somebody said, "Hey, can I be this?" and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" and they'd be like, "I don't care. I just like the mechanics," and I'd be like, "Sweet."
100%. Okay, I accept. Also, I gotta say, Soze in chat like minutes ago set up a why is everybody always making subclasses? Why can't somebody make a dom class joke? And it just paid off for them in a big way. Carry on.
Soze, you win the prize. You get the power of I change for you. I
There you
change
go.
for you. You get now we're a fish again. Not everybody gets the fish. Some people get the eye. Okay. This power is 100% flavor. This is not a good power, but that's fine. It's good flavor. If we want to make you getting a whip good, we're going to have to give you some ways to do good stuff with it later. We do get smite and strike, which fit, but let's keep going. Allure the Torment, first level. Loviatar's blessing courses through your being, empowering you to beckon others into its enticing embrace. As an action, I'm going to burp. As an action, a number of willing creatures equal to your wisdom modifier can move with you during your turn. Creatures who use this movement do not provoke opportunity attacks. However, each creature benefiting from this feature must end their movement closer to an enemy than they would otherwise be. I think this feature is very interesting. I think you need to clarify what moves with you during your turn means. Does that mean they can use their full movement speed? Does that mean that they have to be moving like you? If you move 30 feet forward, they have to move 30 feet forward. We need clarification on what that means.
Yeah.
And I don't think you should be able to use this feature infinitely. Right now, it is an action to use with with a limitlessness to it. So I would make it proficiency bonus times per long rest, probably.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I would also say that if you are going to make it limited, and maybe just in general, grant this as additional movement to the targets, right? You're already getting a little bit of a negative on they have to end closer to an enemy than they were when they started.
It's not a negative for me, Barbarian.
True. Don't get me wrong. I think it's situationally extremely useful, but it's a risk, right? You're already putting a little bit of a downside in there. I think that if it was limited use and cost them their movement, and they had to put themselves into harm's way, that's overly restricted for being worth the action. I think that stops being the most valuable at that point. So I would say they gain additional movement for this.
Yeah. Cool. I like it though. It is not that strong. I'm going to say this. This is medium strong. That's not bad. The thing that I would add, if I was going to add something, if you're going to make this limited use, you could make it so maybe they deal a little extra damage on the first attack they do on their next turn. It could be like damage. I would say like maybe you can, like just like a D6, something like that. That might make it too strong. I don't know.
D6 is probably a lot because number of creatures up to your wisdom modifier could be a fair amount. Maybe it could just be +1, right, or something small.
Maybe I'm overthinking it.
Maybe, yeah. I honestly, I think it's okay that it isn't the strongest because it's different in a way that there's not really anything that gives you a ready.
You know what? Somebody just said something so interesting.
What's up?
Josiah, aka Brick.
Yeah.
He mentioned they deal extra damage. What if it was this? What if it was you do this action and you choose those creatures, and each creature that you use it on takes 1d4 damage, and then gets to use this feature, and then they get some oomph on top of their next attack. So it's literally like you're dominatrixing them.
Driving them into the enemy. Yeah.
Think about it. All right.
Interesting.
Channel Divinity Pain Weaver's Aura. Your unwavering commitment to spreading Loviatar's love has granted you her blessing. You transform seething pain inflicted upon you into an experience for all to enjoy. As an action, you present your holy symbol, and an aura emanates from you. For the next minute, you gain the following benefits. Creatures that deal damage to you causes you... What? Any creature that deals damage to you causes you to radiate feelings of pain from your body. Creatures within 10 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they suffer psychic damage equal to half the amount of damage you took, rounded down.
That first sentence needs to just be, whenever you take damage, comma, creatures within 10 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw, period. On a failed save, they suffer psychic damage equal to half the amount of the damage you took rounded down. Also, there's no reason for this to be a bullet point.
Yeah, this should not be a bullet point. Also, I think the damage is too high if it lasts a minute, and it's all creatures within 10 feet of you.
This should just be a reaction. How many channel divinities do you get? A couple? This should be a reaction.
No.
Whenever you take
If it was a reaction, I think it would need to be stronger. I think it could be a minute. I think the damage just needs to be like they take damage equal to half your cleric level, maybe 1d6 plus half your cleric level.
Listen, I think this is just down to an opinion thing, and I'd take it in the other direction. I would take it down into, as a reaction, whenever you take damage, you can do this, and 10 feet of you wisdom save, they take the same amount of damage, and then half on a success, right?
Yeah. I see it.
Either way is totally good. It's just it's an opinion thing. I think you got to take it's middle ground right now. You got to take it one direction or the other.
They'll trust you more than me, Patrick.
Why do you say that?
Because they know my face.
Oh, that's true. Nobody knows what I look like.
You have the trust of anonymity.
I'm actually that fish thing.
All right, I'm this guy running down the hallway. Here I come. I'm gonna get you. Okay. Let's look at level 6.
Yeah,
Loviatar's Ecstasy. As Loviatar's delight courses through you stronger than ever, you have fully embraced her teaching. In this profound acceptance of pain, you can no longer gain resistance or immunity to any damage source. Whoa! Curiouser and curiouser.
That's weird.
It is, but I want to know where we're taking it. Let's ride this train. Furthermore, this profound connection to pain permeates your abilities. After a creature is dealt damage by your Pain Weaver's aura, they lose all resistances to damage types until the start of their next turn. Okay, so I'm going to say something here. I love where this train is starting, but I want to suggest an alternative for where it goes. What if you don't get resistance or immunity to any damage? And what if nothing is resistant or immune to your damage?
That's so much better. And I think that solves my problem here, which is that I don't love tying things to channel divinities because they are such a limited resource. I feel like channel divinities should be good enough to be their own consumed resource, and that's the ballgame. For this feature to be contingent upon my channel divinities, it is now a second order gated feature, and I don't love that. I think it's totally fine to just say nothing can be resistant to damage that you do.
Dragonos says it seems a little strong. Milk Boy says then damage type doesn't matter. I suppose you could limit it somewhat. Like you could pick damage types that matter. But I feel like for a cleric specifically, damage type really doesn't matter that much. Your most powerful spells as a cleric deal radiant damage. Nothing is resistant to radiant damage anyway, except for Celestials, and you're never fighting Celestials. So I feel like it actually is not going to be a giant change. It's just going to let you sort of decide you can hurt things however you want. Chat, am I wrong?
I like it. I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting enough that I would want to try to playtest it some instead of theory mongering around it, because it is cool, right? And it feels good on the page. Just universally, things aren't resistant to damage that you do. Feels good on the page.
Yeah. There's some symmetry there, too. We all like some symmetry. I like a good asymmetrical battle, an asymmetrical story, but when it comes to creations with mechanics, when we're engineering, we want a little slice of symmetry. All right. Divine Strike is Divine Strike, and it's about Divine Strike. Let's see what we get at 17th level. Wrathful Symphony. Your command of pain becomes an orchestrating force, guiding the movements and attacks of those.
So sorry, I had a thought on Divine Strike.
Yeah.
Divine Strike is psychic damage. Do we feel like that's appropriate? I always like to check this.
I understand the logic of psychic damage, but I also think it could literally be any. You could just make it piercing, slashing.
Yeah. Fair enough.
You could even say, you know what you could even do if you wanted to lean in? You could give them options. You could be like, it deals piercing, slashing, or bludgeoning damage, your choice. Because it's like you are so good at pain that you can like manipulate the type of strikes you're doing.
I really like that, and I really like that it's if you pick those options and you have a way to nullify resistances, it doesn't matter that it's non-magical because you're nullifying the resistances.
And there are creatures that are affected by different of those types differently.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's another like it's more of a flavor thing than anything else.
Yeah.
Have you heard of a Wrathful Symphony?
I heard somebody talking about it a minute ago, but
some fucking idiot probably. Your command of pain becomes an orchestrating force, guiding the movements and attacks of those who have succumbed to its allure. After a creature benefits from your Allure of Torment feature, it can make a single melee attack against a creature. If this creature hits, the stricken creature must use its action next turn to make a melee attack against the creature that attacked it. Okay, so this ties back to the first level feature, which is like make people run. And I actually feel like this kind of works okay if this is infinite in use. I mean, it's a 17th level feature. I'm okay with it. I feel like you don't need the second part if you don't want. Making it so every single person on your team gets an extra attack around is like pretty strong on its own. I do wonder though if it would. I do. There's part of me that feels like we're missing the like. I just send a blast of pain around me that just like crushes people. Maybe we don't need that.
Yeah, I don't know that that's the right finale either, because that feels almost a little too obvious. But I do agree with you that like this feels a little anticlimactic for reasons that I'm actually having a very hard time articulating. Right? Like it
because it's not a big flashy new thing. It's taking a thing that we've had since level 1 and is making it a basically better version.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's like on paper it feels like a little bump to first level, even though it is a mechanically
it's a very strong bump, but flavor wise it's not super evocative.
Yeah, and so I think I don't know. I mean, it's space to improve. There's nothing wrong with it, but it could be. I think there's.
It's a really interesting subclass, though. You said this was Snug. This doesn't feel like a crazy subclass. This is like a really solid piece, man. If you feel like this is your crazier stuff, then I would say keep making crazier stuff.
Yeah, keep going. Absolutely, certifiably insane.
Yeah, fun. Boop. Snug like a bug in a rug on a drug. You know?
That he is. That they be.
Oh, fracked. That was a good one. Fracked, are you wanting to come on stream? I saw you in the chat.
Fracked has waved.
You do not want to come on stream. That's fine. Glyph trap. My goal was to create a trap that could be used at any level. Still working on the mechanical language to clear and easy to understand. Thanks. Did I read that sentence right? Still working on making the mechanical language clear and easy to understand. Okay.
Yep.
Glyph trap. It's a glyph in a trap. Glyph trap. Who would have thought? Is a glyph trap. There we go. There we go. Ooh, I like the art that you picked. Very fun art. Although it is I feel like it's a bummer that we don't see the guy's head here. It's an awkward place for it to be cropped. But you probably my guess is you were trying to align it and it was like fuck the size of the page cuts off weirdly here. I've been in that spot before. If you can fit in with the whole head, you should. Okay. Glyph of Utter Darkness. A magical trap. Trigger. Hey, can I pause for a second? Anybody at home that is like, how do I format stuff? This is really nice because they've got art, they've done all this stuff, but putting away all of that, just look at this. Just look at the words. Mm-hmm. Name in bold, what it is in little italics, everything written out with like very clear, where, how do I tell what triggers this trap? Oh, there's a big bold trigger here. But what does the trap do? Oh, it says effects. Yeah, but what if is it just one effect? Oh no, it's probably two because there's two paragraphs, or at least there's going to be a difference here. It's like very clear. It's very easy to read. I don't need to take a note.
I really like the countermeasures.
I haven't gotten to them yet, but I believe that they
Well, no, I
exist.
mean I like the format of the countermeasures.
Oh yes,
like
yes, for sure.
I like calling them countermeasures because it's not just the DC to dismantle it, right? Like this is very, very.
And it makes it more dynamic.
Yep.
Dynamism.
Yep. We love it.
Dynamo.
Love it.
Even.
Dynamite.
Dynamo, Dynamite, Dino what is the name? Dino Harvey, Curly, Mo, Larry. Okay.
Larry, definitely.
Trigger.
Larry.
The trap activates when a source of bright light comes within 15 feet of the glyph. Effect. A black streak of energy travels from the glyph to the source of light. This extinguishes non-magical light as well as light created by spells of second level or lower. Each creature within 30 feet of the glyph must succeed on a DC 15 wisdom save or be cursed. While cursed, the creature sees dim light as if it were darkness and bright light as if it were dim light. The curse lasts for 1 hour or until removed by the remove curse spell. That is a very fun trap.
No notes. No notes. Got it in one.
The imagery is really cool. Like the imagery of you're walking through a dungeon, and like this streak of darkness, like it looks like it's coming at you, but it hits your torch and just snuffs it out. That's really cool.
And then there's a moment of like, it is actually just very dark, so no one realizes that they've been cursed until they get out of the cave or the dungeon, and they're like, why does it look like night all the time?
Yeah.
It's really good.
I want to make a suggestion that you can also very easily upscale this by simply raising the level of the spell that that it can stop. Like a more powerful version of this could stop any magical light of 4th level or lower, or 5th level or lower, or whatever. Countermeasures. Those who openly wear holy symbols to Zahir. Zahir? You know why it's Zahir? Because they can't see. So Zahir. Get it?
No, I really don't. I'm trying.
Well,
Chat,
it's
help me out
dark,
here.
so you can't see.
Oh, God.
I guess you could smell. You could probably, touch, feel,
Stupid.
something, the fabric of our lives. You remember that? Remember that commercial? The touch, the feel, the cotton, the fabric of our lives. Okay, anyway, if you've got a holy symbol of Zahir, you're safe. Detect magic. The detect magic spell or a successful DC 15 wisdom check reveals the presence of the glyph. Okay. A successful DC 15 religion check enables a creature to destroy the trap by defacing the glyph. Okay. Failing this check causes the trap to activate. I like that. And a successful dispel magic also destroys the trap. Cool. Cool.
That's great.
I like this a lot. The only thing that I would say as earnest feedback is I have no idea what Zahir is, and it might be a D&D god. I do think that you could expand this out to, like, deities of light. Like, I feel like Palor, Radiant Flame, all that kind of stuff.
Darkness is the theme. So,
The Dawn Father.
Zahir is the 1T, I looked it up, is the 1T god of darkness. Analogous
so it's the opposite.
The opposite. So deities of darkness.
Deities of darkness. Hey, Nico. Hey, not to unearth some forbidden arcana, but have you browsed TG before? What do you think about it? I don't know what that is. So I'm going to say no. I don't know what that is. Never heard of it. Tiger Gant. I've spent a lot of time on Tiger Gant. Let me tell you, too much Tiger, not enough Gant.
Seems right. Seems correct.
Cool. I really like Glyph of Utter Darkness. Also, thank you, Nico, for the 10. That's very generous. Very, very generous. Did I say thank you already? I don't fucking know.
You're the best, Nico.
Traditional game boards. Oh, I like traditional games. I don't like Monopoly. I like Stratego.
I'm kind of mid on boards though, you know?
I like Settlers of Catan. That's my favorite board game. I will fuck
It's a
you
good
up
board
in
game.
it. I am the sheep king. I am the master of sheep,
All right,
and
so-
all shall bow down. Oh, sheep, they're so useless. They don't do anything. Well, guess what? I got the sheep port. Suddenly, my sheep can trade for goods and services of all shapes, sizes, and alignments. Oh, what's that? Oh, you have 4 cities? That's cute. I have 10 development cards. You have no idea the power that I can unleash upon this board, upon the backs of wool and cloven hoof.
Emily is going to really enjoy getting to play Catan when you come hang out, because
I'm a deviant. I will say, Patrick.
I don't really play board games. So.
I am. Well, you'll have to play with us because it's not a 2-player.
I
game.
will.
I am a wolf in. I'm going to say this to you now, and you will remember it, but I will make you forget while we're playing. You will remember, and then you'll forget again. Yeah. I am a wolf in sheep's clothing with Settlers of Catan. I am. You know who I am? I am. I think I am the definition of. You know how there's like chaotic evil and it's like stupid evil?
Yeah.
I am smart evil in Catan because I will be your best friend. I will make every deal that you want. I will help you, and I will actually help you. But I will only help you because I know that I am slowly growing faster than you. Because as you build your towers and your bridges and your churches to your false idols, I shall be riding the coast on a wave of sheep, slowly mowing over your fields and your lands until it all is just cotton, not cotton, just wool forever. Anyway, Settlers of Catan is a lot of fun.
It is. It's a very good game.
It's fun because half the game is played by just like talking to each other and being like, so you want to trade some 2 sheep for a wool? And they're like, why? And you're like, don't fucking worry about it. And then you're like, I am worried about it. And then you just do that forever. Hey, Tradozio. I humbly submit the Monk Way of the Swift for a review tonight. It isn't very long, so it'll be a quick one, pun intended. Ha ha! Thank you for, I don't know what that was, I apologize. Thank you for all the help on my subclasses. I believe I've improved greatly already. You probably have. Listen, we are all happy to have you. And I am the only one that gets to consume your soul. We are going to page 22. Check this out. Table of contents, bitch.
Page 22? This is so much homebrew.
Yeah, but he's got a table of contents, so I don't care. If you didn't have a table of contents, I'd be like, get the hell out of my house.
This is very well formatted. Thank you.
Also, can I just say for folks that are like, ooh, let's every night, listen, nobody should feel bad about the things they can and can't do. But when somebody brings something really exciting to the table, it's worth pointing out. And guys, Tradozio made this art. This is their art. It's pretty cool.
Jesus. Oh, that's awesome.
It's pretty cool. Dude, the table of contents is clutch. I still don't know how to use it, and I'll never learn, but I will judge you for not using it because I hold you to a higher standard than I hold myself to because I am a hypocrite.
Do you want me to teach you and you'll probably forget, but chat will learn?
No, not right now. You can teach me off stream so that no one learns.
All right, fine.
All right, let's see what we're working with here. This is the Way of the Swift. I bet it's going to be, this is my guess. My guess is that it's going to be all about dripping little lines. Because he always got all these little lines shooting off of him.
That seems right. One thing right away is that there's no flavor text for this subclass specifically, which I think is fine. I think that's always optional. But I would say that unless you mean Swift the bird, Way of the Swift is just kind of a little bit of an awkward title because Swift is usually, not always, but usually an adjective, and swiftness is the noun. And Way of Swiftness is obviously that doesn't feel good to.
What about the Swift and the Dead? Isn't that the name of something?
It is, and so you can do it, right? Like if it's referring to Way of the Swift, meaning Way of the Swift implied people, you can do it, but like a little bit of flavor text may help reinforce that. There's a little bit of clunkiness here that you could stand to clean up if you really wanted to.
trying to think of a good rhyme for something I want to say, but I can't think of it, so I just have to save that joke until I can think of a good rhyme. Rapid reflexes. Beginning at 3rd level, you can give yourself a bonus to your initiative rolls equal to your wisdom modifier. I think that's good. I also think you can just change this. This is the same feature that the swashbucklers have, but the opposite. Swashbucklers can add their charisma modifier to their initiative, and I would just copy that language. I think it probably is very similar, but it might be different. I would just look at that language and make sure it's copied from that because it's the same feature. They wrote it right. Let's keep going. While you're not wearing armor or a shield, you can use a bonus action on your turn to replicate the effects of the Zephyr Strike spell. You can only do so a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Don't say you can only, just say you can. Regaining expended uses when you finish a long rest. Once you are out of uses, you can expend a key point to activate this ability again. Zephyr Strike. What is Zephyr? So Zephyr Strike does
Zephyr
two...
Strike is... You give yourself advantage on one weapon attack roll on your turn. The attack deals an extra d8 force damage. On a hit or miss, you increase your walking speed by 30 feet. You also don't provoke opportunity attacks. So, thematically really good. That's a lot of casting of a 1st level spell at third level. That's, what, 2 plus however many key points you choose? So up to 5 casts of a 1st level spell?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little bit too many.
Mm-hmm.
I probably would either just limit it to proficiency bonus times per long rest, or make it a part of using Flurry of Blows.
I don't know that I agree. Yeah, I would maybe do it that way. I would maybe not give you the Zephyr Strike. I would maybe instead, when you use Flurry of Blows, you gain a walking speed of some kind, plus you don't provoke opportunity attacks, which is
The Drunken Master. So here's the problem. This is
that a
very similar to what the Drunken Master gets at 3rd level.
Yeah.
So the Drunken Master, whenever you use Flurry of Blows, you get disengage and you get 10 extra feet of walking speed.
Oh, yeah, there you go. So
which
that
is basically a weaker version of Zephyr Strike.
Yep.
But it does, even though it's just a weaker version of Zephyr Strike, it still is doing the same thing that Zephyr Strike is doing. So I think that you should play around with coming up with something that is more distinctly different. The initiative thing is solid, but I would drop this feature and I would try to figure out another way to represent speed, and I would tie it to using your key points. I would not make it a proficiency bonus times a day feature because this is already a pretty strong feature.
Yeah, I think that's right. And tied to use your key points could be it costs key, or it could be when you use something that consumes key. Like, for example, when you do Step of the Wind.
Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I was just saying there are other things than Flurry that use key. So
Step of the Wind, yes.
Buffing Step of the Wind could be a really good way to represent this, honestly.
Yeah. Maybe when you use Step of the Wind, you can make 1 melee attack, so you basically can still make 3 attacks a turn and do Step of the Wind.
That's really good. That's small, but very powerful in the long run. It reopens up that 3rd bonus action attack.
Mm-hmm.
That would be really cool.
We're going to look at the 6th level feature, but regardless of the 6th level feature, we're just talking about the 3rd level feature because you have to make it different because we said so. Okay, maneuverability, 6th level. You are capable of quickly weaving in attacks while repositioning or defending yourself. When you use your action to take the dash, disengage, or dodge action, you can make 1 unarmed attack as a part of the same action. Okay, great. Change that so it's the 3rd level feature and come up with something new here. In addition, when you use Patient Defense or Step of the Wind, you can make 1 attack or unarmed attack as part of the same action. Yeah, so I would probably make this. the 3rd level feature.
Yeah, that's also not, funnily enough, that's nowhere near powerful enough for a 6th level feature.
And then, yeah, I mean, this is fine, but I think you could also probably do some other weird stuff. I mean, the thing is, monks are already really quick, so I'm just trying to think of what else you could add to the pool to make it feel more quick.
I honestly, if we don't get a casting of Steel Wind Strike off of this, I'm going to be asking some questions.
We don't get a casting of Steel Wind Strike off of this.
I have some questions. My questions are in order. Why?
Hasten. Let me guess. We're gonna cast haste. At 11th level, while you are not wearing armor or shield, you can expend 4 key points as an action on your turn to replicate the effects of the haste spell, targeting yourself. You do not suffer the ill effects of the spell when the effect ends. Okay, this is fine, but also we're tying back into the same thing that we were bumping into with the mime bard, where you're not giving us alternative ways to represent speed. You're just doing more of the same speed stuff. I think
legitimately, yeah.
I think that I think it's worth thinking about other ways that you could interpret what does it mean to be quick and how you could do stuff with speed other than haste. Haste feels too obvious, and it's also like we're doing things that just feel like it already.
Yeah. Legitimately, look at Steel Wind Strike. I feel like that is a really cool way to get this anime like pew, 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 pew vibe that you're shooting for, in a way that is mechanically distinct from go fast.
Blistering Speed. At 17th level, you can expend 2 key points as a bonus action to activate one of the effects. You teleport to any position you can see within range equal to your movement speed. As a part of this bonus action, you can reduce your movement speed by 20 feet and make an unarmed strike. This reduction can be repeated until attempting to do so would reduce your speed to 0. This movement speed reduction lasts until the end of your next turn. For example, a monk with a 60-foot movement speed can reduce their movement speed by 60 feet and make 3 additional unarmed strikes. Their movement speed becomes 0 until the end of their next turn. This is interesting. I'm wondering if this is the best way to express this. So basically the idea is you can give up leg speed for arm speed is kind of what is like the nutshell of it here. How do you feel like this is the way to, I feel like mechanically I'm into it mechanically.
Sure. I think the way to
structurally
to
I'm questioning
this, I think the way to represent this is to constrain the optionality a little bit, especially when you've got stuff like tip, this extra movement granted by the dash action can't be reduced to, et cetera, right? Like, I think it's you can pull from Tasha's here. Tasha's has a rogue feature called Steady Aim. I don't have it up in front of me, but it reads something to the effect of, if you have not moved on this turn, you can use your bonus action to get advantage on your attack on this turn, and then your movement speed is 0 for the rest of the turn. I think you could take that structure and say, if you have not moved on this turn, you can use your bonus action to gain a number of additional attacks equal to your movement speed divided by 20. You then have a movement speed of 0 for the rest of this turn.
But then you can't do the thing where you use a little bit of your movement.
I think that's part of the problem, is that that's just clunky. Right?
I like it though. Like I want it to work.
If you think it's worth keeping, you can say something to the effect of, as part of this bonus action, you can gain an extra melee weapon attack by reducing your move speed by 20 feet. And that is kind of what they say, right? Like, and then you just need all of the extra language around how you do and don't hem that in, because move speed is big and complicated, and there's not good language.
So here's where my thought process is.
Yeah.
A bonus at level 20 or at level 17, you can use a bonus action and spend a key point to make 2 attacks. You're losing those 2 attacks if you use this feature. So if you spend 2 key points to use this feature, to use that bonus action, you have to minimum sacrifice 40 feet of movement to get up to the same number of attacks that you would have had if you just use 1 key point to use Flurry of Blows.
Flurry of Blows is only unarmed.
What is that?
This is only unarmed.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, this is the same thing. So there's an element of like, there's a power balance that's there that feels a little off. So I would, you gotta have to think about how you want to do that a little bit. Here's what I know you don't like tying stuff to Flurry of Blows, but you could tie this to Flurry of Blows, where you could say, in addition, or you could say, when you spend a key point to activate your Flurry of Blows feature, you can...
Well, you can't do that. You can't do that if you're doing the bonus action to get teleportation.
No, that's why I think we just. I think we did. I think we don't need. I don't think we need the teleportation thing.
Yeah, it's doing a lot of the same for sure.
I would say this is what I would do for. You could do. I would do one of two things. One, you could say when you use Step of the Wind, you can just teleport to wherever you want to be, within range. And then you could also say when you use Flurry of Blows, you can sacrifice the rest of your movement on that turn to gain additional attacks equal to the amount of movement sacrificed divided by 20 or something like that. So if you have 40 feet left of your movement and then use Flurry of Blows, you get 2 more attacks. So you basically can run around before you choose to activate it, and then you lose the rest of your movement.
Is it always the rest of your movement, or do we need to?
I would do it that way. That's just unless you want to like dance with the devil in the cold moonlight.
I think that's it. I think that's easier. Is whenever you use your Flurry of Blows, you can gain extra attacks equal to your remaining movement divided by 20. Your remaining movement then becomes 0.
Yeah. I think the idea is pretty solid, though. I mean, listen, everybody wants to be a speedster. Here's the thing. It's really hard to do a speedster well in D&D because D&D is not intended to account for shockingly big speeds, at least not over big ranges. But this is a nice way of starting to go in that direction, and I really like a lot of the stuff that is going on here. Round of applause for Tredozio. Kaladin says, hey, can you help me with my character? Right now we are reviewing Homebrew. But if you want to, in my Discord, there's plenty of people that are super down to help with character stuff. If you're nice. I talk about character stuff sometimes, but not right now. Unless you can tell me what your character is. Maybe I'll have some ideas. Let me know. I might have a thought. If you write it in the chat and it seems interesting and worth talking about for a couple minutes. Some dude Wilson.
He's back again. We knew this day would come.
He's back. I want to be a big mace wielding dude. Who do I pick? You pick Barbarian and you never turn back. Or you pick Paladin, you never turn back. Or you pick Fighter and you never turn back. Or you like try a strength-based Ranger. Cleric. Or you try like like maybe you go Forged Cleric. You got a lot of options.
Pretty much any class could be a mace wielder other than the ones that just don't
wield maces.
Can't wield maces, yeah.
Here's another Urkias-themed creature to potentially pad out the monster diversity in that one-shot I've talked about. This one, I had to invent a whole cloth instead of adapting it. But I think it's still fairly thematically cohesive. You had to invent it whole cloth. You didn't have to invent a cloth. I was going to say, what kind of cloth did you invent?
That seems like a lot, inventing a whole cloth.
I would be I'd happy to get a shirt.
Oh, that's a disquieting image that my brain took way too long to parse.
What?
The little thing in the upper right hand.
Yeah, he's our home. They'll get him. He's just living his best life.
He's a crawler, and that's a good word for it.
I think he's cute.
Looks kind of like an enemy from Link to the Past.
This is the size of a person, also.
I'm unsettled. Go on.
Hi, unsettled. I'm Cinder.
True.
Do you like my joke?
It's a classic. Again, we're in that well-worn path.
I don't know any other path to trod. You know that Robert Frost poem? You know, there's 2 paths, and I picked the one less walked, and I'm glad I did.
Sure, yeah.
Fuck that guy. He was hurting some indigenous wildlife.
Probably.
I much prefer his poem that's about walking in a lonely wood at night. You know that one?
Yeah.
With his horse, and he's just looking at the quiet snow, and he's like, I got a long way to go, and it's quiet. And it's just like that quiet time of night when the world's asleep, but you're still awake, and you got things to do. Yeah, I don't know. That poem is my brain half the time. Okay. Urkias Crawler, medium aberration, neutral evil, armor class 17, hit points 72. Beefy little chunker, isn't he? Little thick boy. THICC. Speed 25 feet. Very weak.
Yeah.
It's a mush ball.
That's weird. That's interesting.
It's weird It is weird to have such armor and such weakness. It actually has horrible stats for a CR6 monster.
All right. Well, listen. We'll go into this with an open mind.
Open mind, open heart, open butt. I don't know. Sorry about that. I don't know where that came from. Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks / poison. It's resistant to piercing, slashing, and acid. So it's resistant to all piercing and slashing, magical or non-magical. That's interesting. It's immune to poison and charmed. It's vulnerable to bludgeoning damage from magical attacks. So if you got a magic hammer, you can squish this little baby. You can squish him up. Crystal armor. It has 50 hit points of crystal armor. Oh, so it has a lot of hit points. 72 plus 50 is
Good Lord.
122.
122.
Is that a lot for a CR6 monster? That doesn't actually seem crazy for a CR6 monster. That's not low, but it's not that high.
It's not insane, but it's pretty high.
It's pretty
I feel
high.
like CR6 is usually in the like 90s.
Yeah. Okay. When a creature takes damage, when this creature takes damage, up to 5 hit points of that damage are taken by its crystal armor. Any damage above this threshold continues to the creature's hit points. Have you seen these things before, Patrick? Is this the first time you're seeing this mechanic?
No. You've done this in at least one thing we've worked on for Waste.
Well, this is a little different. This is not a damage threshold per se. This is like a armor like these 50. This is not a damage threshold. This is a damage threshold that goes down with these hit points. So they're not even temporary hit points. So like if I hit you for 17 damage, it loses 5 armor and 12 hit points.
Oh, that is a little different. So it legitimately like 5 hit points in the team of it. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, so I've seen it. The way that I've seen it has been done a little bit more like there's an outer shell, and that outer shell has a certain number of hit points, and when it's broken, then it's broken. This is a little bit more of like it's damage reduction, but a pool of damage reduction.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. The reason why I'm asking is because I like it a lot.
It's cool.
It's pretty unique, but I genuinely don't know if I like this wording, and I'm not sure if it's just because it's different and I'm just not used to it, or if there's a way that would be better to word it. And I felt that way about it the last time I read it. I still feel that way about it.
Somebody said in chat that you could theoretically, this is slightly different mechanically, but it's close, which is this thing gets 5 temporary hit points per round for 10 rounds.
It just doesn't feel the same, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely different.
And also I'll note that I don't remember if you were here for that, but this is basically the same mechanic that the horror has.
Yeah, just
so
different
I wanted
numbers.
to keep that consistent theme.
No, I like the mechanic a lot. I just genuinely I don't know. This is what I'm going to suggest. I'm going to suggest an out of the box idea. Well, it's not out of the box, but I really like this, but I genuinely think that you should put this mechanic, however it's written, away for like a couple days and then look at it with fresh eyes and rewrite it. Not to see it, not that it's wrong, but see, because I do feel like there's a better way to write this. I just don't know what it is yet.
Note that didn't look at it for several days and then come back and rewrote it is like basically what happened here.
Okay.
Like
fair.
I wrote this today.
What color? What happens when you touch this thing? What does it feel like?
It feels like.
Is it jelly or is
like
it
crystal.
is it crystal?
It's a crystal.
Okay.
It has crystal armor.
I feel like it might be more like sometimes gushers look like they're crystals, but they're jelly. I think it might be more like a gusher. I think it might be more like a gusher. Just saying.
I think, admittedly, by the original
look at the
lore
core
and functionality of Urchius, theoretically it could be vaguely gusher-like, but
what if frozen gusher?
We're conceding the gusher point on this one.
Like technically, the material that it's formed of can be liquefied.
Gush
that is a thing that happens on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Within the original setting.
Yeah, it can, and filled with a watermelon tart sauce. No? Okay. Multi-attack. It uses Thermal Beam twice and then makes a Plasma Eruption once. Thermal Beam, plus 4 to hit, 4d8 fire damage, and then plasma eruption. It fires beams of plasma from its core in a 30-foot line that is 2 feet wide. Each creature in that line must make a DC 14 Dex saving throw, taking 27 lightning damage on a failed save or half as much on a success. The feedback from this attack causes Urkarus to take 5 lightning damage. Why does this thing have such bad numbers?
I'm not 100% certain what you mean.
Look at this little number, this little 4. This little +4 to hit. It's so little. Why is it +4?
So I wanted it to be +4. And I have.
But it's a
several
CR6 monster,
-1
and it's a CR6 monster with 122 hit points. It's never gonna hit. Like
This is fair.
like it's never gonna hit. This is the same. This is Cobalt attacks.
It's
I'll
very
just
low.
make them all con based then, I think.
I mean, you could also just up a stat that you feel like you want to be tied to it. It doesn't if you don't want them to be that sentient, just make it wisdom. Even dumb creatures have high wisdom.
Well, I mean, wisdom will result in the current bonuses that it has right now.
Well, then what I'm saying is make the wisdom higher. Like you could just make
I
it
guess I
have.
could do that,
You could make
right?
it have
I
a
feel like it'd
wisdom
make
of
more sense to
14 or
just-
something.
Use Constitution.
Yeah, you could also do that. But yeah, this thing should have a +5 or a +6 to hit,
Yeah,
or
that makes sense.
+7.
I'd say +6 or +7 probably.
Because otherwise, it's
Let's
just a
read the-
meat sponge that doesn't do much.
Well, let's see what the plasma eruption does because there might be something there.
I read the plasma eruption.
Oh,
You were
God, I blanked
zoning out.
I was zoning out because I was trying to do a draft of the crystal armor, which I dropped in chat. Some dude, just to make sure that you
Yes.
saw that. You can think about whether or not that's good.
I don't know if it's bad. It's a different way to say the same thing, but I
Yeah.
don't know if it's better per se.
Yeah,
It is.
it's a tough one.
The other thing that you might want to look at, I mean, it reminds me of the aberration. Yeah, it's just different. I don't know which one I like more. Things to think about. I do think though that that's the main thing. It's got to have higher numbers, and I do think that the way that this is written right now is inherently confusing. Like Patrick didn't understand it when he read it. I had to like explain to him what it actually did for him to go like, oh, okay. And
I think some of that's also because it's very close to other similar mechanics that I've seen used, but different in enough of a way that it just didn't click, right? So I think that something kind of gets lost in this.
I mean, there's only so much you can do against just basic brain mechanics of skim the thing and attempt to align it to the closest already known.
Yeah.
value.
Oh, I mean, 100%. But I also think that there is an element of like, this
I don't know what
is a
mechanics you're
little
talking about here, so I don't know how or if the wording is similar.
Yeah, for sure. I think my assertion is just that like you definitely aren't going to be able to universally solve this problem, but if that at least one person who glanced at this didn't immediately get it, it's probably worth at least sitting with that fact, right? You may not end up doing anything with it.
I mean, that is a fact. No matter what you write, that is true. There's nothing you can write where there does not exist some person who'll read it and not immediately understand it.
no, but some dude. That's not a real argument to say anything, because then why do anything? I think that the point to take home, and if
I mean,
you
it is a real argument against the assertion that if any person doesn't immediately understand it, which was
yes,
what
but
was
I am
stated.
saying, but okay, but that is true. But also, like that's dumb, because you're not talking about the theoretical. We're talking about the here and now, and the people that didn't understand it are people that are pretty well read in D&D. It's not random.
But notably, that part of the reason why they didn't understand it is specifically because they had homebrewed similar things themselves.
No, I
Man.
had read other things.
No, that's not
that
true.
had
Yeah,
similar-
listen.
Or
Some dude.
read other things that were
Some
specifically
dude.
similar.
I appreciate that you don't want to change it. That's fine. But that is still what
It's
I
not
think
even that
should
I don't
happen.
want to change it. I just find your arguments for changing it unconvincing. independent of the fact that I
Buddy,
think it could use a change.
Dude, we're not making arguments. This is not an argument. There's no argument to need to be made. What's being stated is this feels unclear. It felt unclear to someone that was reading it. That's not an argument. They're just expressing the experience they had reading it. That's not making an argument. You don't need to debate it.
That part is not an argument, but then the rest of it is in that.
Then why do you want feedback? Then why do you want feedback?
I'm not disagreeing with the point. I'm like, yes, this could be better written. I'm not certain how it is, but I'm just pointing out that the ways you're saying why it should be written do not make sense to arrive at that conclusion, even though I agree with the conclusion.
Now what you're saying is just confusing me. I feel like the whole point that was being made was this is not that clear, and I don't feel like there was anything that mattered after that. I feel like I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like it's unclear, and I agreed with that.
Yeah. So okay.
And then
what left is there? Hello?
A reasoning was put forward as to why I should care, and I just wanted to point out why I found that one unconvincing and why other people might also find it unconvincing.
Okay, so you disagree with the reasoning that you should make something more clear so it's not confusing for most people.
No.
That's the reason that was given. That's the reason that was given.
The reason that was given was that it was confusing to one person.
Yes, but then
literally not most people. Those are two different concepts.
Yes, but dude. Then what? But then that brings me back to my first point. This feedback session is not critique based on the masses. It is based on one person. That's the whole point of this. That's what I'm saying. Like, one person can represent the populace. If one person can't represent the populace, then what is the point of doing feedback at all? I don't.
You're misunderstanding.
I'm so confused.
As I said a couple times, conclusion, not in disagreement.
Okay.
I'm saying that I found the.
Okay, this is pedantic. Listen. Okay. Some dude. We're done talking about this. Dude, we're done talking about this. I understand what you're saying, and I feel like we're just going in different directions.
Like your reasoning confused me, and so then I pointed out how I found the reasoning after you stated the conclusion to be confusing.
Okay. Well, I apologize for being confusing. I don't have anything else to say about this. I do like the monster. And yeah, I'm going to say all that I said before. I still think this could use some more playing around, change the numbers around a little bit. I'm so fucking confused. All right, buddy. Okay. Any final thoughts, some dude?
Well, I revised the horror as well, so you can look forward to that next time.
Okay, very, very cool. Very cool.
And I took part of the idea, but not part of some of your ideas, but then I built something weird and complicated, because that's what I did.
All right, I look forward to weird and complicated. All right, thank you, some dude. Look, let's give a round of applause for some dude. Thank you. These strange Acreus crawlers with the Acreus cubes and crystals. The bigger pictures of those were much creepier. That one was not as creepy. The bigger ones had people shapes in them.
Good lord.
Excuse me. Next is Hollow. Hello again, Cinder. I have the mechanics all worked out here. This is just for my tables. I was hoping you could provide some formatting advice. Okay.
Ooh, interesting.
Hollow, did you want to come on stream? I don't remember. Let's see. Excuse me.
Let's find out.
They do not want to come on stream. So you just want formatting advice? You don't want me to look at the features?
I mean,
let's talk formatting advice. Okay,
yeah.
So do you see how at 6th level you say you have Soul Burst and you have this little line? That should be under all of the things. So at 3rd level, when you get soul hands, that should be the same structure as this. These all should all the titles of the things you get at different levels, whether it's 3rd level, 6th level, whatever, they should all have this. And that's the first thing. Make them all look the same. Starting at 3rd level, you can use your bonus action to summon 2 soul hands that stay until they're destroyed or until you use the bonus action. Blah, blah, blah. These soul hands have an AC of this. You can use your action to let these down. You can use your bonus action with these hands. Your physical force is drained when you use these hands due to them. Starting at 6th level, your hands can deal force damage, blinding damage. I would not put this in here. So the first thing that I'm going to say is I think that you should just write this like real paragraphs. Like if these are all just one feature describing one thing, then don't make them paragraphs that don't have indents. Like write it properly. So like there shouldn't be a gap between this and this should be an indent. There shouldn't be a gap between this and this indent. There shouldn't be a gap between this and indent. Also, my guess is that you don't need this many words to say what these things do.
Genuinely, I think a thing that would help here is if you want to take the time to learn how to do a monster stat block in Homebrewery, you could do a monster stat block for these hands and do it in the way that new summon spells work, which is that the unarmed attack would be, the to hit would be your, strength plus proficiency, and the damage would be, your martial arts die plus strength. Because there are a few things that are also not dealt with here, such as the range that you can attack with these hands. There are some ranged things, like 15 feet, they are dispelled more than 15 feet away from you, but can they attack up to 15 feet away from you? That's kind of unclear. Stuff like that could maybe be tightened up by a stat block.
I don't know if you need a stat block, but I do think that there are some little details that are missing for sure. Your physical force is drained by these hands. While any hands exist, any attack you make not through the hands adds no modifier. All right, we're not talking mechanics. We're just talking flavoring. At 11th level, at 17th level, yeah. I'm wondering, so like what are these things? So I'm not sure if you've done this, but I would look to things like the Echo Knight if you don't want to use a stat block.
The Echo Knight's really good.
And if you do want to use a stat block, yeah, look to those summoning spells in terms of how you're going to write this thing out. Again, for formatting, there's things here like soul projection, summon 6 hands, summon 6 soul hands and 2. Like, what is that? What is this? What is going on here? This is confusing. So, if you want, is this a like what level are we getting this feature at? What is happening here? So normally, like what I would say is you need to. It looks like this only has 1st, 3rd, and 6th level features written.
Well, 3rd and 6th, right?
Yeah. So is this a 3rd level feature? Is this a 6th level feature? This is a 6th level feature. I would make everything here bolded. That's an option. Can you do all of these things?
On the 6th level, are you on Soul Burst?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ability.
There's no 17th level feature. This is just we have a 3rd level feature. We have an unnamed level feature, and we have a 6th level feature. 8 additional things to keep track of on the board. That's an oof. Yeah. I mean, listen, Hollow said that they just want formatting advice. I mean, I would say that keeping track of that many little things is going to be a lot. Giving an ability 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 options is a lot. You're going to want to list your features in order that you get them. So 3rd level features, then 6th level features, then 11th level features, then 17th level features. I see that you put an 11th level feature here and a 17th level feature here. If these are the only things you get at 11th and 17th level, they should be in their own spot. But also they shouldn't be the only things you get at those levels. That's the main formatting advice. The other thing that I would say is like look at like if you look at other monks that people have posted online, you will notice a lot of things. You're also going to probably want like a paragraph of flavor here up at the top, maybe like 3 or 4 sentences just sort of describing ba 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 ba.
Yeah, and usually that structure is you give a little bit of flavor so that people feel like they've got a visualization for what you're trying to get across, and then that supports the next chunk, which is pretty much flavorless or very close to flavorless and very mechanically written. And you do that like flavor, mechanic, constraint on the mechanic format for all of your features so that people kind of get a sense of like, oh, now I'm moving into the space where this is how it works. What is it doing and why? How does it work? And then any other remaining details at the end.
Yeah, if your players are excited by it, I think that'll be fun. The main thing that I'm seeing right off the top, though, is there's just a lot of things going on. And anytime you're giving somebody a power where they have like more things on the board that can do a lot of stuff, it's just a lot of stuff to keep track of. The reason why the Echo Knight it works so well is because it's one thing to keep track of, and it does very specific things. It doesn't have a lot of things it can do. It has like 2 or 3 things it can do. So the more options you're going to give those things, and the more of those things there are, the more you're going to like forget about what you have, and it's going to be harder to keep track of. But yeah, that's most of my advice in terms of formatting. Also, find some art, slap some art up there. Art goes a long way.
Yeah.
Boop.
And on we trek.
You are welcome. It's a very interesting idea so far. If you want me to do a deep dive of the mechanics next time, you can post it again, because that was really just talking about formatting. So if you want to share it in the future, please do.
Feel free.
Quispy is next.
Wispy.
Got a magic item for you. Don't know if it's too unbalanced, but I thought it was fine. It's a reference to something, so I hope chat can guess what it's based on.
We love the
I hope
unbalance.
chat can, because I usually can't.
Yeah, I probably won't be able to either.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Have we stalled?
Yeah.
Do we not have access?
My internet just farted for us. Everything's frozen.
All right. Well, you seem to be back.
Okay,
now.
no, I'm back. I almost lost it all for a second.
As do we all from time to time.
Okay. Trident of the Goat King. Oh, I gotta change it on stream. Make it a little bit easier to read.
Damn, that's a cool name.
There we go. Trident of the Goat King. Wait, did this person want to come on stream? Quispy, they did. Quispy. Let me grab him. Quispy.
Hello there.
What's up?
I don't believe I've ever been in the chat whilst Pisa Perenini was in here.
You can call him Patrick.
Got it in one. That's definitely it.
I had never seen your username. I didn't realize it was Patrick.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Cool.
All right, what's the goal of this item?
I like goats. This is good stuff.
The goal of this item is to be a reference to something in particular, but it's also meant to be something that has just a couple of effects depending on what it's versatile, but you don't necessarily choose what it does. It's based on a roll. It's intended to be this just big, powerful item. I based it on the King Asgore's Trident.
Oh, don't ruin it for them.
Well, if they can't figure it out by now.
Okay, fine. Spoiler alert! There's a guy with a goat king trident.
I forgot I said I wanted them to figure it out.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a reference to Undertale.
I've never played Undertale. Will you still be my friend?
I'll consider it.
Okay, good. The trident has 3 sharp prongs made of gleaming silver and a long handle made of polished oak. When held, it hums with a deep, resonant energy. You gain a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. In addition, it's a very rare item, by the way. Plus, I would probably make it. I'd probably make it plus. Well,
+2.
We'll probably read the whole thing, but I'd probably make it +2.
Okay.
When you make an attack with this trident, it flashes a certain color. Roll a d2 to determine the color of the flash. Now, I know all you fucking glorious beasties at home are gonna be like, well, you don't have a d2, guys. I'm gonna tell you a secret. Lots of stuff in D&D tells you to roll
D4 divided by 2.
any dice divided by 2. But in the monster manual, in the player's handbook, not only do they call for a d2 roll occasionally, they call for a d3 roll occasionally. So
Yeah, D3 is in Wild Magic Barb.
D6 divided by 2. Okay. So anyway, that's fine. Okay, let's see. So it's orange or blue. The color corresponds to a specific effect that triggers if the target fails a wisdom saving throw. So anytime you attack with this weapon, they're making a wisdom saving throw?
Yes, anytime the attack hits.
I know that's implied, but I would say that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Orange, the target takes an additional 2d6 fire damage and is set ablaze, taking 1d6 fire damage at the start of each of its turns. I'm gonna burp. Until the end of the turns, until it or another creature uses an action to extinguish the flames. Blue, the target takes an additional 2d6 damage and is frozen solid, becoming restrained until the end of its next turn. Okay, I like this a lot. It's very simple. So let's talk about it's not in realm of undercarriage or whatever that shit is that you nerds play.
No.
I'm just kidding. I know it's called Undertale. I like it's a good simple duality, like cold and hot type item.
Oh, no.
The one thing that I would say is it's already a +3 or a +2 weapon. So I probably would not make this happen every time it hits. I probably would put it on charges.
Yes. Also, I forgot to add this is an old version of it. I forgot to add the fact that whenever you hit with another attack, any previous effect is negated. So it only does
I was gonna ask how the fire and ice interacted over top of each other. That's a cleaner way.
Okay, cool. So it only has one at a time. That makes sense.
Yeah. So if you have like multi-attack or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. I would say make it charge based, and if you made it charge based, you wouldn't need to do that if you didn't want to.
Okay, I saw a good idea in the chat. What are your thoughts on rolling a larger die? 2 of the numbers are each of these, and any other die is no additional effect.
That is a matter of the way you want it to feel.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want it to feel like an object where you are controlling when you're using these powers, or do you want it to feel like an object that does these powers sometimes for you?
Yeah, that's fair.
And I think there's not a wrong answer here. I usually opt towards giving players more control whenever possible. But I think it could work either way. So who owns this fucking thing? A goat king?
King Asgore, yeah.
King Asgordia?
King Asgore, yeah.
King Asgore, yeah. All right, word. He sounds like a good guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Fun
let's
name.
go with that.
Fun name. Sounds like a cool dude.
Is he nice?
Good for a pint.
Depends.
All right, cool.
Nice, I guess.
Cinder, I'm curious as to what you would think about nerfing this weapon to keep up the does something every turn effect.
Oh, somebody's in the background. Who's that?
That's no.
Oh, mysterious. Got somebody locked up in your basement. Patrick, what did you ask me?
Oh no.
I was saying, what do you think about nerfing this so that you keep up that like does something every turn energy? I was thinking, first of all, maybe just get rid of the bonus to attack and damage, and then instead of doing the additional 2d6s, it's just the fire damage at the start of each of its turns and restrained until the end of its turn. It does one or the other on every attack.
Huh.
I still think it's a little. I still think potentially restraining. I don't know. I would still make it. I think that could mellow it out for sure. But I feel like the bigger issue is not the damage. I feel like the bigger issue is potentially restraining or setting a blaze on every attack.
Let me
Yeah,
check
fair enough.
I think you know what I would also
have
say.
it reduce its speed to 0 instead.
I would also say you could drop the extra damage and drop the bonuses, and it could just be the last feature. That would also work.
That's what I'm saying. Drop the extra damage, drop the bonuses, and then have it just be on. It's basically a normal Trident, and on every other turn or on every time you attack, you either do a little bit of fire dot or a little bit of cold freezing.
Yeah, okay. I'm not opposed to making this legendary either. So
Then I think if you make it legendary, you don't need to change it. You could just say
Yeah.
legendary, and then it could be this.
Yeah, 100%.
not even charged base.
I would make it legendary and keep it like this and see how it feels, and maybe change it if you needed to. But I would try it as is, as legendary.
Yeah, this is all just to figure out sort of what the rarity needs to be.
Because tridents, we need more tridents in our lives.
Hell yeah.
Any other final thoughts, questions, aspirations, yearnings? You want to tell people to watch my new YouTube video?
Watch Cindy's new YouTube video.
Yo, who's that? Who was that in the background? Who was that?
There's someone there. We know.
Nobody.
Tell
We
me who it is.
gotcha.
Tell me who they are. What's their deal? Do they do homebrew? Tell them they need to work on
No.
their. Tell them about punctuation.
Tell them never to use May.
Yeah, except for in June.
Right.
All right, Quispy, you've muted yourself. I feel like are you still here? Or are you leaving me? Am I hanging up on
I'm
you
still
now?
here.
I'm hanging
love
up on you. I love you too. Bye. Okay.
Crispy, this
Fuck
is,
you.
this
He
is
said
good
I love
idea.
you first. I burped. This is a good, solid, simple item.
Yep.
I would use this. This is
I
the
think
kind of
this is
item
good.
that the thing is, this is the kind of item that like my players would really want.
Which is, I think, a good example of like what does it mean to take something from fiction, some other medium, and bring it into D&D and do a good job. The litmus test is really, does someone who doesn't know what that piece of media is think that it's good and that it's cool? Because the thing should be able to stand on its own, independently of its kind of original references.
Yeah, because I don't know anything about this Goat King. Apparently Quispy really likes the Goat King and says they're really nice.
Yeah, big fan. Got good vibes.
I get
off
the
of that
impression that that's like a joke, like that that guy's not nice. But
one. Yeah, probably. I mean, he's obviously analogous to the devil from the Bible.
I mean, he's
so-
a king though. Kings are usually pretty nice. Did you see History of the World Part 1?
God, like 10 years ago.
Atriarch.
All right.
Lord Cinder. It is me back again with my Alchemist. Following your advice to come up with a new level 2 and 6 feature, I hope rectifies the homebrew's shortcomings. Well, we all have shortcomings, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
So this is a piece that we looked at before. This is a class. For folks that don't know me, we don't read the whole class when we read the class. We read the beginners. And the main piece of feedback that we had for this class before was that it needed something at first level or first second level that it could just do. That wasn't resource based. It didn't need to be anything complicated. It just needed something. And I made a couple suggestions. It had this thing like called a volatile concoction that I thought maybe would be it, but I don't think they went in that direction. I'm curious to see what they did. I gave them a couple other ideas. Let's see. So just to do a quick recap.
Cinder, you're way janked over to the right. I think you've got to
Oh, thank you.
screen to
Here,
come back
let me
over
fix
the
that.
left.
Yeah, let me fix that.
Yeah.
There we go. That's better. So I know that we talked about these features a little bit before. What?
Yeah, okay.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys. Everybody calm down. I know
Everybody
what I'm doing.
calm down. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, you guys think you're so funny. Ha 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 ha. Now you have the spooky Cinder. Good luck. Okay. So this is the Alchemist. It's meant about making potions, and it was going to be non-magical potion making was sort of their goal. Yeah. Let's see what we get at first level. Alchemist Satchel. An Alchemist Satchel is a unique bag created for the purpose of keeping an alchemist creation safe and stable. It can hold up to 10 alchemical creations or other small items. Items inside the satchel are protected from harm, though are destroyed if the bag is destroyed. If your satchel is lost or destroyed, you can create a new one. It takes 3 days of work, requiring 100 gold. I have a genuine question, and Pat, maybe you have an idea. Why is this thing so expensive to replace? Is it because I don't know anything, but I'm like, this is just a bag.
Sure.
So why does it need to be so hard to replace? I'm wondering if maybe holding 10 alchemical creations does something. But do you feel like you're a man who wears suspenders? Do alchemists require special bags in real life?
Yeah, 100%. We're going to get into the weeds on this one, I guess. So first of all, I will say this is unchanged from the last time we looked at it. And secondly, the reason why this is I envision this less as a bag and more as a kit, right? Where it's like that you're not just shunting vials in there to rattle about as if it's like, you know, your purse, right? Like, this is going to have like shelves and structures and things to keep reagents separate and watertight and so forth and so on. I would imagine it's probably a pretty fancy goddamn bag.
Okay, I accept.
Yep.
Book of Formulae. Not formula. Formulae. The jewel of an alchemist's collection.
So did you post the link? Sorry.
I can again.
No, you got it. I'm done.
We're all dumb.
True.
Their Book of Formulae is their key to the vast world of brews and concoctions, learned and mastered over years of study. Alchemical formulae can be found in the appendix. However, by their nature, the formulae an alchemist creates are unstable, and if left outside of the alchemist satchel for more than 24 hours, it will spoil and be unusable. Each formula is part of one of 4 tiers. With each tier requiring a level before they can be learned or created. Beginning at first, when you learn 3 alchemical formulas of your choice. At 6th level, you learn 2 additional ones. Blah blah blah. Okay. Formula crafting, is this also first level? If there's something called formula crafting, it should be lifted up here. Unless it's part of Book of Formulae.
I think it's part of.
Oh, I see. It's part of it. Okay. By mixing chemicals and herbs and herbal regions, an alchemist creates their formula. As a part of a long rest, you may, don't say may, come on, you fuck, say can. You can create a number of formulae up to your proficiency bonus. On a short rest, you can create a number of formulae up to half your proficiency bonus. They require work. There's still, okay, I guess we need to see what the formula do.
This is interesting, Cinder, because I'm looking at this and my memory is obviously not didactic here, but all right, Dedic or whatever the fuck that word is. But it looks like the only thing that's different here is that we've gotten another 2nd level feature, Calculated Desperation, which seems to speak to our feedback from last time in that it is a thing that you can always do, but it doesn't come in until 2nd level. I'm not sure if there are new formulae, but I don't think.
All right, so let's look at that 2nd level thing. What did you say it's called?
Calculated Desperation.
At 2nd level, you've learned that certain chemicals and regions react unpleasantly with organic or even inorganic material, and that throwing out raw ingredients in dire moments can be effective. As an action, you can reach into your bag, pick one of the effects listed below. You throw out a cloud of dangerous compounds at each creature in a 15-foot cone. Must make a dex save. They either you an eye irritant, you do damage, Or you do creatures that aren't constructs or undead become incapacitated until the beginning of your next turn. That's really I would maybe, if this isn't, you can do this every turn. I would drop asphyxiation. A 15-foot cone of incapacitated that you can just do forever feels a little too strong. I like the blinded is dancing with it, but it's fine. The corrosive is fine. If anything, a little underpowered. Like this is gonna be okay at level 1, but this should scale probably in the same way. Maybe not exactly the same way cantrips scale, because it's area of effect as opposed to single target. But it should still scale. There should be an element of growth to how much damage this does over time. I would not do asphyxiant. I feel like incapacitated as an action forever is a little bit much. This also should be a first level feature. If you're not getting a weapon, if you're not getting... I mean, I guess you have simple weapons, but like you don't have anything you can really do. I would probably switch a potion thing first. Yeah, you should be getting calculated desperation at first level.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I feel like calculated desperation is a thing that could solve the feedback that we had sort of the last time, and it's cool, it's interesting, but it not coming in until second level doesn't really solve the problem. And then now, if it comes in at first level, like, are we getting too much between first and second level? Because we are still getting the Book of Formulae, obviously, and we're still getting the volatile concoction feature that we had mentioned last time as being very good, right? It's this random damage type ability to effectively mix a random thing and use that instead of one of your formulae. So are we now getting maybe a little too much by third level?
I don't know if we're getting too much by third level. I think that these powers are a little strong.
That's kind of what I mean. Like, are we getting not too much from a complexity perspective, but too much from a power level perspective? Because you're getting volatile concoction, which is a way to do damage consuming your formulae. You're getting the formulae themselves, and now you're also getting, I mean, you said just kill asphyxiate here, but some blindness and like a D10 acid damage.
Well, if you tone down the calculated desperation, I don't feel like it's particularly more than like what a warlock has by third level. You know, they've got 2 spell slots. They've got 2 spell slots that are second level spell slots. They've got a handful of cantrips. They have 2 invocations, and then they have a pact.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
So I don't think that's too much by third level. I think it's pretty solid for third level so far. But yeah, I think that solves that problem pretty well in terms of just needing a thing to do. And I think the idea of using your ingredients sort of errantly is fun. Like,
it's a cool vibe. I think get the mechanics in line a little bit and bump it to level 1, and it'll be in a good place.
Let's look at the 5th level features. I know you said you wanted me to look at the 6th level one, but I think 5th level is actually more important because 5th level is a very important transitional level for all classes, and I'm curious to see how you handled that. Formula has increased notably. As such, you had your proficiency bonus to damage with your alchemical supply formula and volatile concoctions. Interestingly, you do not add it with your calculated desperation, which is, I actually think, the place where it should be added. Because, you need, it's like I guess calculated desperation is not intended to be your main attack, but your main attack should not be resource based. Like this, or rather, I guess it like you sort of.
I mean, that's a core design feature of.
I mean,
5e.
I guess it can be resource based, right? Because wizards, spellcasters, it's their core mechanic is their spellcasting. They just always have their cantrips too. But I do think that the things that improve, and cantrips are the things that buff at 5th level. So this is sort of your equivalent of cantrips. This is probably the thing you should buff at 5th level.
Yeah, 100%. I think it would be a good idea to contemplate your design process through that lens, right? If your formulae are spells, you need to have a cantrip equivalent, because that's a core design feature of 5e that makes it very distinct from other editions that it's similar to, like 3.5, where that wasn't the case, and it just creates a wall when you don't have your resources. You become a commoner.
Atrioc, you're here. Come in. Unmute.
Yeah, hell yeah.
He'll see that. He'll hopefully hear us in a second.
Eventually.
Let's keep reading until he does,
Yeah.
or he's gonna miss
Sorry.
his shot. Oh, hey, buddy.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was muted still.
That's okay. How's it going?
It's going all right. Yeah, just been listening, just nodding. Haven't really had much to say.
All right, I want to read Good Arm, and then we can chat for a second. Over the course of your adventuring, you've gotten more adept at tossing your formula. Starting at 5th level, the range of your formula increases by 10 feet. Okay, that's fine. Too.
See, that's how you buff your formula and your volatile compounds. Is you just give them a little bit of a range bump. That's really nice.
So you said you've been listening. Thoughts, questions, concerns, desires?
No, I mean, I wasn't sure. I was with calculated desperation. I was thinking about putting it at second level or first level, but I mean, I went with the what I felt was the safer option of putting it at second. But
I think you got to figure out which one of the things at first level right now can move out of first level, and that can sit in the place of.
Yeah.
And I would encourage you to change some of them around. If you are able to find the Unearthed Arcana Artificer, there was a subclass. I think maybe it was, I don't remember which one, but one of the Unearthed Arcana Artificers had the ability to make, like, I think it was maybe the Alchemist, and they could make like 4 or 5 different types of basic potions that they could just infinitely throw. And I would look to those for ideas for things that you could do with your, in terms of figuring out the power of what to make your concoctions.
Okay.
Because you're going to want them to be able to expand and get better with you in the same way that cantrips do. But you don't want them to be overpowerful in the same way that cantrips are not overpowerful. And because these are going to be area of effect, you're going with the 15-foot cone as opposed to single target, you have to keep that in mind where, like, there are going to be some things that would be very reasonable if they were single target, but kind of become unreasonable when they become area of effect as, like, for free.
Yeah.
I also, Cinder, you said something. You said.
Did you guys hear that?
Hear what?
Never mind.
Guess not.
I didn't fart.
Okay.
It was so loud. It was
Good
so
content.
loud.
That's great.
I
That's
could have sworn you guys. That's why I had to yell. Did you guys hear that? Because it was really loud.
Discord out here doing work. Your stream might have heard it. That'd be pretty funny.
I hope you did.
Cinder, you had said something about pulling stuff out of first level. I'm unconvinced that you do. I think that Alchemist Satchel is a full flavor feature. There's not a lot of mechanic there. And Book of Formulae is a lot, but it's basically the spellcasting feature. If you were to give Calculated Desperation, you're basically giving spells.
That's true. That's true. It's essentially the equivalent of your spell book and spellcasting. That's true. That's a good point. I take it back. Yeah. No. Ignore me, H-Rock. Listen to Patrick. He's right. That's a good point.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely plenty. And then I think that the addition of volatile dice as like a consistent way for you to have resource-based damage throughput at second level is a great second level feature. And then third level your subclass, and then fifth level improved reaction. Again, you should probably rework to be buffs to your Calculated Desperation, and then Good Arm is, I think, perfect as is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Final thoughts, questions?
What did you think of the 6th level?
I didn't get to 6th level. We looked at 5th. We needed 5th.
Okay.
We need 5th. What's going on 6th? All right, I'll read 6th level. Signature formula. Ring each 6th level you've practiced and honed or craft. Select one tier 1 formula. Whenever you are out of formula, you can use an action to scrounge for materials to craft your chosen formula. So basically, you get 1 tier formula as like a free.
Yeah, you use your action to just craft the thing you chose.
I think that sounds
when
good.
You're out.
I haven't looked through all of the formulas, so it's gonna be you're gonna have to be the one that figures out. Okay, are any of these formulas unreasonable to be able to craft as an action?
Which is
there's a health potion that does a D8 in hit points and can be given to other creatures.
Yeah, you probably are gonna have to. You might have to deal with that.
Okay.
Infinite resource healing breaks the game very quickly.
You're right.
But other than that, that's the main thing you need to look out for, or things that like are just like equivalent of like anything that's equivalent of like more powerful than a second level spell should not be a tier 1 thing. Like anything that's like paralyzes or like anything like a hold person or like even something on the level of like suggestion or like you know like you a good way to think about it is wizards get free spells, I think at level 15 or 17. That's when they get free first level spells.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Up to 3rd level.
what did you say?
There's they get free. I think it was up to 3rd level free spells.
Yeah, but my point is,
Yeah.
you're quite
just-
high level. Even if it was just first level spells and they got them at 10th level, that's still quite high compared to 6. So I just think that's worth keeping in mind. So you probably are going to want to make sure that if you want yourself to be able to craft a potion, you're sort of putting yourself in a weird position because by making them very limited, more limited than spell slots, you give yourself the room to make them a little bit more powerful than spells of the equivalent level. But if you do include this feature, you now need to do the opposite because it becomes reasonably powerful as a class until you can do these things infinitely.
Yeah, and I think an important thing to keep in mind here is that while an action is a big cost in combat, it's perfectly trivial out of combat. So if you have a D8 health potion on an action, I can get my entire party up to full in, God, maybe 10 minutes, way less than
I mean, anything though, right? Like you can just craft 10 of whatever the potion is and then you just have them for the next fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no upper bounds. There's no upper limit. I mean, an easy way to get around that is you can have one of these prepared at a time, but it doesn't get around the like plug and chug potion after a fight situation. So tricky.
All right.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
But
having a
something
limited
to-
amount that you can have at a time might be the solution. I think it still doesn't solve the healing potion one, but I think it solves any other problem.
Mhm.
Because then you can't stockpile them. You can just have one.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one. I like how much this doesn't feel like I like how this sort of does feel a little different. I like that. Keep making it feel different.
This whole class genuinely feels like it deserves to be its own class, which is a thing that I say about vanishingly few homebrew classes. Most of them should be subclasses. This feels like it does is on the way to doing really good justice to something that deserves the attention.
Yeah, and I want to say I think the only reason why that's true is because of the kind of interesting dynamics of some of those low-level features that you've put together are legitimately interesting. Because you could make an argument for any class from like a flavor perspective being worth existing or not, but the question is, can you make the mechanics to back that up?
Agreed.
All right, buddy.
Yeah.
See ya. That was Atriarch.
Yes, it was. And Cinder.
Yep.
Cinder.
You getting out of
I
here?
have extraordinarily bad news.
It's 10 o'clock. You got to go.
I mean, it is. But
Wait,
also
can I tell you something
laptop
before you
has-
go? I kicked him out. I kicked him out. I don't know if he was going to leave, but I kicked him out. I'm assuming that he was going to leave. So I kicked him out. All right, let's bye, Patrick. Bye. Who just yeah. Pat, you're the only person that's allowed to at me in the chat. Okay. Let's spin the wheel. Oh, it's time for the moron. Let's get the moron. Cowboy Wizard. One of my oldest homebrew that I generally update now and then. Assume there are plenty of spell attacks. I know vanilla D&D doesn't prove it. There's plenty of spell attacks. Let's see what you got. The Spell Slinger, Cowboy Wizard. Did you want to come on stream? I don't see you in the waiting room. Did you want to come on stream or no? you want to come on stream, you should. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. Let's make sure chat can see. I don't know if you can hear me. Or if you're even there. He looks like he's not coming on stream. Come on if you want. I'm going to start reading. Author's note. If you are a DM, you shall use this class in your table. If you are a DM, you shall use this class in your table. It's a command. We're starting with a command. Please give credit to me as the original creator. Please do not repost this class to any other sites. Oh, I see. You're trying to... You're requesting the kindness of strangers. I respect it. I like that how commanding this is. The elf sheriff approaches an army of orcs, tipping her sombrero to the invaders in town. Standoff. Why does this say standoff here? She quickly analyzes her enemies swiftly. Don't say quickly and swiftly. Looking through all possibilities, this could end well. Looking through all possibilities, this could end well, and the best possible approach to go at it. All possible abilities, where this could go well, how this could go well. You're missing some words here, bud. Suddenly, when the orc draw their weapons, don't say suddenly. Also, suddenly is like past tense, and this is sort of present tense. This feels weird. I would drop suddenly. When the orcs draw their weapons, she swiftly unleashes one flurry of arcane missiles from her side before the orcs could react. You switched to past tense here? Why did you switch to past tense? Don't do that. Every missile spirals around each of the orcs, piercing through them, their weapons and moving on to the next. I think you need to sit with this and read it out loud to yourself, because there are plenty of weird sentence structure things. So fix that. Okay. The School of Precision are wizards who train in divination magic to unleash their spells with incredible precision, are able to manipulate their spells to shoot unerringly around corners. This is like a very specific detail and doesn't actually add anything to the vibe, so I just cut this out. Are we allowed bowler hats? Sure, of course you are. We are all allowed bowler hats. Okay, at second level, we get two features, Mystic Sense and Bull's Eye. Starting at second level, you have a supernatural sense that allows you to sense how many senses you're sensing in the sense store. Have you sensed the sense? Sense and sense. Sense, 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 sense. You can change one of those words. You gain a bonus to your wisdom perception checks equal to your intelligence modifier. Additionally, you gain the same bonus to wisdom insight checks to detect creature's attitude towards you or predict its next action. I would just make it both. Just say you gain a bonus to your... I would just make it a bonus to perception and insight equal to your intelligence. I would just do that. I don't think you need to do... what does this mean? This is such a weirdly specific thing. I would drop... This is too weirdly specific. Can you dance with it? Oh, you can dance if you want to. Bullseye. Starting at second level, you can unerringly pierce your spells through targets. After you reduce a target's hit points to 0 or land a critical hit on a target with a ranged spell attack, you can choose a different target within range of your spell and make another spell attack roll using the same spell as if you were making a new spell attack through the target. You can repeat your spell attack in this way once a turn, up to twice at 10th level and 3 times at 14th. You need to change this. They cannot just do the same spell attack again. I would make it, if you want it to be like you're shooting a spell through someone into the next, I think you need to make it like that, where it's like you can literally shoot the spell through somebody. So if it drops somebody to 0 hit points or it crits, If there's a creature behind them, then they get hit with part of the spell. But I don't think you do full damage again. I think you do less. And I think you can decide what that damage is in a way that either scales or is based on the spell. But it definitely can't be the whole spell again. That would be crazy, too strong. It could just be like, you know, the next creature takes, damage equal to 1 roll of the spell's damage die or something like that. Whether or not you want it to ricochet, I still think the range needs to be way limited. I don't think the range should be able to be the range of the spell. I think the range should be a lot smaller because it's not a full... You could look at it from 2 perspectives. You could look at it from the perspective of flavor text, in which case it's not the full spell. It's just the, it's not the full spell. It's part of the spell that goes through. But also that's just too strong to make it so it's just double spell. It's just too strong. Okay. Bullseye. Starting at 2nd level, you can unerringly... Oh, we read that already. Yeah, so got to tone this down. Unerring shot. Okay. At 6th level, you can use your bonus action to heighten your senses and magically guide your spells, causing your spells to shoot around objects and seek enemies you can't see with your normal senses. Did I post this link in the chat? I don't remember. Here it is if I didn't. Until the end of your turn, you gain the following benefits for the duration. So how long does it last? It's a bonus action, and what's the duration? What's the you don't list the duration. All right. Well, whatever. End of the current turn. It says it until the end of your turn. Oh, I see. I see. Then just say until the end of your turn. Then just say okay. I see. Change the sentence to say you gain the following benefits until the end of your turn. That's what this sentence should be. You can target creatures you can't see with your spells, and the targets of your spells cannot benefit from being invisible. I think that there still needs to be a clear path. So if you want to do like homing spells where you don't need to be able to see the target, I think 2 things. You need to still be able to you need to be aware of the target. And like I would look at Arcane Archer. They get a homing arrow ability. I would copy that. Where it's basically like, if you are aware of the target and there is a path that the arrow can take, then you can hit the target. And I think you need to word it like that. There needs to be a path that it can take, and you need to, I think, be aware of it. Because right now, it's just like, there's an oddness to it. Yeah, it's Seeking Shot, yeah. Your spell attacks can ignore any cover, including full cover, provided there is an unblocked path. Okay. Again, I feel like... Okay, let me keep reading. When you make a spell attack in this way during your turn, treat any 19s or 20s roll as a 20. You gain a +2 bonus to your spell attacks, and 1 creature you damage with the spell takes additional damage equal to your proficiency bonus. You can use feature number times equal to your proficiency bonus. I feel like you should drop the extra damage. And I think that you can combine these 2 features together. I would say... So long as the target, I would say like something like this. I would say, so long as you are aware of the target of the spell and they are within the range of the spell, you can target them even if you cannot see them. They are behind cover. So long as there is a path, just make them the same feature and call it Seeking Shot. Don't call it Seeking Shot, but make them the same. I think that's pretty solid. That's very fun. This is a very fun feature. The critting on a 19 or 20 is huge, not in a bad way. All of this feels really cool. I think the +2 to your spell attacks makes sense. I think the damage on the top just feels like unnecessary. It's like you're beating a dead horse by this point. I would just drop this part. Let's look at Quick Draw. Okay, 1 second. Starting at 10th level, when conflict breaks out, you learn how to use your heightened senses to quickly analyze your situation, allowing you to react to danger in the best possible outcome. You are immune to the surprised condition, and you roll initiative with advantage. Simple, solid. The other thing that you could do is if you didn't want to do advantage, you could add your intelligence bonus. I think would work well. On the first round of combat, all attack rolls you make against creatures you can see are made at advantage, and you gain the benefits of the dodge action against creatures you can see. You also gain an additional action for the first round of combat. Surely you know by this point this is too much, right? The action can be used to disengage, dash, or cast a cantrip. So I think that you probably can drop. I feel like you can decide. You can go with this. I think you can go with this. And I think you can go with this, but I don't think you can do all three. I think you pick one. All three is too much because this is pretty strong already. So I don't think you should get all three. I feel like you as the dungeon master, you as the designer, I'm not saying you should get the option to do all three. I'm saying you should pick one to make the feature and drop the rest. In my opinion. Because they're all pretty good. Starting at 14th level, you have become one of the swiftest spell slingers there are, I believe. Swiftest spell slingers there are? I don't know. In the land. While your unerring shot is active, treat any 18 through 20 on a crit as a crit once per round. If you miss with a spell attack, if you miss a spell attack against a target, you can redirect to the spell and choose a different target within your range. Okay, that's fun. Each time you trigger Bullseye, you regain a use of unerring shot. I don't think I would maybe drop this one. This is really strong. I don't know how I feel about this one. Like, this is another thing where it's like, this could be the whole feature on its own. Just this. So I feel like you could drop this and probably just keep this. Or keep this and put something new and get rid of these two. It was your knack to have 3 features. Yeah, but you don't need 3 features. You can just do one. Just do one. 3 features is sometimes good, but the more features you give, the weaker they need to be to balance it out. Okay, 1 second. Sorry, guys. Okay. Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. Do you want to pop in chat or no? I thought you said you did. You don't have to. That's fine. I mean, I basically gave all my feedback. I just wanted to give you a chance to come on if you wanted to. I feel like it's a pretty solid idea from a flavor perspective. The main thing that I'm going to say, and it's honestly, it's the feedback that's been going around all night, is it's very one note. Even the War Mage gets a couple things that feel a little different. Even the Blade Singer gets a couple things that feel a little different. I wonder if there's a way that you could, either in 10th level or somewhere, get something in that, like, I like the first round of combat, something happens that's cool. But I want it to be more like I like this. I like the advantage on initiative, and I would want to lean into you being like quick to react, but maybe not so shooty focused. Okay, excuse me. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, moron. Valentine. Literally so small as to not warrant discussion in detail. Just wanted to submit something. Hope it's fun. Also note my pronouns are she, her. Got you, fam. Which I forgot to mention last week. That's okay. I apologize for the mix-up. Thank you for letting me know. If it makes you feel any better, I am a dingus, but I will do my best to not be a dingus. I strive to be less dingusy, but I am not always an accomplished less dinguser. All right, let's see. Sea Blessed Pegleg by Valentine. Wondrous item, uncommon, requires attunement. A simple peg leg. Did you want to come on stream? No. A simple peg leg brought to the temples of seafaring gods to be blessed. This prosthesis, this fake arm or leg can be, I'm so bad at words sometimes, can be used completely normally when a creature attunes to it. When a creature attunes to it. This can be used completely normally when a creature attunes to it. This can be used. Wait, what the fuck are you trying to say here? I need to read the whole sentence. There's words missing. This prosthesis can be used completely normally when a creature attunes to this object. They attach it to the leg and it gains the following properties. Okay, you just mushed two sentences together. I would probably just say it can be used normally, and then put a period here, and then start a new sentence. That's what you meant. It cannot be removed by force. Removing it does not end attunement. You ignore all difficult terrain while on a ship or other seafaring vessels. That's very fun. You gain the ability to speak with any creature that has a swim speed and have them understand you. That's quite good. That's quite good. This is a really fun little item. You got to clean up your grammar a little bit, but that's fine. I think that I would probably make this a activated feature, and I would limit its use. Because being able to talk to animals is still kind of strong. To be able to have it on all the time is not nothing. And I would also say that the way that this is written, it is in some ways stronger than Speak with Animals because it is not limited to beasts. It's any creature with a swim speed. So I probably would make it like a 3 charges a day or a 1 charge a day. And if it's 3 charges, maybe it lasts like 10 minutes. And if it's 1 charge, maybe it lasts like an hour. But other than that, I think it's friggin' solid. Valentine. Everybody's gonna go to the store and get the Valentines on February. All right, Valentine, thank you very much. I see you're in the chat. I appreciate the item. Very cool item. That is an item that I think would be really fun it would be fun in a pirate game, but it would actually, I think, be really fun in a not pirate game because you would still get quite a few uses out of being able to talk to creatures with a swim speed, and you would potentially still get some use out of the ship stuff because it's not a pirate game, you know, you still might do some ship stuff. It could sometimes it's fun to be an ocean man, not the sea, you know. Milky Boy. Oh, did I forget to link it? All right, I can link it. There it is. All right, let's get Milky Boy. Ooh, a Ranger subclass. Hell yeah. Milky, did you want to come on stream or no? There's the subclass. Are you on? You're not in Discord right now. Okay, then you do not want to come on stream. I see. I asked the question, yet I still ask the question again. Repetitive. I should probably make this easier to see, huh? Okay. No worries, buddy. I got you. We're here. We're hanging. This is the Deathbringer Ranger. I think I linked it. Here it is again if you want it. This is the public version. This version is not linked to the hex spell. Okay, that's fine. Deathbringer Rangers are no stranger to violence, murder, and death. Many Deathbringers serve or worship deities of death, such as the Raven Queen, and kill in their name. However, a few act on their own and seek vengeance on who wronged them. I do think that there could be another sentence in here that's more about like what they're like. Not like who they worship or who they serve, but like what they do. Okay. Let's see. Starting at 3rd level, you learn additional spells. You get False Life and Hex. We get 2 spells at 1st level. Interesting choice. Normally, you just get 1 spell per level. If you were going to pick one of these 2, I would pick Hex, and I would drop False Life. And you can also cast them without using a spell slot. Oh, that's kind of strong. It's not bad strong, but it's definitely worth noting. That's noteworthy. Okay, let's see what else we get at 3rd level. At 3rd level, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack using an action on your turn, you can take a bonus. You can just say when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can use a bonus action to force the creature to make a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC. You can just say con saving throw. You can simplify this to say whenever you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can use your bonus action to make the creature roll a con saving throw against your spell save DC. I guess technically you might be worried that you could do this on other creatures' turns, but you can only take a bonus action on your turn anyway. The creature takes necrotic damage equal to d6 plus your ranger level on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. The creature dies. The creature dies if the damage would drop it to 0 hit points. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier and regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. So most rangers at 3rd level get a infinite use feature that lets them do a little bit more damage, and a infinite use feature or a mostly infinite use feature that is just kind of on. So one of this ranger's features is you get False Life and Hex once per day. The other one is you do this. This is a lot more damage than any other ranger's bonus action shenanigans feature. It has like a static bonus, which is big. And you're balancing it by limiting it in use. I don't know if that's the move. I sort of feel like I'll tell you what. I could accept this, but I don't feel like this is the move. I don't feel like these once a day free castings do a good job of filling in the role of the rest of the 3rd level subclass feature. I would probably try to come up with something else here. The other option that you could do might borrow from Grave Domain spell list. Sure, they could do that if they wanted to. I think the spell list is mostly fine. Hold Person is... I actually see what you're saying. Hold Person feels a little off. Hold Monster feels a little off. I guess it's like you're a bounty hunter. You're not really death. You're like a bounty hunter. You're like chasing people. So I guess that's why those are there. You're like death, but you're also chasing people. I don't mind a ranger getting a little bit more no VE in concept. No, I think it could be fine, but I do think that the specific combination of making a extra damage more resource based, and then your other feature is like also hyper resource based and also basically just the same thing. Like Hex isn't adding anything that Send the Grave is not already. Like these do the same thing. This is, oh, you do extra damage. This is, oh, you do extra damage. So it's like two of the same thing, and they're both resource-based. So I would change this one. Okay, let's look at Revel in Death. At 7th level, when you reduce a creature to 0 hit points with a weapon attack, you gain temporary hit points. Yeah, okay. We're getting a temporary hit point feature, then definitely drop this, because you can't stack temporary hit points. So it's like, you know, I don't know. I would drop that for sure. At 7th level, when you reduce a creature to 0 hit points with a weapon attack, you can gain temporary hit points equal to your ranger level for 1 minute, and regain 1 expended use of your Send to the Grave feature. Cool. I would probably... you can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier and regain expended uses when you finish a long rest. This should be not that. If this is giving this feature back, this should probably be once a rest. Because that means that not only are you getting a free Send to the Grave, you're getting a free Send to the Grave wisdom modifier times. So you're actually getting this feature way more times. So I would probably change that. I also would say everybody is being very one note tonight. This is still very one note. I want to see more things. I feel like we're at 7th level, and I still feel like the only thing that we do is we deal more damage and we get temporary hit points. That's the only thing we do. I want to do more. I want to be where the people are. I want to see them dancing, you know? One of my concerns is that a lot of features feel the same. Yes, they do. I agree with that concern. I would think about other ways you could represent being a death bringer. I'm not saying that you should copy the Vengeance Paladin, but this feels very similar to that, where it's like you're like chasing people down. I would say you should think about, are you more of a... Okay, the way that you've expressed it, it sounds like you have a magical relationship with death. So I would lean into that. I would be like, what are some cool magical relationship to death things? Are you really, do you have the ability to communicate with undead in a way that normal people cannot? Do you know, that's the first thing that pops into my head. Like, how do you engage with the undead? You can cast Speak with the Dead, but can you just casually talk to the undead? Because most people can't. There's also this element of like, are you undying? Like, are you of death but not taking death? Like, maybe you have advantage on death saves, or, you know, something to do with that. Or like, you know, I think you got to think a little bit outside of the box. Think of death as a character, or death as an idea, or the undead, and I would lean into those. Optionally, Hunter's Mark can cast free without concentration, so the added damage does feel specifically reductive with that in mind. That's a good point. Inescapable Doom. I guess that's... no, it's just the bonus action is just... Once you use the bonus action, it's up. So it's not reductive. It would just stack. Right? Wouldn't it just stack? Maybe I'm misremembering how the new Hunter's Mark works. It's not a bonus action every turn. You have mixed feelings about Inescapable Doom. So here's a fun fact. Rangers should have a really fucking cool feature at level 11. All Rangers get a really cool thing. They should if they don't, but most do. The good ones do. At level 11, when you deal necrotic damage to a creature using a weapon, spell, or feature, you can expend a spell slot to deal an extra... Yeah, this is not a... Yeah, lame. Boring. We already have this feature. This is just more necrotic damage. This is more of the same. We don't need this. We want something new here. Look at what the Fey Wanderer Ranger gets at level 11. They get a free casting of Summon Fey. Or look at what the Horizon Walker gets at level 11. They can create little portals where they can like attack through them. You need to think of something ancillary, something that is not... This is the challenge, Milk Boy. This feature should not have anything to do with necrotic damage. In fact, I would argue that this feature should also have nothing to do with necrotic damage or dealing more damage. So that's what I think you got to work on. We got to make some non-damage related features that might help you be death or bring death, but are not just all doing the same thing. At 15th level, I mean, it could have to do with Revivify or something. Like, you could have some ability to bring people back from the dead. That's what I would say. Something like that might be worth thinking about too. They can. The reason why I'm being so specific about non-damage related is because I think that will help you as a writer figure out how to make something that is breaking free from that habit. Because so far, all of these things have to do with damage and necrotic damage. And if you force yourself to try to make it not do that, I think you'll come up with some interesting ideas. That technically, it would probably be okay for them to be somewhat damage related. Hey, Data. Master of Death. At 15th level, your Mastery of Death allows all of your attacks to be supernaturally deadly. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, the creature takes an extra 1d4 necrotic damage. In addition, your weapon attack spells and features ignore... Okay, yeah. So, no. Again, new feature. I think you need a new feature here. It could be a damaging feature, but it's got to be something unique, and it's got to feel different than all of the other ones. This is just all of these things are just doing the same thing. It could be a once a day super powerful hit, like a power word kill type hit, where it's like once a day you can make a weapon attack against a creature, and if the creature is below a certain hit point threshold after the damage, they just die. You could do something like that. That could work. Dude's got to be smelly hanging around this necrosis. Maybe. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. I like the flavor. I do think the main piece of feedback is you got to diversify it. I would drop this feature. I would make a new 3rd level feature. I would probably honestly redo most of these things. Like, you could keep the core idea, but they all are just doing the same thing. And I think you need to change that around. Think about what a Deathbringer needs when they're not just killing things, like what they need to be fighting, like what helps them. Like, for example, the Fey Wanderer can add their wisdom modifier to charisma checks, and they also get some anti-charming abilities because that's a very Fey thing. So you could look at what are very undead things and what sort of powers could you get that would make you be much more comfortable hanging around and fighting undead. Becoming a ghost? I say drop False Life for Bane. I would just drop that whole... I would just drop the whole extra free spellcasting as the 3rd level feature in general. I know about brown recluse spiders. I used to have one. Back in the day. Dory Forests. Dory Foros. Hello, Cinder. This is a barbarian subclass for you. I know you like them. I tried making a barbarian that would thrive in civilization, drawing power from their community in one way or another. Enjoy. P.S. This subclass not intended to play abusively against the party. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean when you have to give that kind of warning? What kind of warning is that? Are you going to come on stream? No. So curious. Path of the Marshal. 3rd level. Proficiency bonus. At 3rd level, you gain proficiency in Intimidation and Persuasion. Starting when you choose the path at 3rd level, whenever you rage... I missed the flavor text. Barbarians that are able to find a place in civilization tend to follow the path of the Marshal. Marshals often find themselves... don't say find a place and then find themselves... in places of power. However, the manner in which they wield this power differs. Some are tyrants who exploit the weak. Others are heroes who lead their allies into battle and support them. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, when you rage, you can bolster your allies' resolve, either by flattery or threats. When one of your allies fails a saving throw and becomes frightened or charmed as a reaction, you can make an intimidation or persuasion check against the save DC to end the condition on them. By 10th level, laden with power, you can end the stunned condition the same way. By 14th level, Due to your skill in manipulation of your power's benevolence, you can influence death. As an action, you can stabilize one creature with a successful DC 15 intimidation or persuasion check. These are really fun. Should these all be in this feature? Should they be written in this way? I feel like if you want these to be at 10th and 14th level, you should put them in at 10th and 14th level. It's a very situational feature. Also, I feel like I would probably not do this one as an action because they're all reactions. It's weird that this one is an action. It genuinely makes it feel like it's a different feature. And I kind of feel like you should not include them down here. We get another feature at 3rd level. When you start your rage, you can choose yourself or one ally to gain a bonus to attack rolls equal to your charisma modifier. Man. I disagree with this option. I don't think this is the move. I feel like things that just add to your attack rolls as your features when you're raging is just kind of, I don't know. It's kind of lame feeling to me. I feel like you can do something better. This is so here's what I would say. This feature is too situational to be like the feature, for sure. But this is just too strong also. So you kind of need to figure out how you want to play this game. I think you probably need to lose this entirely. Maybe think of another way that this can be more situationally helpful or add something else to this. Or replace this proficiency bonus with something else. I mean, the proficiency bonus is kind of key here to this idea, but you definitely need to lose this. Definitely need to lose this. And need to find something else to put here. I don't even... I would say also you need to clarify that this is a rage thing. While you're raging, and one of your enemy allies do that, so put that in there. Do not make it much easier and more powerful for your barbarian to multi into paladin warrior. Yeah, that's a good idea. This fucks you with multi-classing. That's a good point. It's got to be weaker than the Zealot Barbarian's extra damage, but I understand the idea of wanting to do a little bit of extra damage, but it can't be that strong because this is a very strong feature. Even though it's situational, it's incredibly strong and it gets stronger over time. So you're sort of putting yourself in a situation where if you want this feature to be as strong as it is, acknowledging it's situational, you need to balance it out by making this guy a little less hectic. Most abilities is tied to con for barbarians. That's true. I think it's okay to have a little bit of charisma focused barbarian stuff, but regardless, this is not the move. Leading the charge. Beginning at 6th level, when you hit a creature with a melee attack while you rage, you can give yourself or an ally within 10 feet of you +1 AC until the start of your next turn. I disagree with these flat number bonuses, man. Like, I talk about this time and time again. There's like one, it's like the Forge Cleric gets it in their Channel Divinity or their 1st level feature. It's like the only place where I feel like it makes sense. I disagree with this. Should these features be written in level order? Yes, they should, but they mostly are. When you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can give yourself or an ally +1 to your AC. The other thing is that this could stack. Like, does that mean if I hit a creature twice? What if I'm hasted? If I hit a creature 3 times, am I adding +3 to the AC? It's I don't know. I feel like there's other moves here. Most of the time, barbarians at 6th level get like a utility or defensive feature, which this fits the vibe of. But I feel like some barbarians get straight up defense features. Like the Zealot Barbarian can just reroll a saving throw. Oh, the whole document moved. Why didn't you guys tell me? I'm just kidding. I saw that you did. Scale it based on half your level rounded down, so it starts at 3 and max out at 5. I'm not sure what that is. For the AC buff? No. That would be crazy. I don't like that it's an infinite use ability that just ups AC. I feel like there might be other ways of representing the idea of leading the charge. I'm not exactly sure what the move is, but like, for example, if the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian has a feature where it encourages creatures to hit you, you could have a feature that encourages your allies to hit a creature. That might be the move, but I don't think this is. Victimize and Sacrifice. Beginning at 10th level, you gain the ability to siphon life from your enemies and to give your own life for your allies. When you do so, you cast Vampiric Touch or Life Transference spell without using a spell slot or components. Charisma is your spellcasting modifier. After you cast either spell this way, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. That's fine. I think you need to change the language to make it the same way that like the Zealot Barbarian or the Totem Barbarian writes the way that you get spells. The wording here is a little choppy. I would copy the language from the stuff that's already written because they figured it out. So look at the Totem Barbarian's 10th level feature. Look at the Zealot Barbarian's 10th level feature where they get access to some spells. Copy that language. Starting at 14th level, dying allies bolster your resolve, either by channeling your anger at their incompetence or in pursuit of saving them. When an ally you can see within 60 feet is at 0 hit points, you can make 3 attacks when you take the attack action. In addition, casting Life Transference on a creature that has 0 hit points gives you resistance to the damage. I don't know, man. I'm not feeling this one. The thing is, I like the flavor of this, but a lot of these features I feel like just don't land. I feel like this one doesn't land. It's like, it's either you're getting nothing or you're getting something that is, I think, too powerful. Also, you can't cast while raging. That is a good point. That is a good point. So you wouldn't be able to use those spells in combat. Or while you're raging, at least, which is, you know, likely when combat is going to be. I feel like I would probably make this something where it's like, when you see an ally go to 0 hit points, you can get something extra on your next turn. But I wouldn't make it an all the time thing. And I wouldn't make it like a passively on feature. It would be like almost like a reactive feature. And I would just drop this life transference part. I feel like the extra attacks is, I mean, it's okay. I don't know. It's not that exciting to me. I feel like there's got to be more interesting things that we can do. Totem only gets them in ritual form. Interesting. I think Zealot Barbarian can just straight up cast stuff at 10th level. I'm not sure how this is, like, the flavor kind of gets lost in the weeds, doesn't it? Like, this is kind of, I get the vibe of this. It's like you're uplifting people and you're using your persuasion and intimidation to do stuff, and that's cool. But like, it kind of falls apart, I think, by 10th level. I think you need to reevaluate the goals and build it towards those goals more specifically. Like, I feel like I don't think this one should cast spells, for example. Like, that feels like this is not a magical feeling subclass. So I think it might be worthwhile to just like rebuild some of these features. Like, chat, what do you guys think? I feel like the Zealot Barbarian and the Totem Barbarian both feel like magical barbarians, and this just doesn't. You know? What if they do a scream and give advantage on an area? I mean, Zealot Barbarians get a version of that. They get a rallying call. If they don't, then the Beast Barbarian does. One of the two do it. It's a neat idea. I think it needs a little bit of focusing at the higher levels, and I think you should move away from the spells and move away from the flat bonuses. Try to give features. Like, these don't feel like features; they're just bonuses. Feels like a Battlemaster Barbarian almost in concept, a little bit. The number of desirable things Zealots get. Zealots are a great barbarian to use to balance your barbarian off of in general. I usually balance barbarians that I'm building off of. Barbarians that I'm building. That's a fun phrase. I usually balance barbarians that I'm building off of the beast and the zealot. Cool. Interesting idea. I think it needs a little bit of focus, but I hope you keep working on it. We got Glad. Glad, did you want to come on stream? I'm gonna grab you. I see you in the chat. Oh, my Discord's fucking up. Uh-oh. Discord, don't be weird. There we go. Okay. Hello, Glad.
Hello.
What are we looking at?
It is the aspect of the chariot. It's another one of my tarot things.
Okay, cool. What's the vibe supposed to be?
The vibe of the chariot is like unstoppable force, kind of. Like you take the chaos around you and use it to your own benefit.
Okay. It's a fighter?
Yeah, it's the fighter.
Okay, let's take a look. As the aspect of the chariot, you are the unstoppable force and the immovable object. You embody the very essence of control and exert that force upon the world around you. To accomplish what you most desire, you must take the reins and harness the chaos that surrounds you. I will say, it's weird to say around you and then surrounds you. That sounds weird in my brain. I would change one of those. Sentence structure-wise, like mechanically it's fine, but there's a rhythm that's off there. Unrivaled athleticism. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in acrobatics and athletics. If you already have these, you can choose another skill, okay? Pushing forward. Starting at 3rd level, you can push through enemy lines with absolute efficiency. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can force that creature to make a strength saving throw. On a failure, you can push the creature a number of feet in a straight line equal to 5 times your proficiency bonus. Interesting. You move with the creature. Oh, so it's like a movement boost also. If you cannot move,
it's just your normal movement, but you're physically pushing the person.
If you cannot move with the creature, you can push the creature 5 feet away from you. So if you don't have movement left, you can't do it.
Well, if you don't have movement left, it basically acts like the shove action where you hit with the attack and then they are pushed 5 feet away from you.
Okay, so I would change this sentence to say that. Say if your movement speed is 0 or you have no movement left, you instead push the target 5 feet.
Okay. Also, the stream's a little wonky.
Oh, is it? Oh, it is. You guys gotta tell me. I don't know. There we go. There we go. You did tell me? Sorry, I didn't read it. Sometimes hard to read stuff on screen doesn't mean anything. Sometimes people are just saying stupid shit. If you say, you fucked up, the formatting is wrong, I will know that it's my fault and I need to address it. Inspiring control. Okay, wait. So you can do that a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus.
That's the part of this particular feature I was iffy on. I didn't know if I should make it short or long rest.
It should be short rest. It's not that strong a feature. So like when you compare this to like the Psy Knight or like the Echo Knight, this is like pretty weak. So you should give them as many uses of this as possible. If this is the only thing they're getting.
In that case, should it be not limited at all?
No, it should be limited for sure. I would maybe make it once per turn is limited. Yeah, just make it once per turn, period.
Okay.
Yeah. I still also think that there might even be room to put another thing at 3rd level, even with that, I think. Let me keep reading, though, first. Uninspiring control at 7th level, because most fighters get some way to do a little bit of something extra with a little bit more oomph. and this is like
Mhm.
dancing with it, but I don't know if it's quite enough. Like maybe if the creature, like maybe if the creature would hit an object or another creature, then you can give like a little bit more damage, but like not a crazy amount, but like a little bit more.
Yeah, this subclass was an exercise in restraint in some ways because I tend to overpower things.
That's okay. Ain't nothing wrong with restraint, but I think that this could use a little bit of something. Even if it's just like an extra D4 damage, I don't think it needs to be big. I think a small little bump would be good though.
Okay.
At 7th level, your allies can capitalize on your management of the battlefield. When you grapple shove, successfully use your pushing forward feature or move a creature against their will in any way, you can spend your reaction to allow creatures of your choice within 5 feet of you to spend their reaction to make one attack against your target. You can use this reaction twice per long rest. So basically, you can use if you grab somebody, you can use your reaction to let other people use their reaction to make an attack.
Yes.
I wish there was a nicer way to write that.
Me too. I tried for a long time to find a cleaner way to make that make sense, and this was what I came up with.
Chat, is there an easier way to write that? Domain cleric's first level feature? Or order domain first level feature? So you said? What do they get? Okay. That ally can use their reaction immediately after the spell to make one weapon attack a creature. Oh, that is really similar to the order domain's first level feature. It's basically the same thing. Might be worth paying attention. Might be worth thinking about. So the order domain cleric gets a thing where if you cast a spell, basically allies can use their reactions to make one melee attack against the target.
Isn't it just one though? And the order domain only gets like one person can make a reaction attack. This is anyone who's next to you.
Yes, but it's essentially, that's a detail. That's not like that's very thin. Like this
pedantic.
It's I don't know, pedantic. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's they do the same thing. They don't do exactly the same thing, but they do the same thing. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to change it, but I do think that it is just worth knowing in your design brain that this is a feature that exists in another class in a very similar way to this.
Okay.
Twice per long rest, it's probably fine. You could also make it once per short rest, I think would also be fine. Fighters mostly get stuff back on short rests. They don't always, but mostly they do. It's almost Battlemaster's Commanding Strike. Yeah, it's very similar. Unstoppable. At 10th level, your power in battle has no equal. You are able to grapple, shove, and use your features up to creatures up to 2 sizes larger than you. Additionally, you have advantage on strength athletics checks to grapple, shove creatures smaller than you. That is fun. I like that a lot. Something else that I think is worth thinking about, the 7th level fighter feature is usually not that hectic. This is much stronger than most 7th level fighter features. A lot of 7th level fighter features are like you gain proficiency in history. So you might want to tone it, might want to find a different place to put this, or just think of something else that fits that vibe a little bit better.
Okay.
That maybe. All of these are maybes, you know. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Maneuverability. At 15th level, you can turn any movement on the battlefield to your advantage. When you use your pushing forward feature, you can now move the target in any direction. That's pretty fun. At 18th level, you have honed your control of the battlefield beyond physical limits. When you use your action surge, your second wind ability, you can spend your reaction to teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space. You can see this. Make something new here. This is very similar to what a bunch of other things get. The Eldritch Knight basically gets this. Just make something new here.
Okay.
I disagree with the teleport, action surge, second wind. The other thing that I want to say is that I also feel like there's space for some. There's space to branch out. There's a lot of like I feel like you need to fill in the gaps here a little bit. Like, so for example, everything here is going in one direction, which is good from a flavor perspective, but you don't want it to so tightly just go in one direction from a mechanical perspective. So it's like everything is pushing forward. Everything is. So I think that it would be worth it to see where you can put space for some genuinely alternative vibe stuff and some non-combat features.
Okay.
7th level would be a great place to put a non-combat feature. And then I think 18th level, I think you need to just make something new. I just think that's one. It don't work the way it is.
Yeah, I was aware of the similarity on that one. I couldn't think of something at the moment. I just need to put more thought into it.
Yeah, just put more thought into it. Phil says, look for vibe inspiration from the tarot card lore.
I do. I have an app that has like interpretations of every variety of the drawings of each card, reversed and not reversed, and etc. So forth and so on.
Dragon has said you could take chariot charge literally, and you like summon a chariot and it charges. It's kind of a silly idea, but not bad.
Yeah, in these tarot subclasses, I'm trying to avoid the literal picture on the card as the abilities, though.
That makes sense. So yeah, I think it's a pretty fun idea. I think it just needs to be oomphed up and a little branched out.
Okay. So I cut back too hard on my overpowered subclass creation.
That's okay. I like the idea of knocking people around and flying around with them. It's fun. Do you have any questions, comments, yearnings?
Nope, no yearnings today.
All right, then I shall see you later, alligator. Click. Excuse me. Okay. You're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's time for Data Bank. Data, did you want to come on stream? If you just reviewed a different complicated piece with a lot of critiques, go to the second page and enjoy Barbarian magic item. Otherwise, it's time for intentionally annoying subclass. Oh man. All right. I don't even know what to say. You're not in the stream chat. I don't know if I should. Okay, Data. I think you're here, but like, I will say I know that you made this intentionally be annoying, but did you make it intentionally annoying to read, or did you just make it intentionally annoying to as like in a like? Because if it's intentionally annoying to read, I'm just gonna get annoyed. You know? You know what I mean? My biggest concern is that I just see a bunch of blocks. You just said yes. You didn't. That yes. What? Yes, you made it annoying to read on purpose. I don't. All right. I don't really want to read something that you made annoying to read. I'd rather read something you made very easy to read, but is annoying. Okay, then I'm not going to read it. I'm going to skip it. If you decide to format it in a way that I want to read it, I'll happily read it. Elemental Glaive. When you enter a rage, you can activate this weapon and choose one elemental damage type. Fire, lightning, cold, acid, thunder, or poison. You become resistant to the chosen damage type, and the weapon deals an extra 1d4 of the chosen type. This glaive is active so long as you are raging. On your turn, you can use a bonus action to change the damage. Perfect. This is a perfect weapon. This is really good. This is really fun, really solid. You don't need to change anything. I'll tell you what. I'll start reading the fucking annoying one, okay? I see you guys in the chat. But I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to read it for a little bit, and then I'm going to get annoyed, and then I'm going to stop reading it. I'm skipping the flavor text because I don't give a fuck about your jokes. Spinebreaker. At 3rd level, when you roll the highest number on your martial arts die, another martial arts die, and roll another martial arts die and add it to the total. If that die rolls its highest, roll another martial arts die and repeat the process. When you hit a creature with an attack, You can expend any number of ki. For each ki spent, treat that many martial arts die as having rolled their highest number. Exploding dice are actually really fun. This makes it so it breaks it. You know that. Flying hands. Additionally, at 3rd level, if you roll the highest number on your martial arts die in your turn, you can activate your flurry of blows for free. Gain additional attacks for each. Okay, yep. So this is just overpowered. Each flurry of blows beyond the first 2 gain a penalty equal to the amount of attacks you've made this turn. That's trying to balance it, but is not going to do a great job. Also, what is that penalty? There's no description given for what it is. Wonderful. As a reaction, fighting hands, 3rd level. As a reaction, at 3rd level, you block an incoming attack. Expend 1 ki point and re-roll your martial arts die. Add the total to your AC. At 6th level, you can use deflect missiles as a free action. I appreciate that you use the word free action. Free actions don't exist in D&D. Also, you shouldn't do this. I also like that there's a 5th level feature. Monks don't get 5th level features. Yeah. Data, I don't want to look at this right now. Save it for a night. We'll do a bad homebrew night and save it for that. I don't know how to read this. I can't give feedback. Every save this, can we do like a, because I don't have anything to say other than everything is wrong. Stream lag. You know? You train others with bad examples? Not tonight, I don't. I don't want to. That's not my... listen, are you trying to coerce me into running a stream a certain way? That's not what I want to do right now. And you can't give so many bad examples that it's like there's nothing to uplift, which is what you've done here. So I appreciate the work, and I will happily look at it on a night where we are doing bad homebrew night. But I don't want to look at it right now. I have nothing else to say other than that it's bad. And if you guys want to look at it and talk about it, you're more than welcome to. Thank you for trying to hurt my brain. I appreciate it. Elanette. In 2013, the people of Sweden had a craze about horses being fruits that don't exist. Just wanted to let you all know. All right. We paid for this opportunity. I hope we don't need something like that. Well, I think everybody needs something like that. I think, listen, if I've learned anything from Homebrew review, it's that everybody that's trying to write Homebrew is like pretty creative. Like most people have pretty creative ideas if you give them the space to like extrapolate them and like think them through. And then the other thing that I'll say is most people are idiots also. Most people are stubborn and most people are idiots, myself included. So sometimes you need a bad example. Okay, this is the Douluhan. It's a warlock. Oh, it's a pact warlock. Okay, it's a warlock that made a pact with a headless horseman. You made a pact with a Douluhan, a mysterious rider in the night, the headless horseman, owner of the true nightmare, who comes to collect the souls of the old and the young to take them. Why are these all sent? Okay, I know I yell that you need to write full sentences and put periods, but these are all one sentence. You don't need to break these up with periods. These should just be their own sentences. Perhaps you fell in a gruesome battle or a loved one suffered a grisly fate. Whatever the reason for your pact was, you offered your soul for a little more time in the world. That will keep the Douluhan on your heels for now. It will even lend you a steed. Okay, cool. Let's see what we get. We get inflict wounds, compel duel, spiritual weapon, magical weapon, bestow curse, haste, Freedom of movement, greater invisibility, contagion, and Gaius. I feel like magical weapon is a weird one. I don't want to assume. I don't like assuming a warlock is going to use a weapon. So I'm kind of against that. What's up, Bildo? Oh, the link. I was reading. I was reading. Here. There it is. There it is 4 times. 1 for every child killed in the great consumption. Okay, let's see what we get at first level. At Firth, I think you mean first? Did you intentionally use the wrong things? I would switch the ist and the ith here. At first level, your patron grants you the use of one of his steeds to ride upon. You can cast. You can just say you can cast Find Steed. You can cast Find Steed without using a spell slot. All right. The form of the mount can only be the Dread Mare. We'll take that look at that in a second. The mount cannot act independent or while it has a rider. If you were to fall off the saddle, you can as a reaction. Just say as a reaction you can. Why do people do this? This is not a mistake. You're not alone in making this mistake. Everybody fucking does it. They say you can as a reaction. You can as an action. Why does everyone do this? Stop doing this. You don't need to do that. As a reaction you can. As an action you can. So it's just a little twist, but it makes all the difference. If you fall off the saddle as a reaction, you can, don't say instead, just say spend. As a reaction, you can spend. You're making this so much harder to read than it needs to be. If you fall off the saddle as a reaction, you can spend a spell slot to remain on the saddle. I would drop this feature. Warlocks get like 2 spell slots a year. Don't make them spend spell slots to do something silly like climb back on their saddle. That's silly. After summoning the mountain this way, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. How powerful is this thing? We are getting this at first level. This is a level 1 feature. So how broken is this subclass as a 1 level dip? That's the question. So at first level, we get a mount that has decent armor, pretty bad hit points for a pet, actually. Well, 6 times your warlock levels, that's not so bad. Number of you need to be a little bit more. Okay, 6. So it's 2 plus 6 times your warlock level. So that's at level 2. At level 1, that is 8. At level 5, that is 32. At level 10, that is 62. Similar to Wildfire Spirit, yeah. That HP outpaces horses. I think it's okay for it to outpace horses. The question is this okay at level 1? Immune to fire. 60-foot speed is fast, but again, fits for a horse. It can grant resistance to fire to anyone riding it. Illumination. Whenever a creature targets it with an attack, they have to make a wisdom saving throw or become frightened. And then at 3rd level or higher, you can do the dread charge. Wisdom saving throw or become frightened. And then they do some damage. I think it's probably okay, actually. I thought it was going to be worse. I thought it was going to be too much. But that's really all you get at first level. Which is not that hectic. Shouldn't it be higher? Why take away the Paladin Steed? I mean, the one thing that I'll say that's kind of funny about this is if you multi-class Paladin this type of Warlock, you will have a better horse than any Paladin will ever have. I think it's a neat idea. I think you need to think about the mounted rules kind of suck. And I think that it might be worthwhile to clarify stuff with like how they take attacks and things. Like, can you use a bonus action to make them make this attack? Like, who's deciding when they're attacking? And the charge is cool. You just frighten people if you hit them, right? That's the argument for arguments. Oh, we all argue for argue. Let's look at the 6th level feature. Headless. At 6th level, your patron's nature manifests in you. As an action, you can detach your own head and hold it in an empty hand. Your head counts as a small don't say an, as a small-sized object with an AC equal to yours. If you use this feature while your head is already detached from what? So you can detach your head, and if you use this feature when your head is already detached or your head takes damage from an attack, it appears back in your hand. What? How could you use this feature again if your head is detached? As an action, you can detach your head and hold it in your hand. You shouldn't be able to use that feature again if you need to detach your head because you're already holding it in your hand. So I'm not sure how you would do that, so I would change that. When a creature within 5 feet of your head would take damage, you can use your reaction to take the damage instead. Once you've taken damage equal to more than 5 times your warlock level, your head reappears on your shoulders once again. You can see and hear. What a weird feature. Wait a minute. So why are we going with the damage reduction power for the headless part? That seems so odd to me. Also, I do think that it's weird that it's based on a amount of damage equal to 5 times your warlock level and not based on just like, I don't know, amount of times being hit. I feel like it's weird that it's balanced based off damage. Like if you throw the head, you can summon it back. Should be rewarded for show. For that, yeah, that should be rewarded for sure. Why doesn't your head just have hit points equal to 5 times your warlock level? I don't know, but that's another way that you could do it. Maybe because this person is realizing that they don't want you to have like 6 different little stat blocks to keep track of. I think that I would probably. I guess I genuinely don't know. I'm a little bit befuddled by your choice to make it built around damage, around you being a damage sponge. So wait a minute. When the head takes... Okay, so the way that this works, it's not reducing any damage. It's just redirecting the damage to you, right? So like, if the head is next to somebody and that person takes 10 damage, you can use the head to make it so you take 10 damage. Right? Or does it just flat out negate that damage? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think it's supposed to just redirect the damage. That's what it reads like to me. And it just feels like it doesn't feel like, I don't know, it doesn't fit the vibe. I don't normally say that. Like I don't normally say that, but the Douluhan has such a vibe that I feel like by 6th level, I don't know. It just feels odd. It feels odd. I would lean into a defensive feature that you get based on your head being detached, probably. Bound from beyond, excuse me. At 10th level, you and your mount share vitality. You take damage up to your warlock level. Your mount is healed for an amount equal to that damage you took. Interesting. Drain vitality. You deal damage to your mount up to your warlock level. You are healed for an amount equal to the hit points that the damage you took. Huh. Huh. Am I lagging again? I don't know why my stream is so laggy tonight. I don't know. I'm not in charge.
Hello and welcome.
Oh, shit. Get out of here, D&D shorts. You're not invited. This is an interesting feature. I don't know if it feels that strong. Like, why is the nightmare riding headless horseman designed to be a tank damage sponge? It is a very reactive damage sponge, and I don't think that's a bad idea for a subclass, but why is that the headless horseman? It should be designed as a dread rider? I don't know what that means. This feature is interesting. I don't actually know how strong it is. It feels like it's not that strong. Feels like it's interesting more than it's strong. But again, it's like I just don't understand the direction we're going in. Like it's not doing a lot of Dread Rider things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It feels like we get a little bit of fear stuff from the mount, but everything else is just like about damage mitigation so far. So at 14th level, normally you get a big power move. Let's see what we get here. At 14th level, you call upon your trusted. Remember when I had to yell at you last night? I'm a moron to prove to you my power. I felt bad about that. I didn't actually feel that bad about it. I just felt honestly what I felt bad about was that you've been playing a warlock where you got your most powerful feature on a short rest, and now you don't do that anymore. So that warlock that you've been using just got a big handicap. If anyone that you were playing with was listening anyway, and you decided to be honest with them. You know, getting that feature on a short rest was probably pretty sweet for a little while. Okay, at 14th level, you call upon. Your player was said warlock actually. Oh, all right. Well then, you know that's your call. You can decide whether or not you want to crush their hopes and dreams, or if they were trying to take advantage of you. I don't think they were. Okay, at 14th level, you call upon your trusted steed to take on the form of a true nightmare. Until the end of your next turn, you and your mount gain the following. So this needs to have some sort of action economy. Is this a bonus action? Is this an action? Etc. You are immune to fire damage. Any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of you or mount takes 1d10 fire damage. The mount gains a fly speed of 90. Until the end of this turn, you and your mount can enter and move through the spaces of other creatures. The first time you enter the space of another creature, it must make a dex saving throw against you or take 2d8 plus half your warlock level fire damage. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Interesting. So basically, you activate this feature, you basically become a crazy flying Dread Rider, and you just like charge around, zigzagging through people, dealing damage. I feel like there's things you could add and remove. I would probably remove this feature. So I would probably, I feel like that you should make it, this should make it so you can't take opportunity attacks don't hit you also. This is so much a tank. The flee from the tank as an option is a good ability. I'd make the 14th level repeatable with a warlock spell slot. Yeah, I agree. I think that could make sense. I could see that. You might need to lower a little bit of the power there, but I could see that making sense. For this one specifically. I like this feature a lot. I think it's fun that you sort of activate supercharge mode. It's very paladin-y, but I think that's fine. But I do think that there's some missed opportunity with Bound from Beyond and Headless, where it's like, let's feel like a Dread Rider. Let's feel like a Headless Horseman, not necessarily feel like we are going to be making it so you take less damage and sharing life. It's an interesting idea. The problem is there's almost too much flavor in the Headless Horseman, where if you want to take it in really different directions, it is going to make people, including myself, be like, you know? I like the flavor, though, and I like the core concept. And considering we're getting a mount at level 1, I think you handled that pretty well. I was worried that that would be OP. It's still pretty strong, but it's not too strong. Needs dark vision and to inflict blindness, and as well as ethereal. I don't know about all that, but maybe. Yeah, the art is good. The art's fun. Click. Mateo. Hi, Cinder. Today I bring an updated Barbarian subclass, the Warp Rider. While third level feature was kept the same, the rest of the features got complete reworks. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the Warp Rider. Hey, Cinder and friends, what are the magic item save DCs by rarity again? They're a little all over the place. I don't think there's a specific number that they need to be. I would say like uncommons usually like between 11 and 13. Rares usually like between 13 and 15. Very rares are like 15 to 17. Legendaries are like 18 and above. That's my guess. That's me just guessing offhand. I don't remember. They might want to join. I don't know. This is by Mateo. Mateo's not in chat though. I did have to get a little bit harsh with someone earlier tonight, so maybe people were scared. That's fine. Okay, Primal Path, Warp Raider. Feral followers of this path owes its origin to a band of rangers, the Horizon Walkers. The first to be devoted to this path was none other than a dwarven hunter named Dragabla. His battles against the fiends and aberrations left him desiring more. Where do we actually learn about these things? I think you need to spend less time talking about this guy and more time talking about what these things are. I do not think the way to explain these guys should be, oh, they're like the Horizon Walker. I think they should be their own thing, and we should know what that thing is. Rift Perception. So you said this one is not changed. Okay, I need to remind myself what it is because I genuinely don't remember. At third level, your attunement to the planes grants you uncanny senses for the presence of planar disturbance. As an action, you can focus your detection magic, and you can... Okay, so this is just exactly the same as the Horizon Walker feature. Okay, Twisted Moon. I'm not a fan of this. We've talked about this before. I still don't think you should do this. I still think you should find a unique way to give this feature. I don't like that it's just exactly what the Horizon Walker does. Twisted Motion. At third level, when you move, you can choose to teleport to an unoccupied space you can see within your movement range. This teleport does not provoke opportunity attacks. Moving in this way still uses up your movement, but you are teleported to the location. Chosen location, you are unaffected by a difficult terrain while doing so. Furthermore, when you teleport more than 10 feet away before your next attack, if you use Reckless Attack this turn or choose to use it on your next turn, you can get a bonus to hit equal to your rage damage bonus. Man, I fucking wish you changed this. You didn't change the shit that I told you to change, and that annoys me. I accept that you maybe are not going to change it, but like I disagree with this feature. I just disagree with it. One, it's not activated on a rage. Barbarian features activate on their rage. That's key. Two, I disagree with the bonus to hit plus equal to your rage damage when you use Reckless Attack. Reckless Attack is already a benefit. That's why it's Reckless Attack. This adds nothing new. It just makes it better than it is. So change this. Maybe you're not going to. I told you to last time. I'm telling you again. Change this. Make this active only while raging, and change this. Absorption Elephant. 6th level. At 6th level, if a creature hits you with an attack, you can use your action to move 10 feet to a different location you can see, teleporting as though moving through Twisted Motion when you do. If the attack was magic, you gain resistance to the damage. Also, if the magic was a spell or effect with an area of effect, your movement can only be away from the center of the spell or effect. Additionally, you can dash as a bonus action. Why are we sneaking this little... this feels weird. I would drop this feature. This just feels like a bonus that you wanted to squeeze in, and I would drop it. When you use your reaction to move 10 feet into a different location, the attack still hits you though, right? I'm a little. So basically, the way that this works, what this feature does is if you are hit with something, you can use your reaction to move away, but you're still hit by the attack. So you just benefit from being able to move 10 feet. I don't know. The other thing that I would say is this triggers on an attack, and you mention spells with area of effects. Area of effect spells require saving throws, so you wouldn't actually get to use this on a spell like Fireball or something like that. Ribbons can happen at any level. Ribbons means nothing mechanically. That's true. I don't know what that was in reference to, but maybe you guys were having chit-chatty. Another lesson in taking critique, don't bring back stuff if you didn't take the advice. You don't have to take everyone's advice, but don't ask twice if you didn't listen. I mean, that is good advice. Good night, Molly Muck. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. I just disagree with it. I don't think this feature is strong enough, and I think it needs a little bit more specifics of what it does. Or rather, I think that being able to teleport 10 feet but still take the hit isn't really anything. I mean, it's not nothing, but I don't know if it's enough for a 6th-level feature. And being able to use your reaction to get resistance to the damage of magic that's good. That's strong. That's very strong. But the rest feels kind of out of pocket, and this I would just drop because it doesn't fit the vibe. Hunting Gateway. At 10th level, you can cast Arcane Gate without needing a spell slot. You can do so while raging. When you do, the spell lasts 1 minute and does not require concentration after you cast Arcane Gate. Doing it this way, you can't do it again until you finish a long rest. What level is Arcane Gate? Arcane Gate is 6th level. What level are wizards casting spells at what level spells are wizards casting at level 10? 5th level. Okay, let's check one more thing. Zealot Barbarian. It's not the Zealot Barbarian. It's the Ancestral Guardian. I always mix them up. Augury and Clairvoyance. Second level, 3rd level. Yeah, I think you can't do Arcane Gate. It's a 6th level spell, man. Like, I understand that you want to do what this feature does, and you're limiting it to 1 minute, and it's just once per long rest. But comparatively to the other 10th level features, I think that you can draw aspects of it into a feature that you can just do. But I disagree. I know Arcane Gate really does fit, but it doesn't matter. The power level here is more important. Like if you can, maybe there's things that you could do to make it fit more. Like maybe you could limit it somehow. Maybe it could require an action each turn to maintain the portal. Like you can't attack. You can just hold the portal open. I don't know. There's things you could do, but I think that the solution here is figuring out what mechanics you like from Arcane Gate and translating them into a once-a-day feature that is applicable at 10th level, that does not require you to cast a spell and does not give you Arcane Gate specifically as a spell. Dimension Door could also work, but I understand what they're trying to do with Arcane Gate. They were trying to make I feel like there's ways that you could do that. You just need to limit it more than this way that Arcane Gate does. Maybe look at Path of Fundamental Chaos by Matt Mercer. Nah. I like Matt Mercer as a dungeon master, and I like some of his design, but I do not like a lot of his design also. Okay. I think that, yeah, I don't know. I think that the flavor is there. I get it 100%. I think you need to pull the guts out of Arcane Gate and build a feature that uses that vibe. That's what I would do. It would at least give good wording. All right, then look at it. Then you can definitely check it out. The Path of Fundamental Chaos. I'll check it out right now. We'll see what it is. Path of Fundamental Chaos. Is this it? This is too many fucking words. I don't want to read all this shit. The thing is with Matt Mercer is all of his stuff is significantly more powerful than normal things. That's the only reason why I don't love using his as an example. I'm not sure where the teleporter stuff is, but apparently there's something in there, so you can go check that shit out if you want to. Oh, ads, fun. At 14th level, your fury warps the world around you. Once during your rage, when you teleport with your twisted motion, you can make all... Don't say make, say force. You can force all creatures within 30 feet of where you started to make a strength saving throw against a save DC. What is this based off of? What's the save DC based off of? Or be pulled 15 feet towards where you teleported from. Okay, this is cool. I think you can make this more powerful. I think that you can make it... do damage. I also think you need to decide what the save DC is. I would probably base it off of your constitution. So 8 plus proficiency plus constitution. I like it. I think it's good. I think it could do more damage. I think you could pull them further, and I think it could do damage. There is something in there. The subclass has a roll a d8 when you rage mechanics, and it's not officially published yet. Oh, why are you telling me to look at shit that's not published? I'm just looking at random bullshit on the internet. I can't. Did I just click a random thing? Was that somebody's theory onto what it was? Probably, yeah. All right. Well, then I can't look it up. If it ain't out, I can't look it up. Okay, cool. I love the idea. I think there's a couple things to work on. You can continue to ignore my feedback, but if you do again, I don't want to read it anymore. because that's my feedback. You can listen to it or you can not listen to it, but don't force me to read the things if you don't want to listen anymore. But those are my feedback for these new levels. Take it or leave it. Your choice. It might help them, but how will it help them if they can't find it because it's not officially written anywhere? Like, that's what I mean, Data. Like, if there's not an official publication of it where this is the correct wording of it, then how can they look up the correct wording of it? You know? Oh, it's Pokey. Pokey by a nose. Hello, Cinder and friends. This is Peacefully shared on Discord a week ago. I'm excited to share it with Cinder. All right, let's take a look. Oh, they did a special... a shout out to Boca, Derek, and Eternize. Boca, Derek, and Eternize. Shout out to you. There it is in the chat. Did you want to come on stream? I didn't check. Oh, I always never check. You do. All right, let me grab you. Hey, Pokey.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good.
What are we looking at today? Elevator pitch it to me.
All right, so have you ever wanted to be an acrobat as a fighter, but you never had the good subclass to do it?
Every day of my life.
Hopefully this fills that little itch that you want to scratch.
Okay, let's take a look. Martial archetype, Acroborn. Through rigorous training and relentless dedication, the Acroborn have honed their acrobatic skills to perfection, seamlessly blending the graceful movements with deadly strikes. With the finesse and precision of a professional acrobat, these fighters strike fear into the hearts of their enemies, effortlessly evading attacks and seeming to defy the laws of gravity. They are the embodiment of elegance and athleticism, capable of awe-inspiring feats. Okay, I'm going to stop right here. This is good flavor text. You don't need a lot of it. You're starting to repeat yourself.
No worries.
So I would probably cut out a sentence or two, but it seems pretty solid. Whether they're gracefully flipping through the air or blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I think you could cut maybe a sentence or two of that and it would be solid. But it's good. Good flavor text. Agile strikes. Starting at 3rd level, you have honed your acrobatic skills to enhance your strikes in combat. Once per turn, when you make an attack with a weapon that has the finesse property, you can roll a d4 and add it to the attack roll or damage. You cannot gain this benefit while you are wearing heavy armor. Okay, so we just get a little touch more damage. Additionally, at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in the acrobatic skill. If you're already proficient, you can... Oh, you did This is for folks that are wondering how to write expertise. This is how you do it. You don't say if you're already proficient, you get expertise. You say if you're already
So
proficient.
here's what I learned about expertise, specifically in wording. If
Hmm.
you are going to be using expertise, it is most likely going to be using bard or rogues. However, you still need to provide an explanation of what expertise is following it,
Mhm.
because even stating expertise will not make it clear for people.
Yes. Okay. So you get double prof expertise. Your maneuverability also makes you hard to pin down. When another creature hits you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to add your acrobatics skill modifier to the AC for the attack, potentially causing it to miss. Once you do it, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Oof. I don't know how I feel about you getting a super shield once per rest. Because that's kind of what it is. This is basically
So here's
shield,
how
but
I compared
better.
it. Here's how I compared it. Definitely, I definitely see where you're coming from. This
Mm-hmm.
was similar, in my opinion, to defensive duelist. However, different from defensive duelist, you got to use it as many times as your proficiency bonus. This one is only once per short rest, but you refresh on short rest like most fighters do on their abilities, meaning that you can use this normally as a fighter would for something like
once a fight, basically, is what it's going to.
Yeah, once a fight.
But the AC is going to be way higher. I don't
for
know.
that one attack though.
Yeah,
where shield applies for the entire round, and
Mhm.
defensive duelist, you can do it at least 2 times during a fight. You can only do this once a fight, and it doesn't last the entire round.
Okay. I still have mixed feelings. I accept.
All right.
I accept. I'll tell you why. It feels weird to have a feature that doubles your skill and then uses that doubled skill to do something. It feels like too... Like, maybe it's fine, but from a game design perspective, it feels like too much of a combo.
Yeah, I definitely understand how you feel. When I looked at this, I was like, if I'm giving double proficiency on this, you're basically going to shut off one attack confirmed by using this. And I thought, if you're using that with something like shield or defensive duelist, how effective is that usually? And I feel like you're effectively using that 100% of the time. You never fail doing that.
I think you need to stop comparing it to defensive duelist and think about it in just the context of a subclass feature, because defensive duelist is not a subclass feature. It's like
true, but I was also comparing it to shield.
But that's also not a subclass feature. That's a spell.
True.
So I would not worry about that. And you're just sort of talking in circles at this point. Like, you're just explaining the logic that I just said, and your logic was you think it's fine, and my logic was I think it's not fine. We both are using the same logic to come to different conclusions, which is totally fine. But the main issue that I see is sort of it's actually what Data is saying, which is I disagree with the give double skill bonus and then use that bonus to do a thing. I just don't like that. You can like that, but I'm just saying that I feel like that feels off to me.
Got it.
But the idea of, what does the thing actually end up looking like at third level? So at third level, you have expertise in acrobatics. You can essentially avoid one attack once per short rest, and all of your attacks once per round. Once per round, your attacks deal a little bit of extra damage.
Or it can be a little bit more accurate.
Oh, you can do it to the attack roll or the damage roll. Oh, I would just make it the damage roll. Don't do it to the attack roll or the damage roll.
All right.
Yeah. Don't do it. Don't do both. That's too strong. Adding to attack roll is often stronger than adding to damage a lot of the time. Most of the time. Yeah, it's an interesting... I'm wondering if there's something else that could sit in space of this feature. If you really like this feature, then please don't listen to anything I'm saying right now. But if you are not 100% on this feature, I wonder if there is something more interesting that you could do here than essentially what equates to a one-use super powerful parry. That's what I would say. I don't know if that is the right move to accomplish the goal of feeling like a agile monk-esque fighter. Let's move on to level 7, though, because I do think that at a certain point you either like it or you don't, and there's not a wrong answer here. Beginning at 7th level, you can nimbly dodge out of the way of certain areas of effects. Okay, so you just get evasion, basically, right? This is just
Yeah.
literally just evasion? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little stronger than what most fighters get at 7th level, but I think that's okay. At 10th level, your Agile Strike die grants you an additional benefit. Agile Strike die? What the fuck is our Agile Strike die?
That's the one at the very start. Agile Strikes.
Did you call it an Agile Strike die and I just missed that? So you need to name it before you use the name in a rule. So nowhere in this document does it say Agile Strike die until you make reference to it down here. So what I would probably say is, this is so pedantic, but it did just confuse me, is you just drop the word die. At level 10, your Agile Strike grants you additional benefits. Or when you use your Agile Strike, you can gain an additional benefit. Choose one of the following below.
All right.
It'll make it read more in sync with D&D writing, and most people won't be confused in that way. Creatures can't make opportunity attacks against you for the rest of the turn. All creatures can't, or just the ones that you hit?
All creatures.
Okay, why?
Basically, it's supposed to be your acrobatics still, after you make attack, you're supposed to like agilely escape from all the attacks.
But what I'm saying is, what does that have to, like, but how does me striking one creature affect every other creature?
I would say that I'd try to say a similar argument would be the swashbuckler doing the same thing with their fancy footwork.
Let's look up the swashbuckler. Why's my caps lock on? During your turn, if you make a melee attack against the creature, that creature can't make it. So that's the whole point. The difference between fancy footwork and yours is exactly the point that I'm bringing up. Fancy footwork only works against the creature that you made the attack against. Like I just don't understand why. Because the way this is worded, I could hit a creature, use this feature, I could run 30 feet away, and then a creature 30 feet away from me still can't get opportunity attacks against me. And I just don't understand why. So I think that if you want, here's what I'll say. If you like these features, I'll look at what the other ones do first to see if this is applicable. This one lets you do a D8 instead of a D4. What does this one do? You can use your Agile Strike die again on another attack you make this turn. Yeah, this doesn't fit if you want to keep it this way. Because all of these other ones are still tied to, like, I think that you have to make them tied to the hit for it to work if you want them to be tied to Agile Strike. Alternatively, you could not tie them to the hit, and you could just make them other things that you could do. Speaking of which, I also think that the move of giving you other options for Agile Strike should not be you do more damage, you do more hits. I don't think that's interesting enough. I feel like you should play around with, like, unless you just I wouldn't, or don't phrase it like options. Just make it improved Agile Strikes and just say your D4s are now D8s and you can use it twice per turn instead of once per turn, which is not what you should do because that would be too strong. But changing the D4s to D8s could work. But if you wanted to make it like optional things that you can do, then I would encourage you to not think about them in terms of just better options, but think about them in terms of like alternative uses. You know, like Battlemaster maneuvers are just all different. And I would think about it like that. Like it's not like there's not an improved Battlemaster maneuver where it's like, okay, now you can use 2 on a turn as opposed to 1. They all just do different things. So I would lean into that if I were you, if you're going to keep it as like you get more options of things you can do. Balancing act. Your acrobatic movements allow you to maneuver through ally and enemy alike. You can end your turn in another creature's space. And that's an interesting one. In addition, you can move through a hostile creature's space as if they were a non-hostile creature. Moving through another creature's space is not considered difficult terrain for you, okay? While you share the space with a creature, any attack made against either of you has disadvantage except while attacking each other. I would drop that last part. Also, I feel like this 15th level feature could be I feel like it's not. I feel like you should get it sooner. I feel like if this is an important feature for you, I would get it sooner. It's because it's good, but it's not like 15th level feature good. I might switch it with evasion, or I might switch it with improved agile strikes. Hell, I might switch it with the whole use your reaction AC thing at 3rd level. But I would move it around. And then I would just drop the advantage, disadvantage thing. Master of Agility. At 18th level, your dexterity enables you to avoid certain dangers and master dazzling attacks flawlessly. You gain advantage on all dex saving throws and skill checks. Additionally, you can use your bonus action to gain advantage on attacks made this turn with weapons that have the finesse property. I get the advantage on dex saves and skill checks. You're level 18, so who cares? Bonus action to gain advantage on your attack rolls feels too flavorless for me. We're level 18, so a good thing to like by the time we're this high level, we should like it. I would strongly encourage leaning away from stuff that is a little bit broad or vague or easily accomplishable by other things. The things that you get at high level should be solely you should earn those things. Like we have played a campaign for 4 years, 3 years, however fucking long it takes to get to level 18. Cool, I get advantage on dex stuff, and then additionally, I have a way to get advantage on attack rolls. That's what the the samurai fighter gets that at 3rd level. Anyone gets that very easily if they use flanking rules. Like there's a million ways to get advantage on attack rolls. Having it be consistent is nice, but I don't think it's exciting enough for an 18th level feature. Oh my God, Crazy Moose, another 50. Jesus Christ, thank you, man. That is very kind. Oh my goodness. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts?
I definitely see the argument for the bonus action for advantage. Honestly, I understand. I agree with that. This was 18th level when you're this high. I didn't.
Yeah, Moose is nuts. Everybody, thank you, Moose. Good man.
I've always had struggles giving massively powered abilities to classes. I think that's probably where I struggle most with my subclasses. I don't know really how to tap well.
Yeah.
I definitely want to keep that all dexterity saving throws and skill checks advantage, because that'll just fully envelop your natural acrobats to be even better than it needs to be. And then you have all the acrobatic or dexterous checks.
So no, I got you. So here's my main concern. My main concern is that you essentially already feel like you have advantage on dex stuff if you're using expertise in acrobatics will make you have the same feeling of being an expert acrobat as having advantage on acrobatics. Like you're not getting more new feelings. You're just reassured. It's the difference between doing, having a weapon that deals, if you're playing like a video game, it's the difference between having a weapon that deals 50 damage on average and a weapon that deals 65 damage on average. It is better. It's noticeably better, but it doesn't do anything different, and it doesn't really give you any new tools to play with or do anything that is that distinct and different. So while I think it's fine, I think that for this last feature, I think you need to play the game of thinking about what is something that a master martial artist fighter could do or would do. Maybe you get some whirlwind flurry of blows feature where you can make attacks against, a lot of stuff. Like maybe once a day, you can hit every creature within a certain range of you and you can do agile strike on every single one of them or something like that. Something to show off that you are water in fight, swishing through that sort of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like a good way to think about it. Also, I do need to say thank you, Moose. That was fucking crazy that you are being so generous. It is ridiculous, and I really do appreciate it from the bottom of my cold ancient heart. A good way to think about high level features in general, and this is what I do, is I try to imagine two things. I think about it in two ways. The first way is sometimes there is a feature that just fills everything out. Like it is a logical capstone. Like you can see it feels like it is the it feels like it is the pinnacle. It feels like it is the meeting place of all the different parts of the subclass and the anchor at which they can like explode out from. I don't think this is that. I don't think this needs that. The other thing though, and the more common one for me, is you try to imagine what if there was going to be a character that was going to be playing this subclass and they got really high level. I'm now thinking about that character not in a D&D space, but in like a fantasy story, like an anime or an adventure movie or whatever. What's some crazy fucking shit that they're doing? And then I think, okay, how can I make that into a mechanic, and what does that mechanic look like? And that is a really like just, start building a big fight scene in your head. Like, oh, okay. Oh, you know what? It'd be cool if they like ran up a guy and like did a backflip and then like came back down on him. It's like, oh, maybe this guy gets finisher moves where they can like kick off people. I don't know. Like that's the way to think about it though, is to try to envision the cool and then use the cool to inspire the mechanics. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
That has helped me a lot with figuring out high level features. I think there should be more movement stuff. Phil says he thinks there should be more movement stuff. I guess that's true. You are still pretty slow. You don't get any movement speed bonuses at all. That could be a thing that you could fill in places with for sure. Cool. It's a nice piece, man. I like the idea so far, and I hope you keep working on it.
Thanks.
Any final thoughts, questions, etc.?
Yeah, you guys should subscribe to CinderBlock before he kicks me out.
Oh God, I'm gonna kick you out. But thank you, that's kind. Bye. All right, 3 left. I think we're gonna get through everyone tonight. I know we're gonna get through everyone tonight, is what I should have said. It's nice the nights that we can get through everyone. Doesn't happen that much. It's a trap. This is called bees in the ceiling. Can we talk about the moose in the room? I know, isn't that fucking crazy? Crazy Moose just tossed me some real money. Human money. He's very generous. It is generosity like that allows me to pay my rent, so I appreciate it. Okay, it is Baba's turn. Hey, Baba.
Hello.
How are you?
How's it going? I'm good. We had a little Pathfinder game tonight.
Why was your voice so loud when you first came in? Did I cut you off in the middle of talking to someone?
Because I said, hey, loudly.
Oh, okay.
I was waiting for you. I was in ambush here.
Oh, man. Okay. So what are we looking at?
Unmuted and everything.
What are we looking at? Tell me about it. Wait, let me
so this is a trap. This is part of a dungeon that I made like maybe 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm trying to refine to maybe publish, and basically the dungeon is a series of increasingly dickish traps.
Okay.
This is about midway through the dickishness.
Okay.
So,
Bees
yeah.
in the ceiling. Simple trap, level 1 through 4, minor threat. A trap door in the ceiling is easily visible, no check required, because it is not fully shut. Inside, there is an ostrich egg that has been... Ooh, what a nice detail. An ostrich egg that has been filled with bees placed upon the trap door in such a manner that it will fall down and break open if the door is opened. The trap leads nowhere. Okay, that's very fun. So the door leads nowhere. So you see a trap door, you pull it open, an egg falls, and bees everywhere. The detail of the egg is very nice. Upon opening the door, the egg falls and breaks open on the floor. Because you can imagine like a kobold sitting in a room, like getting bee stings as it tries to like jam bees into like a half broken eggshell and like slowly
and this is
glue it together.
The kobold dungeon, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Upon opening the door, the egg falls and breaks open on the floor. Effect: creatures within 15 feet of where the egg breaks must make a DC 12 Dex saving throw to avoid being stung by the bees, taking 1d6 poison damage on a failure. The bees dissipate after this initial attack. So it's a very simple trap, and it's not that dangerous. It's just 1d6 damage total.
Right. Yeah. The only
It's like a little fuck you
you know,
trap more than anything else.
It's a little fuck you trap. It's not really meant to. It's more meant to annoy than to seriously damage. And the nice thing about there's a fairly large radius. Ideally, what happens is the players file into this. You know, the characters file into the room. They say, "Ooh, trap door above." Someone opens it, and bees sting everyone.
Okay, yeah. If the trapdoor is open slowly and carefully, the egg will not fall. It can be picked up. DC 12 perception check. Lets you hear buzzing. Opening the trapdoor from the far enough away with a rope will get you out fine. That's true. If a player disarms the trap successfully, they might keep the egg full of bees for their own use. I was going to say, I feel like there's a lot of ways you could end up keeping the egg. Oh, the ostrich egg is light, easy to carry, but fragile. The bees are kept inside the shell by means of a wad of rag. Oh, man, I love the visual of this, too. It's very world building, which is very nice. This is a good example, folks, of something that's like a visual storytelling. Like, if you describe a trap as a box full of bees that falls out of the ceiling, it's fine. It works. But if you describe the trap as a ostrich egg that has been filled with bees and has a little bit of rag sticking out of it, it really makes you visualize somebody in the world spending the time to build it. So it's like it's putting those little details of thinking like, okay, sure, we know bee trap, but okay, this is a kobold dungeon. What actually is a kobold dungeon going to have? Are they going to have a box? Probably not. They build stuff out of everything. So yeah, we'll do like an eggshell trap. You know, like it's a good headspace to get into with you're thinking about the little details of your design that don't matter so much at all for the mechanics, but they matter immensely for selling the idea. And selling the idea is often more important than the mechanics when it comes to most stuff, unfortunately or fortunately. The other thing that I was going to say is there's one thing that you didn't put here, and I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but do you feel like if the egg fell, somebody could be quick enough to catch it?
Yeah, I sort of thought about putting that in there or not, like a dexterity check or save, probably a check.
This is what I would do. This is what I would do. I would give someone a sleight of hand check to catch the egg. An option to do that if they can see it in time, or maybe maybe there's like they have to roll something, or if their passive perception is high enough.
They have to say that they want to catch the egg, maybe.
But
it's not immediately obvious that you want to catch.
Yeah, they have to decide that they want to, for sure. And maybe there is even like a roll to determine if it's even possible. But the roll to see if they're successful is a sleight of hand, I believe. That's what I would do.
That makes sense.
But here's what I would also say: if they fail, they should make that dex save. They should automatically fail the dex save, and they maybe should take double damage.
Yeah.
Because it's like the beehive is crashing in their hands.
Oh, yeah. If they catch the egg and like crack it, like, you know, they use too much force to like catch it, it just smashes.
That's
in their
what I mean.
hands.
And then the bees just attack them. So like this is what I would do. This might be the move. The move might be that if they can try to catch it, but if they fail, they automatically fail against the bees and they take more damage.
Yeah.
Because that's funny.
Everyone has a good laugh. Maybe just the bees only sting them.
Oh yeah, you could do that. And the bees only sting them and they take, 2d6 or 3d6 or however you want to do it.
I think that makes
That's funny. I like that.
Visual. It's a fun visual. I love kobolds.
There's a TikTok. There's a guy on TikTok who I watch sometimes who used to be a game designer for Valve. And one of the things that he was talking about in a video was like there are certain types of conditions and things that are like debuffs, like they're bad, but you put them in the game because they're funny and they're fun. And one of the things is setting people on fire. Like having the ability to like set your allies on fire in video games is like annoying, but it leads to so much fun and goofiness that it's often a feature that's put in. Or like being able to blow yourself up accidentally. Like a lot of that stuff is put in intentionally because it's kind of silly. And this is that. This is one of those moments where this is a game design where it's like, oh, this will be silly sometimes. Let's lean in, Yeah,
that's definitely the vibe that I'm going for. Like in overall in this dungeon, it's largely silly traps that make you evoke this feeling of these scrappy little kobolds working with what they have, and also them knowing like the sort of like habits of adventurers. Like there's a trap door in the ceiling that's kind of cracked. someone's gonna open that trap door. Like,
Yeah.
things like that.
Cool. All right, man. Thank you very much. This is a fun piece.
Cool. Have a good night.
Final thoughts? Or are you just hanging up on me now?
No, I'm not hanging up with you immediately because I didn't have the thing ready, but now
Oh, that's funny. All right, 2 left. 2 left. Derek, you're gonna be the last fucker tonight, aren't you? Oh, you're not. Look at you, lucky boy. Hi, Derek. You've been so patient.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
I cannot hear you. Let me change my settings.
Yeah, man. You're. I can't hear you either. You sound like you're talking through a tin can. You probably don't have your headphones plugged into the right thing.
There we go. I'm good.
Oh, you sound so much better.
Yeah. It's because I wasn't using my Bluetooth earbud anymore.
Pixel, what's up, buddy? Welcome, Derek.
Thanks.
So what are we looking at today?
The Axe of Astronomy and the Dagger of Amnesia.
All right, let me load them up. These are magic items.
Of course. What else would they be?
Oh, who knows, man? Axe of Astronomy. Okay, let's see. All right, I'm not going to ask you to elevator pitch it because it's not that long. I just want to see if I can decipher its goal. Axe of Astronomy. Great axe, very rare. This dark steel great axe has 10 bright silver stars embedded in the blades in an arc that follows the sinuous curve of the edge. Sinuous? Okay, you're going a little slimy, I see. You've been hanging out with the Elder Gods too long. They love that slimy shit. People don't pay enough respect to Fuzz and Feather. Fuzz and Feather deserve more love.
I don't think of sinuous as slimy. I think of it as more like...
It's like tendons.
wiry.
It's like tendons.
Yeah, I think of it as like wiry muscle or like a snake.
Yeah, and but that's muscles covered in some sort of slime.
I suppose.
I don't know. You have a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with a magic weapon. Additionally, while holding this axe, you can use a bonus action to send one of the stars of the blade to send one of the stars of the blade at a creature. I would say at a target. At a creature of your choice, to a creature of your choice, at a creature of your choice. I don't know. There's something weird about the wording there. Within 120 feet of you. When you do so, make a ranged spell attack with +7 to hit. So this is like Crown of Stars, the spell.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay. On a hit, they take 4d12 radiant damage. Hit or miss, it's expended. When the last star is expended, the axe loses its magic. When the axe is found, it typically has a couple charges. If it is exposed to the light of a new moon for 4 consecutive hours, it gains some charges back. This is great. I absolutely love this recharge mechanic.
Yeah, I would actually like to shout out Dragona Savior for that. He commissioned the item and he came up with the recharge mechanic. So
Cool. Okay, here's my question for you. If you were going to give this something distinctly different, I'm not saying to take anything out of the immediate, but if you were going to give it something distinctly different than the Crown of Stars spell, what would you give it?
Dark Vision?
Dark Vision could work.
Or a light effect?
Maybe a light effect. I think a light effect is the move. The only reason why I say that is I think it needs something else. I think it needs one more thing, and I don't know what that thing is, but maybe it's a light effect. I mean, it could just be dancing lights. You could just get dancing lights.
I like that.
What if about this? What if okay, let's tie it to astronomy. I would say, what if you get dancing lights, or what if you get dancing lights, but you can, I don't know how to word this, and maybe it's too complicated, but this is where my head goes. What if you could get dancing lights and you can use them to see the constellations that are in the sky regardless of where you are? So like if it's cloudy, you can see them, or like if you're in a cave, so that you can almost sort of like tell what time of year it is and sort of guide yourself by the stars even if you're underground. Something like that maybe?
Or based off of that, what if you could just use the stars to tell what phase of the moon it is so you can know when you next can charge it?
That's a good idea. Yeah, that's it. There you go. So I would add that. But I think other than that, it's pretty solid. This is also a nice example of like taking aspects of a spell and putting them in an item is a very, very solid way to make an item. And it's also a really solid way to make sure that your characters that are often going to feel a little left behind in terms of power are getting that power. Like a barbarian that has this now essentially has a badass ranged attack, at least a little bit. Like
literally everyone I've shown this to has said this would be great on a barbarian.
Yeah. So like one of the things, because a lot of people struggle with the difference in the balance levels between classes when you get to higher levels, especially spellcasters versus like barbarians, monks, and that sort of thing. And I do not have that problem in my games, and it is because I give my players too many good items. But it turns into, it's not a problem if you give the fighter, the thing is the the martial characters are gonna. Inevitably, my martial characters also end up getting more items because I'm much more comfortable giving items that boost attacks than I am with that boosting spells for whatever reason. But like, give an item that has charges that does something cool is essentially the same as a class feature. So you can use those to sort of supplement things. Yeah. Okay, what was the other one?
The Dagger of Amnesia, which is split across the same page.
Ooh, a split, eh?
Just because of
you trying to hurt my feelings with this May. Dagger of Amnesia, legendary. Okay.
Did I? Okay, I'm sorry. I missed.
No. At this point, it's a joke. I don't actually have feelings about it. The only time that I have feelings about it is when people are if I'm in a grumpy mood, then I have feelings about it. But I'm not in a grumpy mood. This magic weapon deals psychic damage instead of piercing. In addition, whenever you hit an unconscious target with a melee attack using this weapon, you can expend one charge to force them to make a DC 17 intelligence saving throw. On a failure, they forget the last minute before they became unconscious for 2d6 days. On a successful save, they are stunned for 1d4 hours upon waking up. You don't know if the target failed the saving throw or not. Interesting. The Dagger of Amnesia has 3 charges and regains 1 charge every 2 days to a maximum of 5. So, question. Why do we need to attack the creature to use this second feature? Could we because if you attack an unconscious creature, I feel like it either dies or wakes up. Like that's usually what happens. So what if instead of this being an attack, what if this was a special attack that specifically did no damage and did not wake them? Like, mention that. Because otherwise, I think you're going to find yourself in a situation where a dungeon master is going to wake people up annoyingly, and it's not going to get to be as cool as you want it to. The other thing is it needs to make it a +2 or a +3.
Okay.
This feature is not strong enough to merit it not having a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls.
Okay, cool.
You can do that. You can make an item that's fucking crazy and is legendary and doesn't get that bonus, but this is not that.
Okay, cool. That's it.
I like it though. I like it.
Oh, actually, unless you wanted to look again at the ornate key, because I have updated that since you last reviewed it.
Everybody. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Ornate key, heavy gold with silver filigree. Do you know that? Canon D. You know that song? Surprisingly, it fits locks in almost any door. Opening, no attunement required. When inserted into a lock and turned, the ornate key casts knock to open it. When you cast knock in this way, the range of the knocking sound is reduced to 5 feet. Nice. The ornate key can be used to knock 3 times. It regains all expended uses daily at dawn. So for free, anybody can just knock twice or knock 3 times, and it's loud, but just in a little area. It's a little loud knock. And then closing. This part requires attunement. A wielder of the key can cast... I think you can just say you. Specifically when it's involving attunement, it's like very much single-person directed.
Makes sense.
You can cast Arcane Lock once per day without material component cost. You don't need to mention the material component cost. Whenever you're casting a spell through an item, it is component free. I think.
Okay.
I mean, don't quote me on that, but assume that I'm correct.
Okay.
When cast this way, the spell only lasts until the next dawn. While the created lock remains active, the silver filigree glows faintly. If the lock is broken, the key warms and the silver flashes brightly cool. In addition, the wielder is alerted with a ping in their mind. This ping awakens them if they are sleeping. The wielder can use a reaction to view the scene around the created lock at the time of its breaking. That's cool. I would limit the time that they have to do that. I would make it so it's like they when they hear it breaking, they have like a minute that they can like a limited time, and it should go away quickly. But I like that idea.
Okay.
That's a cool item. I like it. I like it a lot. I like the little changes. Honestly, my favorite part is that it doesn't not make noise. It just makes that noise in 5 feet. I think that's really fun. That's like a very, I don't know why I like that so much, but that's my favorite part. It's a good item, but that's my favorite part. Cool,
Awesome.
man. Any final thoughts, questions, or should I kick you out?
Yep. Just have fun for the two.
Yep, I'm kicking you out because I felt like you were maybe gonna try to leave before I could kick you out, so I kicked you out first. That was a power move. All right, one more. Who's it gonna be? We'll see. Could be anybody. Pixel. Oh shit, it's Pixel. Pixel, you were just in the chat. Pixel, you're still here. Not Derek Pixel. Pixel. Heavily based on the Vengeance Paladin and a chunk of anime tropes. My friends are my power. I don't know what that means, but that's fine. This is also my first attempt at a homebrew. I've been sitting on it for a while. I've worked on it for a bit, but never had anyone share it with. Cool. All right, let me take a look. Oh, I hope I can see it. Yes, thank God. Sometimes people post stuff the first time and they make it so I can't see it. Derek, I was just trying to not let you be rude to me. And I am rude sometimes. I spend like hours of my life sitting on a computer talking to strangers on the internet. You are going to see me be rude. I apologize. And I think the only thing that matters is the rudeness is not so much that you accept me still, or you love it. One of the two. All right, here's the subclass that I posted. I'll post it again. There it is. Let's take a look. Path of the Vengeful Soul. Okay, it's a monk. Let's see what we're working with here. Oh, I know I'm fine. What the fuck was that? Those who follow the way of Vengeful Soul have usually witnessed or been victim to some kind of wrongdoing. These few monks hear offerings of power or help through awakening of some sort, a force of retribution. When you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you can learn to channel the power of vengeance in a series of quick attacks. When you start your turn, pick a creature that has harmed you or an ally to be marked by your vengeance. Once per short rest, when you use Flurry of Blows against that target, you get advantage on all attacks against the target. Okay, couple things here. This, I think that if you want to, I think that this is actually maybe clear enough. I would phrase it differently. I would say instead of a creature that has harmed you or an ally, I would say a creature that has damaged or used a harmful spell or ability, because there are harmful spells and abilities that don't. I think I would clarify it like that, just because there's no questions about when you can activate it. The other thing is, once per short rest, you get advantage on attacks against the target is not that strong. So I think you need to be a little bit stronger here. This is going to be complicated to write. It is gonna be. It's not that complicated. I mean, I guess it's a little complicated, but I would treat it similarly to like the charm effect, right? Like where like you can damage or do harmful things to creatures. It breaks it usually. Now this is once per short rest. You basically get advantage on attacks against that target. So this, I would strongly encourage you to phrase it differently. So here's what I would do. This is what I would do. I would say something like, something like, if you want to keep this feature, I would do something like, probably something like when a creature does a harmful hostile thing to someone, when you see somebody do something harmful or hostile or blah, 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 in range, you can use your action to mark that target. Okay? And then that target is marked. Boom, they're marked. Now, when you use things like Flurry of Blows or whatever against that target, it's a little bit extra. It could be that the attacks have advantage. I feel like it would be worth maybe thinking of something a little bit more nuanced here, but that's essentially what it would be. And then you could limit the amount of targets that you could mark, but you can always, but this feature would not just be once per turn, because this is basically once per turn, but it would be like it's on when the target's marked. At the beginning of your turn, you can mark a target. Oh, that's true. You could keep it once per short rest. If it's just limitless, where it's like, all right, I pick you, and now I have advantage on all my attacks against you this turn. I guess you could do something like that. That's a weird idea. It's a little different feeling than monks normally do. The other thing is that you should get something else. This monk should get a second, third level feature. So you have a little space to play around. I would consider thinking about it. Maybe they get proficiency in intimidation. Maybe you can add your wisdom modifier to intimidation checks if you want to be scary. Maybe maybe, I don't know, think about it. Yeah, something else small, a ribbon feature. Vengeful Resolve. At 6th level, the vengeful soul inside of you has strengthened. It will now help you survive an enemy's onslaught for a price. When you are reduced to 0 hit points, you can spend a number of key points to return to the amount used times your wisdom modifier hit points. Oh, so I could tell you how to fix this feature, but it's overpowered and you shouldn't get it this early. So I'm just going to say, lose it. You don't want this feature. This is too strong. It's too strong. We're getting it. We're getting a revive off key points, which is crazy strong. And we're getting it too early, and it's doing fucking multiplication to decide how many hit points we have, which is nuts. So I would probably try to find something else here. This feature could work as a higher level feature. This could be your 11th level feature, perhaps. But for a 6th level feature, it's a little bit too much. Maybe this could be something like, you know, it could be something about your ability to track or to resist or to push back against marked targets. Maybe you could do something like that if you want to keep it tied to marked targets, but you want to diversify. You don't want everything to be tied to marked targets. I think the question might be, what are you other than vengeful? Like, what color is that? What other sort of what else does that do? What other features does that do? Maybe just a relentless endurance off key. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it is. It's just relentless endurance, but stronger. But it's still, I don't think we should get it at 6. I think that's not the level to get it at. Let's look at 11th level, because maybe sometimes we can just switch things around. At 11th level, your vengeful soul now offers you power when an ally is badly injured. Whenever you complete a long rest, you can select a number of creatures equal to your wisdom modifier. When one of those creatures is reduced to 0 hit point or suffers a critical hit by a hostile creature, you regain 1 key point. That is fun. I really like this. Dude, this is great. When your allies get hurt, it helps you. Oh my god, that's so funny. All right, this is a great feature. I think that you're going to need to be careful about it being spammed. So, like, for example, I think you need to think about if a creature is brought to 0 hit points and then comes back and then brought to 0 hit points and then comes back and then brought to 0 hit points, like, that's going to be an issue. So I feel like you need to temper that somehow. Maybe this feature can't be used up to your maximum. Maybe there's, like, you can only get up to your wisdom modifier extra key points per day or something like that. Or maybe only one time a creature goes down per rest, but if the same creature keeps dropping, it doesn't happen. Sup, Dice Admiral? Nice to have you. But I really like this feature a lot. Could this be the 6th level feature? Could we just switch these? Is that crazy? This might be too strong for 6. I don't know. Let's look at level 17. I was thinking I could make it wisdom proficiency. I think either would work, actually. Wisdom or proficiency would work. They're basically the same at level 11. Like it's the difference is like kind of minuscule. I would probably go wisdom instead of proficiency, but that's just me. That's just me. You think it works fine for 6? Yeah, man, then switch them. I think I would move this to 6 and this to 11. I like this one. This is a good feature. It's weird. I haven't seen anything like this feature before. Spirit of Vengeance. Starting at 17th level, you gain the ability to harness the Spirit of Vengeance. When you see an enemy reduce an ally or non-hostile creature to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to grant yourself the effect of the haste spell. Additionally, you deal extra damage when an extra damage die when you use your unarmored strike, and your unarmed strike's damage type is force. This lasts until the combat ends. That don't do that. That's not a thing in D&D 5e. That's not a way that things end in 5e, rather. When it ends, you gain 2 points of exhaustion and fall unconscious. Nothing short of okay. I love you, Pixel. You're great. This feature is not the move. This feature's not the move. Come up with something else for the new feature. Haste is boring. 2 levels of exhaustion and falling unconscious after using your capstone feature sucks. That basically means you like. It's just not. That's just shitty. Like, if you're level 17 when you're using this, you're gonna be having rough multiple combat encounters a day. You don't need your capstone feature to be knocking you out. Also, why are you making new mechanics? The wisdom saving throw should just be your key saving throw. But this feature, I mean, this part's sort of whatever. I would just come up with something new here, though. I don't think this is the move. Isn't Ghost Rider the Spirit of Vengeance? I guess so. Yeah, I mean, it's the end of combat, but, like, what if you're in a 5-room dungeon, and then everybody has to, like, sit around and wait, or just carry you for the next dungeon if you decide you want to use your capstone in the first one? I don't know. I feel like it's just not the move. Yeah, come up with something different here. I think come up with a new big powerhouse move. I would encourage you not to do the paladin thing where you get super powered for a short period of time and then it turns off. I would encourage you to make it either an all the time on thing or a activated feature that is on and does a thing that round. That's what I would suggest trying to do. Think of what the power move for this guy might be, like, you know, final vengeful strike or whatever. Or what passive feature you think would just be a cool, like, you're level 17, you're basically fighting alongside gods. What's the super powerful way that the vengeance monk changes and is changed forever? And that's what I would do if I were you. Thank you for sharing. Guys, this was let's round of applause for Pixel. Can we do a round of applause for everybody that shared tonight? We got through every single one. Did not expect to do that. Did not expect to do that. Oh, Manischewitz. Guys, that was fun. Listen, folks, I am, this is the last stream of the week. I will be back on Sunday night. If you want to submit Homebrew for Sunday night stream, there's a link in the description of this video. Also, though, I would please beg of you. I spent so long on this new YouTube video. The link is also in the description. Please watch it. Please like it. Leave a comment. Send it to people. Post it on Reddit if you have a subreddit that you think it would make sense to be posted on. I haven't figured out how to make my videos do well yet, and I worked so hard on this one, and I really want to see it do well, and I think you'll like it. I think it's actually a good video, so consider dropping it some attention. It would mean a lot to me, and I would appreciate it. But anyway, guys, listen, you guys are the best. You know you're the best. have a great night, and be good to yourself, because I love you and I appreciate you. Okay?
What if the world had more
Okay,
of
good
your
night.
smile? What if the wind could spread your love? What if your sweetness could reach everyone? There'd be no wars. Maybe the birds will sing about your heart. Maybe the trees will whisper the word. Maybe the sun will spread your joy to the ones who lost their hope. Fill my head with roses. I can't help but dream away. Standing on a field with you and flowers everywhere. Maybe there is a star with your name. One thing I know is that there should be. There is no one a heart as pure, no, not like yours. Dreaming of you. 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 What if the world had more of your smile? What if the wind could spread your love? What if your sweetness could reach everyone? There'd be no wars.